remember you signed those Myra plans a while back?
Yeah.
And you just got me.
Hey, Commissioner, how are you? You have that item in your notary?
Yes, we want to take out
D as in David.
There's no D. There's a D1 and 2. D is your comments.
I know, hold on. I'm sorry. What did I do? Which is the one that has to do with the restaurant? There's one that deals with the restaurant. Food trucks. F6. He said he wants to defer it because he wants to bring the restaurant. If we can get Mike to stay, I'm not gonna have it. I'm good. I'm on it. All right. Hey, how are you? You are the best. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. In an effort to address a very long agenda, I'd like to move forward with addressing proclamations and presentation now at 8:30 before we get to the regular commission at 9 o'clock. So I'd like to start off with A1, if possible. You know, we'll move on to A1. That's going to be at 9, excuse me. Move on to A2. A2 is the Bermudez family. They're here. Perfect.
Yes.
Please join us. Please come up. I'd like to read a quick proclamation into the record. Whereas Marta T. Bermudez was born on September 22nd, 1930 in Havana, Cuba, to families committed to public service. Her father served as a Cuban judge, and her mother's family sponsored a new church for their community in Cuba. And whereas, as a young law student, Marta boldly joined the clandestine Castro resistance movement in Recuperate de la Revolution and became deeply involved in coordinating its activities. And when there, she met her future husband, Jesus Bermudez.
Can you bring another one?
During their 20-year marriage, they raised 7 children and instilled in them their values of public service and cultural patronage. And whereas in 1972, Marta and Jesus launched Bermudez Gallery, one of the first Cuban art galleries in the United States, located on the first floor of the 1901 Lejeune Road in Coral Gables. Bermudez Gallery featured works by high-profile Cuban vanguardia artists such as Wilfredo Lam, Amelia Peláez, and Victor Manuel. It also exhibited leading contemporary Cuban artists in exile, including Grupo Gala members Rafael Soriano, José Mijares, and Baru Salinas, alongside emerging artists including Juan González and Emilio Falero. Among Bermudez Gallery's lasting legacies, it's his Wine and Cheese Friday Gallery Night tradition that continues in other Coral Gables galleries to this day. And whereas Marta was guided by an open heart, humanistic philosophy that was welcoming to all people, regardless of background or socioeconomic status, she opened her doors to emerging and struggling artists, exhibiting them alongside the work of established artists to raise their profile. And whereas, as a true pioneer of Latin American art in South Florida for over 40 years, Marta promoted artists, supported emerging talent, curated exhibitions, organized cultural and networking gatherings, and selflessly offered her own home as a studio space to artists in need. Throughout her decades-long career, she maintained her base in Coral Gables, helping it become the epicenter of Cuban and Latin American fine art in the United States. In 2021, the Coral Gables Historical Resources and Cultural Arts Department designated Marta's residence the Bermudez House located at 1544 Sopera Avenue, a local landmark in recognition of her cultural impact on Coral Gables. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with my esteemed members of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim September 22nd, 2022 as Marta T. Bermudez Day in Coral Gables. Thank you. Well, welcome to the City Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your incredible grandmother.
Well, first, this is a very special moment, 50 years in the making. That's when they started their gallery and made history. So I wanted to start by thanking you, Mayor Vince Lago, for leading this, and the entire Coral Gables Commission, of course, for your support in validating and acknowledging these legacies. That's what this is about. This is about legacy and acknowledging that this history matters to so many communities, including those outside of Coral Gables. So I would also like to take a minute to thank my good friends, Leo Cosillo and Miguel Perez, who were invaluable in helping make this moment possible, and to recognize some figures in the arts who were witnesses to this history and have helped add vivid detail to the impact of my grandmother's lifelong efforts in the arts. Among them, Baru Salinas and Emilio Falero, who was mentioned, both of whom were mentioned in the proclamation. Falero was an interesting case because he really, in many ways, got his career launched through my grandmother and her gallery. He had his very first solo exhibition there in 1974, and it was a landmark success for the growing Latin American arts community at that time. The only ones who were really making sales, which were, by the way, small sales. These were not top dollar sales in those days. There was a recession at that time. And he, as a young man in his late teens, early 20s, had his first gallery solo show at Bermudez Gallery, and they sold over 20 paintings on that gallery night, which showed that the emerging artists now had a market in Coral Gables. That was a landmark moment. And so he is a living success story that came out of that, one of many. So I want to acknowledge him as well. And I also acknowledge his fellow Miami generation artist, Pablo Cano, and his mother, Margarita Cano, who've both been very helpful in sharing their memories. These, in addition to them, the arts community is more than dealers and artists. There's the lifelong collectors who have been dear friends of my grandmother, and an immense support and resource to me with their insights, Marcos and Josefina Pinedo. And also the leading art critic and Latin American art scholar, Ricardo Paullosa, who credits Bermudez Gallery with being his first exposure to the arts, that led him and inspired him to have the decades-long career that he's had. So each of these people have brought this story alive for me. And now, for the future generations to come, thanks to what you have now started the ball rolling with in formally recognizing these legacies. So I would also like to thank some family of mine, some of whom are here today. First, my grandmother's older sister, Raquel, who's represented here by her daughter, Maria. And also my grandfather, Jesus Bermudez, and my aunt, Maria Elena, who have been an enormous help to me in my efforts to learn and record these details and this special story, not just for our family, but for all those who were impacted by this story. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank those artists who were in the trenches, working tirelessly to make this early community happen in those pioneering years when nothing came easy, building really from scratch. And many of them, of course, because they passed away in some cases before the internet, just have not been acknowledged and recorded as part of the story. So among those, and some of whom have passed recently as well, the sculptor Rafael Consuegra, Miguel Jorge, Lourdes Gomez Franca, Dionisio Perkins, Juan Gonzalez, who we mentioned, Gabriel Sorzano, and the late Grupo Gala members, and countless others who participated in these cultural events and endeavors that lay the groundwork for what has come after in Coral Gables. And lastly, I would like to thank my grandmother, Marta, for, as art scholar Ricardo Paullosa said, lighting the spark and keeping that flame alive here in Coral Gables for over 40 years behind the scenes. From a place that was always generous and with an open heart, helping any artists and any collectors who needed her. She always had her doors open, and that's something that continues to inspire me. That's what I was raised with, and I try to live up to that as much as I can. So this proclamation, as I said in the beginning, really is about legacy and acknowledging the stories that shaped this city into what it is today, especially those stories that have largely gone untold, which a lot of this has. We're talking the very early days here. So oftentimes, great things come from small, humble beginnings. And that is certainly the case with the Cuban and Latin American art market here in Coral Gables, which is now a national and international leader in the arts, thanks to the work that these individuals did. My grandmother's work and the art of those artists brought a new and enduring beauty to the City Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you for validating their impact, their careers, their memories, and their legacies that we all now enjoy the fruits of.
Thank you. Before we take a quick photo, when this young gentleman came to see me, I know a family member who's in the back, who's a very prominent architect, Bermudez Architects, who's also here with us. He talked to me about his grandmother. And like many Cubans, especially a lot of us men, we were raised by our grandparents. A lot of us. I was raised by my grandparents. My parents were working every day, physicians, working, trying to make a living in this great country that opened its arms to us as refugees, running away from the Castro regime. So a lot of us were raised here in Coral Gables, like my grandparents lived in Minorca. We were raised by our grandparents. So it was a very interesting story to hear this gentleman, how impacted he has been in his life. But this story also is very important to me because my father, as a doctor, was the doctor to all these artists. Rafael Soriano, Mijares, Barusalinas, which has a current show right now. If you'd like to see it, it's a beautiful show at the Cuban Art Museum. Right, if you run down Coral Way, you eventually hit the Cuban Art Museum. I got to visit these artists in their homes. I went to see them every single weekend. We went to buy art. We had a first-hand relationship with these individuals. I witnessed what this young man is telling us. Coral Gables at one time was the leader in regards to the arts here in South Florida. And I think that with this commission and individuals like yourself and your family, we're heading in that direction. We're making huge strides and significant investments in regards to cutting-edge artwork, which is going to bring us back as the place for the arts. You will see soon beautiful Celia Sanchez, Cuban-American artist, living in Puerto Rico, born in Cuba, considered one of the most important living artists in the world, not because she's Cuban, but because she's an exceptional artist. Her sculpture will be permanently exhibited here in the city, right next door. And like that, we have a litany of works that are on the way. Tony Craig was just installed at the Ponce Plaza, and a litany of other artists that are forthcoming in the next year or so. So the groundwork that your grandmother laid years ago is paying dividends for the city at this moment. And it has impacted my life because being exposed to all these artists made me an art collector, made me a fan of contemporary art, of culture, of the arts. So I want to say thank you to you and your family for always being upfront, engaging, and always interested in public service in one form or another, either through serving on city boards or reliving this great history. So thank you again. Let's take a quick picture.
Good one.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this was better than the
Yeah,
last one.
that's great. I agree.
Moving on to item A3, congratulations to Trent Boutique on receiving the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful 2022 Commercial Beautification Award. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sure.
So good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Before we go ahead and present our first Commercial Beautification Awards, since this is the first time we bring it to you as a commission, we want to give a brief background on the award itself. And if I can have Belky's. One sec. So today we would like to officially introduce the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful Commercial Beautification Awards and the first winners of 2022. We'll go into a little bit more detail, but we'll have some more winners coming through during the rest of the commissions that we're going to have throughout this year. And this award really came to be through a collaborative effort of various city departments, from the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program, economic development, green space management, and code enforcement, who was a very big help throughout the entire process.
So the purpose of the Commercial Beautification Awards is to serve to recognize those businesses that have gone above and beyond in the beautification and maintenance of their storefronts and surrounding areas, and really aligns with what we're trying to do in the downtown area and helping beautify the downtown.
Good morning. So there is a description of the awards. We are going to be recognizing 3 to 5 businesses. This year it's going to be 4. And this is per year. The winners will receive a plaque and a window cling so we can place it in their storefront and let everyone know that they are an award recipient. And they will be recognized at a commission meeting individually, so they can basically talk to us about their business and we can recognize them. And then there's going to be some social media outreach as well.
This flyer shows the criteria that needed to be met in order to be considered for nomination. So that nomination criteria consisted of the property being within city limits, of course, not having won any prior awards of this kind in the last 3 years, which will really come more into play in the future years. Does not have any active zoning or code enforcement violations, utilizes plants, vines, and other landscaping around the property where possible, no visible litter or trash daily from the pedestrian areas, green spaces, and/or parking lanes in front of the business, pressure clean sidewalks, and clean/maintain their facades, including storefront windows. There is a small asterisk when it comes to pressure cleaning, as Streetscape has its own requirements. No damaged sidewalks, and for nomination, the nominees submit 3 pictures of the property at the time of nomination. This year, nominations were received because this is the first time that we do this award. The businesses had no idea, so I'm sure it was a surprise to Trent when they got our letter. But nominations came in from our code enforcement officers that are out there and see how businesses maintain their storefronts and keep it up. From economic development, who knows our business and our downtown better than I would say anybody, and the chamber and the bid.
So as far as the judging criteria, the judges, which the winners were selected by the Sustainability Advisory Board at our July board meeting, and they needed to exhibit maintained and beautiful landscape features where possible, enhance the community through clean and maintained facades, including storefront windows. All exterior space is kept litter-free. That includes the storefronts and alleyways, and it enhances the quality of life for the citizens of Coral Gables.
And the Sustainability Advisory Board acted as our judges since they sit as our Keep Coral Gables Beautiful board as well.
All right, so before we call up the winner, we just want to say thank you to Sarami and her team, Code Enforcement. This was really important because they are always seen as the people who keep our businesses going and just, in line. And so this was an effort for them to also share who they thought was improving, making improvements and really calling them. So they're seen as also the people who, recognize good work. And I also want to call up, before we say the winner, Mark Trowbridge, who was a great partner with the Chamber, and our Business Improvement District, who couldn't be here, who was also a good partner.
Great. Just very briefly, good morning, everybody. I want to thank Solange and Matt and, of course, Belkys and the team, not only for including our chamber, but I think this continues to build nicely on the work that we've been doing with all of you, led by our mayor, and making sure our downtown looks its most special and pristine. So today we'll start with the first of 4, and I'm excited.
So joining us today from Trend Boutique, which is on Ponce, 2606 Ponce, is Frank and Ana Mari Fuertes. We can have them come up.
And if we can get the PowerPoint back up for a quick minute?
Yes, so we wanted to just show you some pictures if you haven't been able to attend. Very clean storefronts, clean sidewalks, and let me change. How do you? Oh.
1 sec. In the meantime,
There you go.
there you go.
Yes.
So a very pretty storefront, if you just click over. Okay, so here you can see that they had a lot of flexibility because they had a little area that was part of their private property, and so they're able to put planters and really decorate that area. And already we talked to the owners about, they have some ideas for things to do in the holidays, and so we're gonna try and work with them and see if we can do some other things as well.
So I want to thank you first off for being so committed and understanding what we're trying to achieve here in the city of Coral Gables in regards to beautification, the sidewalks, and investing in your brand, investing in your image. I'm very familiar with your store, very familiar. Actually, I'm too familiar with your store. And it's interesting because when we stepped into your store for the first time, we stepped in because it caught our eye. Because contemporary, crisp, clean. And then we went in there, and my girls went crazy, and they started buying everything from clothing to Nike high tops, and it just went downhill. But it was an incredible experience, first class. Your clothing boutique offers some of the nicest things we've seen in a long time, and I just want to say thank you for your commitment to the City Beautiful and elevating the quality of opportunities here for people who are looking for a shopping experience. So thank you.
Well, thank you for giving this award to us. We do put a lot of time and effort into it and having it crisp and clean and giving the best attention to our customers. We've been in business for almost 6 years now, starting off at Andalusia first and then moving to Ponce. And this window, I think, just says a lot from the store. It's been great in our location, the new location, and we're just there to be the best and keep on being the best, if you want to say.
Yes, good morning. No, absolutely, I can say that, we make a really good team. I'm actually a general contractor. I build homes here in Coral Gables, Pinecrest. As you've seen, when you go to a store, she's always there, which is part of the experience. I think my wife does an excellent job as far as, keeping track of all the clients and knowing who they are and what they want, what they like, helping them out, select their outfits. And on top of that, I'm always looking at, what needs to be touched up and kept up. It's basically common, hygiene. I don't understand, like I go to restaurants, I look up and the ceilings are all black, I try to always keep everything as if it was the day one. And, we paint every year, we clean every day. Like I said, we pressure wash our sidewalks, even though we're not requested to.
But you have to every 6 months now.
Oh, 6 months.
Yes.
Every 6 months, but I recommend that you do it as often as you possibly can.
Correct. Yeah, somebody actually came by this week and they mentioned that. But yeah, absolutely, we have no issue doing that. It's part of our commitment to keeping not only our store beautiful, but Coral Gables. Because when it comes down to the end, we're competing against, upcoming Coconut Grove now.
I'm happy you said that.
In other areas,
And I think that resonates, and I'm sorry to interrupt you because I think it's critically important that code enforcement, who Antoine does a great job and he's working hard and he's a great addition to the city. You use a very important word. We're competing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're competing against Wynwood, Design District, Midtown. There's a lot of other areas where people could go and spend their hard-earned money, and we want people to feel they're welcome to the downtown.
Correct.
So what's the first step to being welcome? Obviously, clean, presentable, in an orderly fashion. And I think that's where we're headed.
Absolutely, but not just us. Our neighbors also, represent Coral Gables. So it's important for me to always, keep in touch with our neighbors. We've actually done some social nights, Through COVID, we've been, a little slow on that too, but where we want to bring other people to come and show what they have. So like on Fridays, we might have wine shop down the street to join, like cupcakes or whatever, whoever's in the area, be part of that so that our clients can also get to know them and keep the business going in the community, because that's what's important. Coral Gables needs to stay strong. If we're the only store that's doing well, then that's not good for us either. Eventually, they'll go somewhere else.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, and let's take a quick picture.
Sure, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Great meeting you.
Thank you. Unfortunately.
Moving on to A4. Congratulations to driver engineer German Perez, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of July 2022. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good morning.
Morning.
This morning, we are introducing our Firefighter of the Month for July. He was nominated by Division Chief Jones, who happens to be with me this morning, so I'm going to offer him the opportunity to introduce our firefighter.
Good morning, everybody. What an honor it is to nominate driver engineer German Perez as the July 2022 nominee. German, if you know him, he not only represents the brand of the City of Coral Gables internally, but he also represents the brand of Coral Gables externally. He has become an instructor for the cadet program, where he teaches young students that are in high school how to be firefighters and engage them with first aid, stop the bleed, and training for firefighter skills. In addition, he takes it upon himself as a driver engineer at the station to be a mentor to those new drivers as well as new firefighters. While in recruit class, he was taught to be the go-to guy in 2006 and 2007, and he has maintained that throughout his career. So today we want to celebrate and congratulate German Perez for this nomination for Firefighter of the Month.
Good morning, thank you. I'm truly honored and humbled with this presentation I'm receiving today. Just want to say thank you to the city and the Coral Gables Fire Department for allowing me to be here today and receive this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, my friend. You want to present A7 also? No, excuse me, A6. Yes.
Good morning again. Today, we are also here to recognize our Firefighter of the Month for the month of August, and it is Lieutenant Mark San Pedro. He was nominated by his supervisor, Captain Nunez, from Firehouse 2. He could be nominated for various reasons. He was specifically nominated several weeks ago. The dumpster area, the structure was vandalized, and someone spray painted orange graffiti on the structure that houses the dumpster in front of the station. The proper channels were taken, the police was notified, and facilities was notified. But before facilities could get to it to resolve the problem, Lieutenant San Pedro took it upon himself to clean the dumpster. He bought paint. He painted the structure around the dumpster, and making it look new again. I mean, obviously, as you can imagine, it faces US 1. It's rather unsightly. So it's because of this pride and ownership that he took We couldn't overlook that. So we're recognizing him as our Firefighter of the Month for August.
I want to say thank you to the mayor, thank you to the commission, also thank you to the fire department. Truly honored. First time in 15 years, so I appreciate this. So thank you.
Listen, it's long overdue. 15
you.
years. It's a hell of a career. I want to commend you on your commitment to the city beautiful. But these are the type of efforts when no one is watching that really set us apart from every other city, along with your department. That's why your department is the best department in Miami-Dade County. It proves itself over and over and over again. These small gestures and these small actions lead to bigger actions, and we're just building on top of those. So I appreciate that and taking the time to do that, and you well deserve this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's take a quick picture. We'll do them one at a time. Oh, we do both, whatever you like. Come on up. No, my husband won't. They're the ones that really are creating this. How are you? It's a pleasure. How are you? Item A5 will be deferred at the request of the chief. Moving on to item A7.
Mayor, if we can pass that for a couple of minutes while.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item A8. A8. Congratulations to Amario J. Jarra, who holds the title of PT, producer, editor, videographer, recipient of the Part-Time Employee of the Quarter Award for the second quarter in 2022. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Yeah, well, I want to appreciate, I want to say that thank you to my boss, to Marta Pantin, to Michael Rocha, and the commission, to the city. I'm very proud of this. I always wanted to work for people since I was a kid. So to me, this was always a dream. So I'm living my dream. So the glass is half full and a little more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You know, something that I really value every time I have an opportunity to interact with you, when I see you in the mornings, you always have a smile on your face. No matter how difficult the day is, you always have a smile. You always treat everybody with respect. And that's something that I've noticed over the last few years that I've had the privilege to serve in one form or another. And I want to congratulate you because that sets the tone to success. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And congratulations.
Good morning. We're going to go right into your recognition. Mario has been with us for 2 years actually. He's so everybody knows, a part-time employee of the second quarter for 2022. And this is in recognition of your dedication and service to the city beautiful. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything that you do for us. You're always taking professional pictures. You jump into any projects that your supervisor and your director has asked, and you go above and beyond. You're very friendly face around all the departments. Everybody has a lot of great things to say about you. We really appreciate everything you do for the city of Miami. Congratulations.
I would like to say that, Amario is usually the man behind the camera, so today he'll be in front of the camera. He's done an exceptional job, not only with photography, but also with a lot of the reels that we put on social media, et cetera. He always, when we have meetings, he always has ideas as how we can improve process or be creative in other ways. So I really do appreciate his input, and as everyone says, he always has a very, very positive attitude. A little known fact is that Amario is actually a veterinarian, but this is like his passion, and so that's why he does what he does. And I know that we're always looking to save money, et cetera, and because of the work that he has done and the caliber of his work, some work that we used to have to go outside to do, like the picture of the commission as a whole, the fire department's yearbook, which he worked very closely with them, and they were a co-nominee with me. Because of that, we're able to do in-house and save money. So that is always an important thing as we look to for what we do. So
Thank you, Marta.
thank you, Amario.
Thank you. Let's take a quick photo. Moving on to the final presentation, A9.
Yes, good morning again, Carla Green from the Human Resources Department. Now, another great employee we're going to be recognizing today is our June 2022 Employee of the Month, Matt Anderson from Public Works Department. Matt has been employed with the city for 7 years. He drives the city sustainability initiatives and efforts. Everyone knows about Matt. He's often here. In his role, he has always displayed leadership traits and has done his job with a deep passion and dedication to continue to make our city beautiful. I'll let you, I'll hand it over to you so you can say something.
Good morning,
Good morning.
sir.
So when I learned that Matt Anderson was the Employee of the Month, I actually got a little bit concerned. We all know how much he likes the microphone, and after this, it's going to be very, very difficult to take it away from him.
Yes.
That being said, I think Matt Anderson is a great asset to the city. He's a credit to the Public Works Department, and he's a great human being, and to me, it's an honor to be here presenting him with the Employee of the Month award.
Sir?
Thank you, Hermes. Those are very kind words. And Carla, and receiving Employee of the Month is truly an honor. I'm extremely proud of how much progress our city has made over the last 7 to 8 years on sustainability. We've really positioned ourselves as a leader, not only locally, regionally, across the state and across the country. And a lot of that is due, I'm fortunate enough a lot of the times to get to talk about that and work on those, but that's due to the leadership of you, the mayor, and the commission, our city manager. And I'm fortunate enough to work with all the city departments throughout the city, and we have a lot of directors and staff that are not only passionate about the city, but passionate about saving our environment and conserving our resources. I also want to thank Solange. She had a lot to do with this nomination. Solange, I'm incredibly proud of what we've built and Keep Gables Beautiful in the program over the last 2 years. I'm excited for what the future holds for that program. And last, but certainly not least, I have a huge support system here in the city, but my biggest support system is at home. So my wife and 2 daughters are here today to share in this. And they inspire me each day to be the best version of myself. And to my girls, they're the reason why I do what I do for a living. It's about making sure we protect and preserve our environment that I grew up cherishing. And inspired me for not only current generations, but future generations. So I truly appreciate this honor, and it's a pleasure to work for the city.
Matt, well-deserved. It's been a long time coming. It's truly a privilege to work with you. This commission and the previous commissions have worked hand in hand with you to produce some of the most respected environmental and sustainability legislation, not only locally, but in the state of Florida. The reason why that's happened is because of people like you. You've been a stalwart in regards to pushing that agenda. You've done it in a way that has been consensus building. I want to commend you on that. But also, you're an individual that gets your hands dirty. We were working at Kamahachi last weekend. We were there the weekend before. You don't just talk, your actions speak louder than your words. So you may not like the microphone, but sometimes I'll check in with Matt, and I'm going to take a personal point of privilege if I may. Sometimes I'll check in with Matt, and I'll call him, and I'll say, very simply, are you happy? Is everything okay? Is there anything that I need to speak to the manager about? Because this is the type of individual, along with a lot of the people that we have here, Solange, Chelsea, our city attorney staff, our, the individual that just received the award from EV, the veterinarian, a lot of people who are outside. Our great leader over there in regards to IT, who's a genius. Our clerk, his staff, our public works department. These are people who have dedicated themselves to working for the city and work tirelessly on behalf of the city. And I want to make sure that you're as happy as possible so that you stay in the city, because the city deserves employees like you. And if it wasn't for your efforts, we wouldn't be where we're at today, leading, not following. We're leading in regards to environmental stewardship, water quality, addressing real concerns that affect the viability of this community. So I just want to say thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I want to make sure that you're okay and that you're happy here in the city. And you
Extremely
continue
happy.
to be happy in the city.
Thank you.
Ms.
So
Commissioner?
talking about getting your hands dirty, you were out on Saturday to commemorate our 1,400 mangrove trees that we're going to leave tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So I do have an ask for you. Can you send out an email blast to the Sustainability Board that we could use a conga line to get those things loaded on the truck that's going out? So get as many people that have time, 10 o'clock in the morning, to come on out to the behind the Boy Scout house.
You know the answer. He never says no.
Nope.
Never says no.
Absolutely.
So let's take a quick picture, please.
I don't think they've invented sharing photos yet.
We need to crack that
We
code.
should create that, what do we call it, like Facebook or something? Somebody finally grabbed my phone and did an airdrop now that I thought it was an air potato, but no, it's an airdrop. It's good.
Mayor, we're ready on A7 if you want to take that one.
A7 it is. Madam City Attorney?
Stepping down here for this one. If we can pull up the presentation. So this moment is my proudest moment since I've been city attorney for almost 5 years. This moment marks a moment where the two remaining members of our office, Naomi Levy Garcia and Stephanie Throckmorton, have obtained board certification in city, county, and local government law. There's only 311 board certified lawyers in city, county, local government law in the entire state of Florida. You have 5 of them. In order to obtain board certification, you have to have peer review, you have to have a substantial involvement in the area of law on a daily basis, you have to pass a mini bar exam, which is hard to do when you're working a full-time job and have little kids at home, which they both do, and you have to have a significant amount of CLE credits within a particular period of time. You have 5 of those 311 lawyers in this office. We are 100% certified as of today. And I continue to claim, even though it makes Gus very nervous, because that's what I believe, and nobody's dispelled it, that we are the only fully certified city attorney's office in the state of Florida that doesn't have one lawyer, that has more than one lawyer. So it's with great pride that I bring Stephanie and Naomi up here, and then the rest of our office to celebrate, your city attorney's office, what everybody's done to make this an amazing office. I'm so proud of them. And of course, of Christina and Gus, who did it before them, and Christina during the pandemic, which was a lot of fun. Ladies?
Well, thank you very much. We could not have done it without the support and encouragement of our families and of our fantastic office. I'm very proud to be among these certified lawyers. It was not an easy task, but we did it. We supported each other, and I express my full gratitude. Thank you.
I echo everything Naomi said. Thank you to Miriam for leading the way on this, and to Gus and Christina for supporting my meltdown the day after the exam, where I was confident I failed. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to the city for encouraging us, and to the city attorney herself for making sure we did this. And I got confirmation from one person that we are the only 100% certified. So I think it's legit. So thank you to Naomi for studying with me too, and to my family also for supporting us. So
I want to say congratulations to both of you. I mean, again, you represent us with dignity and grace all the time. We've traveled together. We've chased money at the state of Florida and Washington. We've addressed significant pieces of legislation all over the state. We're blessed to have you as part of the city. And again, this is a testament to not only your ability and your hard work, but also to the great city attorney that we have. She's said, of course, she's been a leader, she's been an example, and she's put together a great team that has really represented the city at the highest level. So thank everybody in the team.
thank you. It's an honor to work here.
Congratulations.
Jaws.
Based on that.
All right. We're moving on from presentations and protocols, and we will head over to the invocation. To start off this morning, we have with us Reverend Megan Smith from the Coral Gables Congregational United Church of Christ. Reverend Smith, good morning. Welcome back to the City Beautiful. We're blessed to have you.
Good morning, good morning.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I do bring you warm greetings from the staff and membership at Coral Gables Congregational United Church of Christ. As you continue, let us just pause for a moment and to unite our hearts and our minds as one, just for a few moments. Loving Spirit of our past, present, and future, we invite you among us this day, in this place, and this time, and in the hearts and minds of these people who have been elected to lead this community. We ask that you inspire them with wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Give them a sense of the welfare and true needs of the people of this community and those who serve it. Grant them a keen thirst for justice and rightness, and the ability to work together in harmony. As we gather in this room today, we would also thank you for the gift of this magnificent and historic city, and our gratitude for those who have gone before us. We stand on their shoulders just as those to come will stand upon ours. Make our choices and decisions this day worthy of our children's children. It is no small task to run a city. There is so much work to be done. And so we would ask that you continue to instill in us such imagination that we shall be amazed and astounded by the vision given in what we hunger and thirst to see. A city where children will laugh and play, and all the young will dream and plan, and all the grown-ups will burst with contentment, and all the old will sigh deeply in the fulfillment of their years. So give these elected leaders and each one of us the courage to press on in the work that is yet to be done, and make of us all a community where kindness prevails, safety and peace reigns, and hope and happiness triumphs. We ask this through the many names by which you are known in the diversity of this community. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Smith, as always, we'd like to extend our best wishes to your congregation, your worshipers, on behalf of the city. Before you leave us,
Do I get a picture?
it would be our privilege. It would be our privilege. But I have something else. I have something else I think that we would like to address at this moment.
Please.
Especially since we have you here. I'd like to take a moment of silence to honor the life of Police Detective Cesar Echevarri, who passed away on Wednesday after being shot in the line of duty. Officer Echevarri paid the ultimate sacrifice doing what he loved, serving and protecting our exceptional community. We owe all law enforcement officers a debt of gratitude for risking their lives every day to ensure we are safe. Before we have that moment of silence, I want everyone to be aware that I asked the city manager to please lower our flag to half-staff to send a strong message that we support the blue. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
May his memory always be a blessing.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Thanks. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance, it'd be an honor to have our city clerk, who silently stands to the left, doing his job.
Please stand, place your right hand over your heart and speak with me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge our Senator Garcia, along with our state representative, Demi Cabrera, who's here. If you would give me 1 second before we have the privilege of having you, I'd like to take one item before, that is item F14. It's a very simple item, but we have somebody who has to leave to an engagement, and I want to just address it.
Mayor, F14 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing the Signature Hurricane Protection Program to make available to residents a list of providers willing to furnish and install impact windows and doors at 25% discount to owners in single-family homes with a height less than 25 feet and less than 3,000 square feet, and meeting certain income eligibility requirements, and amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended, waiving all city permit fees for impact windows and door installation for permit owners. Christina?
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Christina Suarez, Deputy City Attorney. So this program would establish, would facilitate certain providers of impact windows and doors who have make a commitment to provide a 25% discount to lower income property owners. They would be, they can, if they make that commitment in writing, they can get on a list that will be maintained by Development Services. And those property owners, if they meet certain eligibility requirements, meaning they must own their home and occupy and reside in it, they cannot own another property for investment, and they have to meet certain income thresholds, they would qualify for having their permit fees waived, and also, and I'm going to get this wrong, Surami, so please correct me, they would not have to comply with the wind calculations, is that right?
Shop drawings.
Sorry.
Shop drawings.
Good morning, Sorami Cabrera, Development Services Director and Building
Cabrera,
Official. What the city has done is that we've done the calculations for homes of certain dimensions and size, and then that way the applicant does not have to submit sign and seal wind pressure calculations, because we've already done them in-house and we'll use those for the permit. So that should be a significant savings on the application.
And so Signature Impact and Windows is one company that has already made that commitment. So to give that 25% discount, they will be on the list. Any other provider that wants to make that commitment in writing can be on the list that will be maintained by Development Services. Of course, the city is not going to make any commitment or representation as to the quality of anybody's work or the pricing or anything like that. But these vendors have, that are on that list have made that commitment to provide that 25% discount.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to welcome you to the city again.
Thank you.
Her husband is a good friend of mine. I had the pleasure of meeting him a few years ago. They have a rather significantly impactful company here in South Florida that employs many people and that is providing the ability for people to harden their homes. They're residents of the city, beautiful. And her husband came to me one day and talked to me about success and how successful that they have been and what a privilege it has been. And I remember when he told me this vividly, how honored they feel to have bought their first home in the city, beautiful. And they're going to start renovating that home and they're going to move into the house and they're going to start a family in that house. And they wanted to give back. They wanted to give back to people who, again, were older, maybe were on fixed income, maybe people who were veterans, maybe somebody who inherited a home and didn't have the means to spend what it required to upgrade windows. Because it's not just about upgrading the quality of the windows. When you upgrade the windows or you re-roof a house, you're talking about the person saves on electricity because your air conditioning doesn't have to run as hard. It's also a safety issue because the person can enjoy a lot safer an evening where it makes it a lot more difficult for people to break in. And during hurricanes, especially elderly people, elderly individuals, they have less to worry about when you have a storm because they don't have to board up windows, again, if it's not a significantly large storm. So we've been working on this for probably about a year. This is a project where it's a project to give back to the community. It's to keep people in this community so they don't have to sell their homes. It beautifies the neighborhoods, but it also gives peace of mind to people who are in need. So I just wanted to welcome you to the city and thank you for making this commitment to our residents.
Thank you.
Please.
We appreciate the opportunity in working with the city of Coral Gables, not only for residents who don't have the means, but residents who don't know how to find the right resources. So it's helping them keep them safe, and also, at a discounted rate, no permit fees, which is great. And we appreciate working with you.
Thank you. We look forward to other companies getting involved and offering similar services, but you took the lead a year ago, and I hope that a lot of people take advantage of this opportunity that meet the criteria as mentioned by our city attorney.
Thank you.
Should we need to have a vote? Yes. Will anybody make a motion?
I'll move it, and thank you for coming to see me during office hours.
Second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you,
you.
and please tell your husband thank you.
Thank you.
For working with us. I'd like to now welcome our state senator and our state representative, along with their teams. We have a lot to be proud of, and these accomplishments must be given to these two individuals who ran point at the state to ensure that we were able to deliver on probably the largest haul ever in the city of Coral Gables history in regards to state funding.
And it is an honor, really, to be amongst you, all of you on point today. A lot of female power in the House, and hopefully we arrive to enhance that. Good morning to all of you. Thanks to all of you that come out and participate in the system. I think that says a lot when you get up early in the morning and you say that you want to be a part of the system. Listen, for me, it has been an immense honor to be able to represent the city of Coral Gables. I mean, you guys are very passionate about what you do. Keeping in mind all types of communities and always keeping resiliency as a focal point. For me, it's been an honor to be able to come back with some more money. The first time around, it was $500,000. I think it was a humble ask. We really didn't know what to expect when we were coming out of COVID. As a matter of fact, driving in, I remember driving through Coral Gables right after COVID and watching as John Martin's had shut down and a couple of the other, places that we would frequent, and asking myself, goodness, how are we going to come back from this? But you know what? You did, we did, and bigger than ever, as resilient as ever. And I have the honor of being able to work with Representative Posada Cabrera and other people, to be able to bring back a lot of these successes. I'd like to add to our village of people that brought back this success, Representative Pro Temp Brian Avila, now future senator, also as well. The lobbyist for Coral Gables, Nelson Diaz. People don't understand that it takes an effort, a concerted effort, like a basketball team, the guards, the forwards, the center, the coach, to be able to deliver all of this. So we were able to bring back $2.125 million of state funding for the city of Coral Gables to do a myriad of things. Septic to sewer conversion is very, very important to us, especially because we want to make sure that we save the Bay. Biscayne Bay is very important to us. We depend on it. So we were able to work on that. Coral Gables estimates that at least 7,400 citizens rely on septic tanks. And the city's been very good about identifying potential impacts linked to the conditions associated with those storms and impeding sea level rise. So as you can see, we made that one of the big priorities. Also, we brought back money for the Stormwater Master Plan, which will present new designs for water quality, transportation, and structural development based off data discovered by the county's Department of Environmental Resources. Kudos to them as well. Also, on a similar note, we wanted to make sure that we added Velorum to the Legacy Sewer Septic System Repair and Replacement Project, also a part of the big scheme of things when we're looking at how we're going to continue to be resilient and help the environment. And then there is the fourth appropriation, which was the restoration of the historic gondola building. That will be epic. It's going to revive a very notable landmark, which is part of the iconic Biltmore Hotel complex. And I'm sure that many of you here that pay taxes are very proud of. Anyway, very special thanks to you as well, Mayor Lago. You sit on the board of for our Biscayne Bay. That's been very important to us, and continue to do so, and continue to count on both Representative Posada Cabrera and I, along with lobbyist Nelson Diaz, Pro Temp Brian Avila, to continue to do the work for all of our constituents in this area and Miami-Dade as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. Madam
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you for having us here today. It's an honor to represent this community. We know how important these water quality issues are to us, to our residents, to our community, septic to sewer conversion, but it can't be done alone. Teamwork makes the dream work, and I am fortunate to have such a great partner in the Senate to help carry, the weight and help deliver for our community as a whole. And it's just the beginning. Mayor Lago, I would like to thank you for all the efforts that you've put forward in coming to Tallahassee and fighting for our community. Like I said, it can't be done alone. So thank you for all the work that you guys have done.
That's very nice of you, and I appreciate you thanking me. But the people who hold the purse strings are sitting in front of us. They're the individuals that have made an immense commitment to the City Beautiful, working hand in hand with Naomi, my office, the office of the commissioners, the vice mayor. But you have led, and your leadership has proven results. We have gotten more money this year than we've ever gotten before. And that's because of the leadership of both of you, of Brian Avila, Senator Avila now, of individuals like Danny Perez, individuals like the Senate President, who now is no longer the Senate President, but is agricultural leader in this community. These individuals have played immense roles, but it's your leadership and your constant commitment. Literally, I get calls from Brian. He'll tell me, Debbie doesn't leave me alone. Senator Garcia doesn't stop calling me. Don't worry, your item is in the budget. We're fighting for the item in the budget. The reason why is because of your efforts. So I just want to make sure that, yes, we're very grateful, and thank you for acknowledging us that we went to Tallahassee 4 times, more times than we've ever been to Tallahassee before, to make sure we fight for our city and for the monies that we deserve. But if it wasn't for you and for your advocacy, trust me, we'd be back in the same boat we were a few years ago. So thank you for that. You deserve all the credit.
Thank you.
Can we take a picture with a giant check? I never get to do that. That is awesome.
We have 4 giant
That is
checks.
awesome. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's take a picture all of us together. The first time it ever happens. I hope it doesn't bounce. They never come to my house. I know. make sure to put that on the record because people really don't see what we're doing unless you have social media, and we don't take pictures enough or we don't put enough information, but they're really working hard on behalf of everyone. So thank you. All right, big checks, big checks.
One, two.
Imagine bringing that to a teller.
All right, moving on to item G12, annexation discussion. All right.
Mayor, G12 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager and city attorney to reinitiate the annexation process for Little Gables.
Okay. Very briefly, before we get started, Naomi, Mr. Clerk, how many individuals do we have that would be interested in this having?
At this time, only one card has been received, Mr. Mayor.
So we're gonna limit the conversation to, because we have a very long agenda, and I know people want to get to work. Everybody here works. So we will have the conversation. We will talk. Hopefully, whoever wants to speak for a minute, be brief, give us your opinion, and we move on from there. Ma'am.
Good morning, Naomi Levy Garcia, Assistant City Attorney, Intergovernmental Affairs Manager. Mayor, thank you for this resolution. It basically reinitiates the annexation process for Little Gables. It also sets forth the budget for professional consulting services. It's important to keep in mind that there are some changes being considered by the BCC at the moment. There's been an ordinance on first reading that would expand the mailed notice requirements for pretty much every phase of annexation. There's also a new survey requirement that would require 60% of property owners to be favorable on the annexation. Otherwise, a supermajority of BCC members would be required to advance the applications and to effectuate the annexation itself.
Okay. Perfect. Before we move forward in this discussion between the commission and we hear public comment, I want to read something into the record. This is an affidavit that will be signed by the mayor of Coral Gables, myself. Before me, the undersigned authority personally appeared Mayor Vince Lago, who after first being duly sworn and under penalty of perjury, deposes and states as follows. Number one, I am Vince Lago. I am the mayor of the city of Coral Gables. The facts set forth herein are within my personal knowledge and are true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I am over the age of majority. Number two, neither I nor any member of my immediate family have any property or business interest in any property or business located within the boundaries of the area commonly referred to as Little Gables. Further affiance saith not, Mr. City Clerk, the document, signing the document. The City Clerk will notarize it. This will be a public record. Thank you, sir. Let me explain to you very briefly why I'm doing that. People have made very strong allegations that I own property in Little Gables, that I have a business interest in Little Gables, that I have accepted money from lobbyists from Little Gables to bring this back. I'm putting it on the record that that is furthest from the truth, and those type of allegations will not stand. The reason why I'm bringing this up, because this is a public safety matter. This is an issue about finances. And all we're doing is having a discussion in preparation for a new county commission for the first time in decades will turn over completely. So this is worth having just preliminary discussions about Little Gables and that's why I'm putting everything on the record, being as transparent as possible, that there is no hidden agenda, that there is no other benefit on my part why I'm bringing this back up, that there isn't any gifts or considerations, or that I don't own property or businesses in the area. And I want to be very, very clear on that point, very clear on that point when people start talking about that, okay? So without anything else to say on my part for the moment, I have other things that we can discuss about property values, if they're required, or issues of public safety. I have all the documentation here. Would my colleagues like to mention or discuss this issue, or are they willing to move forward?
Discuss which issue?
The issue here, or would you like to hear public comment first?
Or whatever you'd like to do.
No, I'm asking you.
Is that public comment?
Let's hear public comment, Mr. Clerk. Thank you.
First speaker is Brian Mulling.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Sorry, I got the email late, so I would have dressed a little bit nicer.
No worries.
My name is Brian Mullins. I live at 4105 Southwest 14th, which is just off of Lejeune. I'll keep it quick, and my thing is really about public safety. And I live with my sister-in-law. She's diabetic, type 1. Not often anymore, but we have to call the ambulance. In the morning, her blood sugar's down in the 20s. She could die. Call 911, tell them the address. They say this is Coral Gables. You called the wrong place. I called 911. I didn't call the wrong place. They transfer to Dade County. The Dade County ambulance comes from Northwest 7th off of Lejeune. So ambulance response time, 12, 15, 18 minutes to get to my house to help. 2 years ago, my elderly neighbor next door, her daughter came running over that the woman had fell. My wife went over to try and help, do CPR. 20 minutes later, when the ambulance got there, she was dead. Don't know if that was because it took 20 minutes or she was elderly, but we live 5 blocks from a beautiful Class 1 fire department I could walk there faster than I can get an ambulance to come to my house. So, I love the neighborhood. I love Coral Gables. But really, for me, the lack of county services speaks volumes. I've seen in 15 years, maybe 10 times a cop has come down my block to do a patrol in 15 years. Coral Gables police pull people over for actually running the stop sign at the corner. They do more on my block than the county does. And every time I say something, it just falls on deaf ears with the county. So that's my 2 cents. I'm all for it.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Maria Cruz.
No clapping, please, just out of respect. Thank you. Ms. Cruz, good morning. Mrs. Cruz, excuse me. Or Madam Cruz, correct?
Oh, that's fine.
You prefer
Madam
that?
Cruz is appropriate for that
I
area.
apologize.
too.
I apologize. This
All
is just the
right,
first time I've been
Maria
corrected.
Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Let me make it clear. Do not own property there. Do not plan to own property there. Do not live there. Do not know anybody who lives there. Okay, make it very clear. The only reason that I signed up to speak is because I want a commitment from this elected group that we will not have the debacle that we had the other time. When I'm a part of a team, of a group, of a board of some organization, that when we take a vote, while we're taking the vote, while we're discussing, we disagree as much as we want. But when the group takes a vote, the group sticks together with that vote. I do not, and this is why I'm here, because last time we had a glitch, and that cannot happen again. These people deserve to know that this whole group of elected officials, whatever way you go, if you vote for, fine. If you vote against, fine. They need to know that you are a cohesive group and that no one from here will show up at county and say, oh, wait a second, I'm here, but I don't agree with the vote. Because that would be a tragedy for these people. All right? That's all I have to say. Please, whatever you decide, I think you should go for it, but whatever you decide, make sure that everybody's in and that nobody will try to undermine whatever you decide. Thank you.
Madam Cruz, thank you. Mr. Clerk?
William McAllister.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to have you.
Good to see you again. Name is William McAllister. I'm the president of the Metro-Dade Firefighters, Local 1403. I'm here today representing those 2,400 firefighters and speaking out of genuine concern as it relates to the impact of annexation upon the Coral Gables firefighters that we work closely with in the South Florida Council of Firefighters. Mr. Mayor, we've discussed the idea of annexation before in passing, yet here we are. I have to ask you rhetorically, is public safety a priority for you? I'm not sure if it is. When I'm questioning someone's motives, I look at what they're working on and I reason back from there. If public safety were your number one priority, we wouldn't be here right now. Across town, 10,000 elected officials, law enforcement officers, and firefighters are laying to rest and paying their proper respects to an officer that died in the line of duty, yet here we are. Sorry. If public safety were truly your priority, we wouldn't be talking about annexation today. We would be talking about the fire that occurred on Sunday, August 14th in the morning in a high-rise in the city of Coral Gables. It was a dumpster fire inside of a high-rise. Your fire department responded and did their best. They called for the county's assistance twice. We sent 19 firefighters in 7 units. They were canceled the first time, only to be recalled a second time. When fires are burning, when hearts have stopped beating, when people are no longer breathing, every second matters. Those delays will result at some point in a tragedy that could have been prevented. The reason I'm speaking is because if your focus were on public safety, it would be upon the fact that since 2020, your firefighters have not had a collective bargaining agreement. In my view, that has squelched their voice and caused them not to speak as outspoken as I will to you. I think it's unfair. I think your priorities need to be shuffled. I don't think public safety is your highest priority. So let's talk about the issue of annexation.
Sir, if I may, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you've been speaking for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I asked for 2 minutes.
Well, we regularly, in all fairness, Mayor, allow people to speak as long as they want here.
We have a lot of people. We have a long agenda. My person again here was attacked, saying that I'm not in favor of public safety, saying that we shouldn't be hosting today's commission meeting as a result of a horrific death that occurred to a police officer, which we held a moment of silence for. And I would like to educate this gentleman here. The reason why we moved this meeting to today, it would have been held yesterday, like we always do on Tuesdays, is because there was an election yesterday and somebody on this commission was running for county. And out of respect, we moved it so everybody could attend. So I don't have a problem if you want to continue speaking, but please don't make assumptions about whether I'm invested in public safety when we've renovated and we have the best fire stations in Miami-Dade County. We just purchased another piece of property through the leadership of the vice mayor. And we're about to spend $8 million building a fire station to increase response times for the residents that live right off Sunset. Please, please do not politicize what we're doing here today. I come with good intentions. I know that you have an interest in ensuring that you don't lose the money from Little Gables. No. And I had many conversations with you, and I'm trying to stay professional, but please don't make me put on the record intimidation efforts that have happened here. I will speak it on the record if I have to. Just let's be very careful and very thoughtful, because the words that we're speaking today are in the public. So don't attack whether I'm invested in this community in regards to public safety, because when I walked in here 8 years ago, we didn't have a public safety building. We didn't have new vehicles. We didn't have a renovated fire station on US 1 that we spent, Mr. Manager, how much on?
The project was almost $20 million.
20 million. How much did we spend on the renovation of Old Cutler?
Color about 10 million,
How much did we spend on the public safety building?
64 million.
Do the numbers. We spent $100 million in between 3 fire stations, and we're going to spend another $8 million if you include the acquisition, another 1.5. We're over $100 million in regards to fire and police investments through the leadership of this commission. So please don't call into question whether I'm committed to ensuring that our residents are safe. So please be brief and let's stick to the facts.
So I'll pivot as I was about to the discussion of annexation. This represents the most serious degradation of service that can be provided in the unincorporated areas. Although we've heard the stories here, there's technical explanations why there's response time issues. It is not what's being inferred. If this were to move forward, not only would it result in a degradation of service in the areas currently served by the county, it would also further dilute the quality of the response in Coral Gables. The county charter says that there shall be a uniform level of fire protection offered throughout Dade County. Standards such as the NFPA inform what those staffing levels should be. Upon dispatch to a high-rise, for example, you're supposed to dispatch 42 or 43 firefighters to the report of a fire in a high-rise. This city has 32. Through mutual aid agreements, we supplement that by providing resources from the county. Coral Gables continues to densify and grow skyward, and now they're looking to reach across a border. And that's where I have to speak up and say that this is a dilution of public safety to a point that I am compelled to speak. I implore you, Mr. Mayor, reconsider your priorities. Look less at building new stations and buying pretty trucks and putting the proper number of firefighters on the streets so that you can provide a proper level of uniform fire protection. Thank you.
Can I, for a moment? I voted against annexation when last time it came around. Let me be clear about that up front. And I'll explain the reasons why when I comment in a moment. I have friends here in the audience who live in the area who I had very honest conversations about. The comments you just made are probably the most asinine, disgraceful comments that I have had here since I was elected in 2017. For you to come here for the first time and openly question whether the mayor of the city prioritizes public safety, I don't even know where to start with that. The reason, and again, whatever people's substantive reasons are for pro or against annexation, we have people in the crowd on both sides of the issue, and they all have very reasonable comments to make and an interest in the outcome of this. But for you to say what you just said, and for you to imply that our firefighters and our fire union voice has been quelched when the president of our fire union, Mr. Perez, has stood here and made the exact same comments you just made. I'm pretty sure he provided the information to you because literally it was verbatim what he says, and I can show you text messages from him that he sends me all the time with his opinions on every issue, including at our budget hearings. And I like Mr. Perez, I don't have a problem with Mr. Perez, but for you to suggest that he doesn't have a voice because there's no CBA in place, with all due respect, you haven't been part of that process. You don't know what you're talking about. He has, we have. We sit there and make really tough decisions on these issues. And if there's not an agreement in place as a lawyer, it's because both sides just haven't reached an agreement and they're negotiating. And we've had recent meetings as recently as the last 2 weeks. So the last thing I'll say, again, if you're going to come here and question people's motives, you should at least be honest about what your motives are. For you to come here and pretend that you're here altruistically on behalf of these residents of this neighborhood because you have this concern for public safety, with all due respect, is everybody knows why you're here. And it ain't about their safety, it's about money. So, and it's about your job with your union, and you're doing a job, and I don't have a problem with you doing your job. You have an important job to do, and you represent your union. That's an important job. But stick to substance. You had some substantive comments you made, which you made, and we hear them. And I respect those substantive comments. I respect substantive comments from anybody. But to come here and personalize attacks directed at the mayor about prioritizing public safety, put up our public safety statistics and record against whoever you want. The number one comment we get from our residents is that whenever they call police and fire, they get the support they need. And I know this little mutual aid game you guys like to play, and by the way, the last thing we should be honest about, whatever my vote was or wasn't last time, the city of Coral Gables approved annexation. It then went to the county. The county's the one who tanked the annexation. And at the forefront of that was the fire union. Mr. Blanco, I believe, who was running for Congress at the time, wrote an op-ed about a fire that occurred in Coco Plum, I believe it was at the time. So I remember that vividly. And I think it's important for the residents here, and one of the comments I was gonna make later, the yes buttons and the no button, all the impassioned comments you guys have today, I just wanna encourage all of you, you need to make those to the county commission as well. Because at the end of the day, whoever voted or didn't vote on this issue in the city of Coral Gables, it passed. There was polling done of the residents in both Little Gables and Ponce Davis. The numbers were there. The fact that there's an ongoing item at the county level to raise the percentage needed for this kind of tells you where the county is with this, or at least some people are, and I think people are smart enough to realize that. So I'm not one to make the kind of comments I just made to somebody who comes up here and speaks, but I really felt compelled to, because just like you felt compelled, I find your comments really out of line and not productive to really, I'm not sure what point you're trying to make here other than taking political shots at somebody. I can't imagine how you thought what the first part of your statement just now was gonna help your side of this issue as it relates to this city.
As it relates to this issue, the conversations have gone on for decades about the substantive issues.
Absolutely.
And somehow every few years we return to another attempt to grow a city without respect to concerns related to public safety. The simple fact of the matter is, if you have a fire in a high-rise, you need 45 people to show up pursuant to the county standard upon dispatch.
Can you point to an example recently of a Coral Gables high-rise fire where the response time from either City of Coral Gables, or even if it was a mutual aid situation?
Sunday, August 14th in the morning.
Yeah, what happened?
Smoke in a high-rise.
Yes.
Every unit in Coral Gables was dispatched. Mutual aid was requested twice.
Okay.
Because the entire Coral Gables department was on scene of that, Miami-Dade County provided medical services to the rest of the city. We transported 2 life-threatening calls to the hospital.
Okay.
This
Thank you.
happens routinely.
Thank you.
My biggest concern is, as I've started to now look at this issue, because it's now something I must pay
Excuse me,
attention
did you say this
to.
happens routinely?
Yes, it does.
What is the definition of routinely? So I'd like to know that, because we don't have our chief here. I don't know where our chief is at.
I'm actually concerned with that too, because
routinely is like
your CFAI documentation fails to represent that mutual aid is.
Will you, gentleman?
Mayor, our chief is in a fire conference, and our deputy chief is here.
Chief, how are you? This gentleman said that routinely Miami-Dade County steps into the city of Coral Gables and handles our business. Is that the case?
That would not be the case.
Okay.
It's possible that we may provide more mutual aid to Miami-Dade than they do to us. I understand what he's saying as far as a high-rise fire situation. That's an isolated fire. The fire that he's referring to this past, I know the date exactly, 2 weeks ago, it was, mutual aid was called, and all of Coral Gables resources were dealing with that fire on US 1. It was a smoke event, it was a dumpster fire, but the battalion chief on duty was investigating. He sees smoke was increasing throughout the building, and while he was investigating, they did call for mutual aid. And they determined that it was a dumpster fire and mutual aid was canceled.
So, first off, thank you for clarifying that. That's on the record. This is an example. This is an example of where words are said And these things just perpetuate. That's why in the beginning of the meeting, I signed a document on the record. Because there are people saying, for example, that I have investment interests in Little Gables. I had a meeting with this gentleman. This gentleman told me to my face, there's other people in this room that were there also, not anybody who was elected, because that would be a sunshine violation. We said, listen, we'll let you annex Little Gables and High Pines and Ponce Davis. We'll get out of the way. But let us absorb your entire fire department. I laughed. This is what he told me.
That was not said. We'll correct the record.
You're lying.
When we had a
I'm running this meeting. You're not. Okay. I'm running this meeting.
On the record, it's a lie.
I'm running this meeting. I can call somebody up here right now who'll say it, that it wasn't a record.
Call your lobbyist.
It's not a lobbyist.
Go ahead.
It's a fact.
Call him.
You're calling me a liar. And at the end of the day, you are the liar. And I'm going to take it a step further, because I'm going to give you names of people who you called to make sure they sent an intimidating message to me about not bringing this forward. I'm going to give you names, okay? So you're going to listen. This is not the union. This is the City of Coral Gables Commission. And by the charter, I run this meeting, not you. Number one, you work on intimidation. You work on endorsements and pushing people and giving endorsements to people so they do your bidding.
That's not true.
Let me tell you something on the record. Let me be very, very clear. I'm running for mayor again in April. I didn't need you to win last time. You supported my opponent. I support the fire employees. I support the police. I back the blue. I'm here, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure that our firefighters and the police have every resource. But for you to say that we have bad response times that are better than the county, it is disrespectful to say that on the record. And it is a lie. And yes, you did tell me that you wanted our fire department to be absorbed. And number two, you told multiple people 2 weeks ago, you called them and said, send a message to the mayor. He can either have an easy re-election or can have a tough re-election. No. And it's very simple. If he backs away from annexation, you told that to the mayor of Miami, you told it to the mayor of West Miami, and you told that to another individual who's in this room here. True. And the bottom line
Let's be respectful here.
No, I'm not.
You're not going to be respectful now.
You lost. Listen, this is an issue.
Now we're going to lie.
This is my meeting. Okay. This is the commission is going to conduct it. You're not going to run this meeting.
Shouldn't truth
and I've given you more
prevail
than
in
enough
this
time.
Conversation?
The bottom line is simple. The bottom line is simple. We're having a discussion here. You have your interests that you're addressing. I don't have a problem with it. You want to speak, but don't lie and don't mislead.
Do the same.
And that is, you just said that it happens constantly here in the city. We have to cover back up.
Can I speak for a moment on that so you can stop saying the wrong thing?
It's done.
There is no documentation.
Sir, I'm telling you.
Time out. Mayor, can I say?
Commissioner Anderson has to speak first.
Commissioner Anderson, can you yield to me for 1 moment? I just want to put this in focus. Relax. I've seen this before. There's no need for anybody here to get antagonistic with each other on either side of it. Let's focus on what we're really here to talk about, which
Please
is
take a seat.
Substantive points on annexation.
I'm asking you to take a seat. Your 2 minutes are up.
So I might have a question.
See, I run this meeting. Please take a seat.
Okay.
Now, wait. So.
Please take a seat. He's not the mayor just yet.
You'll have a seat. Our firefighter, can you please come back up here? As Vice Mayor Manna alluded to, the annexation question involves various different considerations. One of them is public safety, like you said, Vice Mayor. There's other considerations as well. And what I'd hoped to do today was at least preliminary start to discuss them and plans for getting the information we need to be able to review them or talk about them again. Now, sir, because it's a valid question. I mean, annexation is expansion of the city limits. It's making the city bigger. We can't argue with that. So is it an indication if we have to call mutual aid because there's a fire or a dumpster fire at a building and we have to call mutual aid because first of all, is it true that all of our units were there? All of our engines?
For this high-rise fire, yes, all of the units were taxed at this particular incident until they discovered the cause of the fire.
All right, and I'm not asking you this to try to prove a point at all. I'm asking you, is that an indication that we don't have enough personnel in the fire? If one fire takes up all our personnel?
This is a unique incident. This is a high-rise fire. High-rise firefighting is something that doesn't happen often. You know, if it does happen, we do need resources, and if it's the legitimate working fire, we would need mutual aid to help backfill or to support our department. That's the only instance that we would need the mutual aid. So,
Mutual, right?
Mutual. Back and forth.
It's mutual
So both
aid.
sides need aid?
It's mutual aid, absolutely, but
How long have you been at the city corps?
30 years.
30 years.
30 years.
Would you say that we provide more mutual aid to Miami-Dade County, on the record, would you say we provide more mutual aid to Miami-Dade County than they provide to us?
My belief, on the record, is that we would provide more mutual aid to them for EMS type calls. For a type 1 high-rise fire in a high-rise building, yes, we would need
Hands
them.
on deck.
Yeah, all
Would
hands
you
on deck.
expect to see high-rise fires in Little Gables or EMS calls?
I'm not aware of any high-rises in
Thank
Little
you.
Gables. Yeah, What I
But I mean,
want to add, though,
if there's a high-rise fire in downtown Coral Gables,
But we're not
then there would be no units available to go to Little Gables, right?
in that situation, we would rely on mutual aid.
And
That's why the mutual aid agreement is there.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, we can't pretend that it's a non-issue. Now, we can hear anecdotes about response time, but I just want to make clear that we need to consider the effect of public safety, and maybe there's a negative effect, maybe there's not. But we can't just sit up here and say that it doesn't pose public issue concerns, or at the very least merit an analysis of the public safety issues. Now, what I want to stay away from, not only with respect to this factor, but every factor in the annexation analysis, is this anecdotal, questioning of routine. What does routine mean? How many units do we have? Who requires mutual aid more? We need to be clear that the public safety factor in that analysis must be considered very carefully, along with the other ones. And it is a distraction to get into politics. I completely agree with you, Mayor. It is a distraction, but let's not let that distraction distract us from the fact that it is a real factor to consider very carefully, and perhaps one of the, if not the most important factor.
But let's also not lose sight of the fact that it was at the forefront of what we did consider when it came through last time. And we talked about how many more officers, how many more firefighters it would take. We looked at the revenue that it would generate from a tax perspective, whether that could be used to hire more people that were necessary. Of course, we're going to have to add, additional resources if we add more homes to the city. Nobody's denying that. That's the exact analysis that we went through and would go through again. Again, this is somebody who voted no last time, just to be clear. I have no bias here. I'm trying to be objective. And I'll get to the reasons why I voted no later, but that's the process we're talking about.
But I just want to, before main commissioner, I apologize. We're discussing facts, not intimidation, not whether the union's going to support me, whether they're going to send 500 people in April when you go to vote and they're going to say horrific things. They've called me a racist. They've called me horrific things. They've sent letters to my house telling my wife I'm having an affair. They've said that I'm a steroid dealer out of City Hall. They sent me. I'm just telling you, to the point where nothing you could.
He's not lying. I'm not lying.
No,
I'm not lying
because
I share this with my colleagues.
But we need to clarify that.
But hold on a minute.
Do we know who sent that, though? I mean, because it sounds like you're saying the firemen sent that.
Listen to me.
I think we need to
Commissioner,
clarify that.
I know that you want to be very clear on certain things, but let me carry this conversation, please. I'm asking you, okay? There has been here. You're not going to intimidate me because I'm not here. And then, as the fire union chief looks over here and says, "Yes, I am." It's the funniest thing I've ever seen, literally, and he laughs in the background. It's the oddest thing when we're here talking about life safety, about the opportunity of truly addressing a community that is the donut hole on a line. We talk about public safety. Public safety is clear. The police chief is here also. Mr. Chief, what is your opinion in regards to public safety? How will it benefit the current residents that we have? What do you think is the opportunity of annexation? Do you think it's a good idea or you think it's a bad idea on the record?
From the City of Coral Gables Police Department and its police department, I believe that it, as I've said before on several other attempts through the 34 years I've been here, is we need to square off the boundaries of the city as far as our patrolling standpoints. As far as mutual aid, which is affected a little bit differently on the police side than it is, the mutual aid in this situation has become weaponized, and that's a problem for me. There's 5 fire departments throughout Miami-Dade County. There's 37 police departments and the county police department. Right now, we have countywide jurisdiction. When there's a sheriff in 2025, when we don't have the description of what that's going to be, our MOUs with the county are going to change as they exist from the police side. So really, the MOU is meant to save lives. That's it. That's what the police department, if that's the case, every time we ask for fire rescue helicopter to transport our officers or our residents, regardless of where they're at, it's an MOU. It's something that everybody in this room pays for county services. Our response times and things, yes, if the residents and this body decides that they want to expand what our budgetary reasons are to help patrol that area to protect both the current Coral Gables boundary and anything we bring in, that's what I'm in favor of. If not, as a county taxpayer, as long as it pays for itself, I'm fine. I believe the conversation that has been switched to the MOU versus not is, as you know, every major emergency, if it's a hurricane, it doesn't make a difference what jurisdiction, because it doesn't make a difference if your house is on fire or you are the victim of a crime. Do you really care who gets there first? You just want us there. And I say us in the totality of public safety. In the police department, if there's a crime going on and the county units, police units are tied up, we're going to respond. The same way if fire units are tied up for Miami-Dade, our fire department has been called out there. It's called mutual aid. It doesn't acquiesce what our abilities are. That's the specific situations. What we're here to discuss, I believe, the annexation is how are we going to handle the day-to-day things and what does that mean for our residents and the annex group. That's why we're looking at it. So
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your guidance and your experience of 34 years along with your experience in regards to where you believe as Coral Gables employees we stand and how we would benefit as a community to having, even considering this opportunity. Commissioner Anderson, you wanted to speak. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier.
Last but not maybe least, I won't repeat the comments that were already made, but I want to be clear that the hiring of firefighters is something that I have spoken to the chief about, and he has made a commitment to do. The building of the station down on Sunset is a top priority. Why? It'll reduce the strain and the time that it takes staff to reach the Sunset area due to traffic concerns, and improve response times in the northern area because we're not wasting time driving to a location down south. The negotiation process on the collective bargaining agreement, it takes 2 to tango. The union needs to be able to aggressively move forward on their negotiation process, but if they choose to sit back and wait until after the police department does their negotiations first and completes their agreement first, why is it then the city's fault that these negotiations aren't completed with the fire union? So we have new buildings that are tall. They also come with some of the best fire suppression equipment in them. It's not like a historic building. It's not like a house fire. You have sprinklers in there. So while I agree with the chief that we need to bring in new firefighters, and he has agreed to bring them in as soon as that second station is built, okay? So we have beds to put the firefighters in. We have to have beds for them to sleep in. I'm not as concerned as if it was a tall building built in 1930 or 1940 or 1950 that doesn't have the degree of fire suppression equipment that the new ones do. I've lived in the county. I experienced their response times. I think the people in the Little Gables need the opportunity to vote.
Can I add something, Mayor? A couple of things. First, I need to address, it's been alluded to that endorsements in politics may have something to do with positions on annexation, which, by the way, I have not yet taken one with respect to this particular issue. So I need to address it because I'm the only one running for office at the moment. So I can only assume that
I'm running for re-election.
Running for re-election, that's right.
If the fire union doesn't derail it.
But you're not talking about yourself, or maybe you are. Point is, I feel the need to address it. I just want to remind everybody, and I'm always, regardless of the issue, I take applications, application by application. My analysis in 2019 may be different than it is in 2022, and vice versa, because I'm going to analyze it from top to bottom every single time, brand new. But I want to make it clear that I have not made any commitment to oppose any particular issue in exchange for any particular endorsement in my county commission race. Perhaps that's an allegation you could make if I was previously in favor of annexation and now in exchange for some, or after some endorsement, I become against it. I've been critical of annexation for the entire tenure of mine in politics, before I was elected and after. So there's been really no change in position for me that it can be correlated to any particular endorsement or any particular support. Speaking of which, one of the primary reasons in 2019 that I opposed annexation was because I believed that the majority of Coral Gables residents did not want it. That was my belief after speaking to them at that time. Again, that was 3.5 years ago, actually 4 years ago at this time. And I always made the point to say that we are hired here or elected to represent the residents of Coral Gables and to carry out their will, the majority's will, and that nobody had asked the Coral Gables residents how they feel about it. And there's nothing wrong with asking them how they feel about it in 2019 and asking them again in 2022 to see if they've changed their mind. But when we talk about this issue, we tend to focus on the desires and the interests of folks in Little Gables, which is fine. They're entitled to have deference to those desires and wishes. But we cannot forget that we need to keep in mind and never forget that we're here to represent the residents of Coral Gables, and we need to determine whether they're in favor of it or not. Now, we all received a lot of emails about this over the course of the last few days. The majority were from Little Gables, a jurisdiction where we were not elected, that we don't represent. And I believe it's because it's natural that they are paying way more attention to this issue than the folks in Coral Gables, because it's just not at the forefront of their mind. I think we need to make efforts and continue this conversation in a manner that brings in more Coral Gables residents and ascertains what they feel about it now in 2022. We hold sunshine meetings about a singular dog park. We hold sunshine meetings about trash pits. We hold sunshine meetings about very minor things. I really believe that annexation calls for, when I say annexation, I mean expansion of our city limits, calls for a sunshine meeting, so we can try to wrap our heads around the fact, around what our residents want, the residents of Coral Gables. So that's what I would suggest. I mean, I think it's a little bit overly ambitious to try to really confront this issue and conduct the analysis we need to at a regular commission meeting, and one with a very long agenda at that. That's my opinion on this annexation conversation.
Commissioner, I'm always willing. I lead the charge in regards to having sunshine meetings. So whenever you want to have it, we'll have it. But my point is today is just about giving the manager and the city attorney the lead to be able to hire an attorney to review the county's ever-changing position in regards to annexation and allow us to, over the next few months, as the county commission changes, just to have discussions, see what angles fit, see what is the county's new annexation discussion actually going to result in. This is not a move where we're going to start polling residents and start preparing an actual annexation document for submission to the county. This is just giving the city manager and city attorney the leeway to hire the professional, the attorney who can give us their best advice in regards to whether this is even possible. You want to have a sunshine meeting? We can do those together. I don't want to waste another meeting waiting to ratify this. This is a simple item that we're just voting on to give them the leeway.
The item, my concern is that the item, doesn't it have a $175,000 price tag?
No, we can do it by commission meeting, every commission meeting. We can come back and say, look, the manager, or the city attorney has spent $10,000. Do you want to continue spending that? We give leeway to the manager to spend anything under $50,000. The city attorney has a higher threshold. So this is a courtesy bringing it forward. I could have gone to the city attorney and the city manager and said, let's hire an attorney to move forward and to look into the situation and see if this is even possible, to understand the county's new interests in regards to annexation. What is the old legislation? What is the new proposed legislation? What is the temperature of the county commission, which will be changing in November? There will be a new county commissioner that will be representing Little Gables. And maybe that county commissioner is in favor. Maybe that county commissioner is not in favor. But at the end of the day, we'll find out in November who that county commissioner is going to be. And if they're not in favor, obviously we won't proceed in even considering annexation, because that will be futile. Because as we know, the county commission does not work the way that we work. We represent the entire city. They're divvied up into 13 districts, where there's a lot of deference given to the district attorney, to the district county commissioner. So that's all I'm saying. I don't think it's a big ask. I think it's pretty simple, and I'm willing to make a motion on it if I have to.
No, and I would just add, I don't know how much more public comment we have, but just to kind of cut to the chase,
we have more
a little bit, and I'm happy to hear from anybody. Again, I voted no the first time around. The main reasons for that was I had a lot of questions about the mobile home park in the area and how that would be handled. I did not have, in my estimation at the time, good answers for what the plan was for that. So that was a big factor. We need to evaluate all those things. I think the change from it being just Little Gables as opposed to Little Gables and Ponce Davis, back at the time, there was a shortage on tax funds that would result from the Little Gables portion, but a surplus on tax funds that would come from the Ponce Davis neighborhood. Obviously, property values have changed significantly over the last few years throughout South Florida. So what the picture looks like today, I don't know. And so if the goal of today's item is to hire somebody to get more information so that we can make an informed decision down the line, I'm a yes for that. I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't mean I'm going to ultimately be a yes vote or a no vote on annexation. That means if we're going to make a decision and I'm here when that decision gets made, I want to have all the information that I can have. And so I don't have a problem with what you have on the agenda today.
And I think, Vice Mayor, I did some research, informal research, from the last sales in Little Gables. This is no longer this little sleepy enclave where people move to buy a house for $300,000. Houses this month sold for $2.2 million. I can give you the address. I just don't want to give anybody's public information out there. 1.16 million, 1.2 million, 820, 875, 998, 1.299. I don't want to say later that I didn't give the right number if I, average it up to 1.3. 715, 755. The square foot numbers are $900 to $1,080 per square foot. The taxable values have gone up incredibly, and the turnover in that little area has happened so quickly that these are not just property values that have gone up, these are actual sales, so they have new taxable value in regards to the county. So I would like to get that concrete and represent it to the city with this consultant and say, look, this is the last 50 sales. How many homes? What is the taxable value? If the money's not there, I'm not gonna proceed. If my chief tells me it's not worth it, and again, at the end of the day, it's not gonna help us in regards to public safety, I'm not gonna proceed. I'm reasonable. I don't have my own personal agenda. I don't own property. I don't have a business there. I'm not being paid. I'm not a lobbyist. So, and I won't be intimidated in April because the county commission or anybody that works for a union or our own union won't support me, or is gonna go out there and is gonna go have people at the polls. Didn't work last time. You lost by 20%. And you call me every name in the book, and you did everything possible to tarnish my name. That didn't happen. It won't happen this time. Because at the end of the day, my life is not defined by being in this position. I have to do what I believe is right by the city. And I've never in my life, and I have the utmost respect for every one of my colleagues here, I've never seen the vice mayor ever speak like that to somebody. And it's shameful and it's embarrassing to come up here and have our deputy chief refute your comments on the record. This is not hearsay. This is actual, a person saying, no, you're wrong. This is the actual information. So I'd like to hear from the public comment if possible. I know people have been waiting.
Mayor, can I make a clarification while
Yes,
people come up?
of course.
So it's 170,000, not 175.
Okay.
That's for consulting fees, and then that does not include the hard cost as written today. So that would be postage, graphic design, petition. Also, to the vice mayor's point, the resolution as written asks us to reinitiate the process. So if you want clarification about just, if you want to clarify that it's to conduct a preliminary study and come back, we should reflect that here because that's not what it says right now.
And Mayor, this item was deferred once, I believe, and it was my impression that 50 home analysis, or I don't know what's going to be the 50 home analysis.
100 home, whatever it may be.
Whatever it is, or just the increased tax revenue analysis, that's what we were going to have today. Because I think that's also one of the big factors.
No, what I said was I reviewed informally. This is not an actual study, but that's part of the package. And we shouldn't wait. I don't want to wait anymore. Stop kicking the can down the curb. Stop looking for reasons not to do this. Let's do this. If you don't want to vote for it, vote no. It's very fine. You voted no before, you can vote no again. I'm just saying it's time to move forward. It's time to move forward. Take it for a vote.
To the city attorney's point, should we clarify what the scope of what we're doing right now is?
What I'd like to do is I'd like to hire an attorney. You know what? Commissioner Menendez has been waiting. I apologize. I apologize, my friend. Sorry about that.
I don't know.
Out of respect for you.
I just ordered coffee.
Should have ordered me.
And it's the truth. And Mrs. Cruz, I'll get you coffee. Yes, I'm sorry. At this point, I'd love to hear the public talk. Let some air come into the room again. And let the folks that are here that want to speak, and then maybe we pick it up. I'm going to reserve my comments till after everyone speaks. I think at this point, it's a good time to pivot.
I appreciate it. What I was looking for very quickly before we hear public comment, as the person walks up, is very simple. Just do a simple analysis of the last 100 sales, 75 sales in Little Gables, so we know concrete from a realtor or appraiser what the numbers are. That can be done cheap. It can be done probably a few months. It'll take. Have a conversation in regards to what additional forces we would need if we were to annex this area. Have an attorney, a person like Miguel de Grande, who I think is very well versed, or I leave it up to the discretion of the city attorney and the city manager to look and meet with county officials, meet with the new incoming, as I can tell, the new incoming in November. So it's going to take time. The new incoming commissioner to measure if there's even an interest in doing this, because if that person comes in and says we're not interested, we're not moving forward. That's it. There's no reason to spend money on that. But I want to be prepared. I don't want to be in December talking about preparing to do this in January, February, March. I want to do it now.
And let's commit, and I don't mind adding this too, and I'm sure you won't have an issue either, to address Commissioner Forrest. Let's add that at the culmination of that initial process, we will have a sunshine meeting with Coral Gables residents. once we have that information and we're able to present it and have them evaluate it. I think before we fully commit to proceeding with a full-fledged annexation process, I agree with Commissioner Forrest that absolutely is something that should happen. But let's get some information first so that we can make an informed decision.
So if the price tag for the resolution as written, which is reinitiating the annexation process, is 170, is what we're talking about here something that doesn't require a financial commitment?
Everything, I mean, listen, in my opinion, and maybe I can speak for the city attorney, city clerk, and the city manager, everything requires money. You're gonna hire an appraiser, you're gonna hire a reputable attorney to go through the process and analyze this, host meetings at the county, host meetings with parties that have a vested interest in accepting annexation or not accepting annexation. It's gonna take time, it's gonna take money. We probably need to hire an accounting firm. We probably need to potentially hire some sort of consultant for a police chief to be able to give more tangible data than just, hey, I think it's a good idea because of X, Y, and Z. It's gonna cost money if we wanna make an informed decision. And I'm willing to go down that route.
I just think if it's going to cost that much money, we should have the sunshine meeting before. And that's my personal opinion. Okay.
I think I can wrap it up because I have some information I'd like to share with us that I think can put everything together in a nice little package, but I would like the people to talk first.
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Luciana Gonzalez.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Luciana Gonzalez, 4605 Southwest 12th Street. I've been here before. I went to the county commission a few years ago. I'm going to be very brief because a lot that I was planning to say has already been said. Mr. Mena, you said it correctly that the county, this commission voted to move forward. The county also recommended approval back in July 2019. The county staff, along with the mayor at the time, on their report, recommended approval of the annexation. So I want to just remind everybody about that. Like the police chief said, it doesn't matter who gets there as long as they get there. And that's our number one issue in this community. They don't get there. They don't get there on time. And no, we don't have high-rise fires, but we do have a lot of EMS calls. I had to call the police not too long ago, and it took them 5 hours to get there. But anecdotal aside, let's stick to the facts. Little Gables is an enclave. Enclave meaning that is surrounded by the city of Coral Gables by 3 sides, which is more than 80%, which is what the county calls for. We are in Miami-Dade County also took a position many years ago that enclaves should be dissolved and absorbed by municipalities. It makes sense for Coral Gables to be the one. We are treated as second-class citizens. I attend the youth center with my kids and their soccer programs. My kids go to Coral Gables Preparatory Academy. My daughter goes to Coral Gables Senior High. This is our community. We just want a voice in this community. And we need an opportunity to take a vote. We won't be able to take a vote until the county takes action. The county won't take action until Coral Gables takes action. So we're here for you to please take action. This is not the first time. Hopefully it will be the last time. And at the last county meeting back in July 2019, there were several trailer park residents there. I wonder how they got there, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
By the way, just for the record, I think we can't forget that, and I understand the anecdotal evidence or anecdotal story about the response times of police, and nothing wrong with anecdotal evidence. That's what we all mainly use most of the time when we don't have experts in the room or data in the room, which is most of the time. But in the case of fire, we have the president of the Miami-Dade Fire Union here, and we have a high-ranking officer, a fireman from our department. But with respect to police, doesn't mean you can't talk about police response time in Little Gables, but no representative from Miami-Dade Police is here. Because they're at the funeral of the fallen officer. So let's just remember that too, that they're not getting an opportunity to respond to these anecdotal testimony.
Okay.
On this particular issue.
Karen Shane.
Ms. Shane, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Karen Shane. My address is 4375 Southwest 13th Street. I've lived in Little Gables for 28 years and have served as the president of the Little Gables Neighborhood Association for over 20 of those years. Public safety is our #1 concern. We are an enclave disconnected from all other parts of unincorporated Miami-Dade. Unfortunately, too many calls to 911 have typically been directed to Coral Gables, then redirected to the city of Miami, and then finally to the county, after which emergency response times have been dangerously slow. We are a very small, quiet community, only a half-mile square, so we do not have that many emergencies and not very much crime. But we have an aging population, including myself. We have young families, and we have people with potential health problems, just like any other community. When a life is on the line, time is of the essence. For Melita Jarek, a 43-year-old FIU grad student, time was not on her side. She lost her life by a hit-and-run driver in front of her home on Southwest 11th Street a number of years ago. Had she had time on her side, her brain might have gotten the oxygen it needed to keep her alive. Had we been part of Coral Gables, she just might have made it. And if you could play the clip.
Give us 1 second.
Can't hear it.
We need sound. Should I play it on my iPad? No sound?
Beautiful like lost. There's no way back.
Natasha Jarrett confirms there was nothing else doctors could do for her sister, 43-year-old Melita Jarrett. She's now off of life support and pronounced dead. The FIU grad student was hit right in front of her home as she crossed Southwest 11th Street to her car and left for dead. The family held out hope until yesterday.
She did make few breaths on her own, but yesterday they ran the last test and she couldn't do that either.
Police released the 911 call from Friday afternoon.
Breathing yet? No air. I need to know if she's breathing. She's breathing. Okay, the car that hit her still there? No, he left. How long ago was this? It's been about 10 minutes.
Melita's roommate, Rosanna, told her neighbors she sat there with Melita's bleeding body in her arms for half an hour while the 911 call was bounced around.
They were bounced around 5 to 6 different times on the 911 dispatch units to try to convince them that they needed.
My daughter and my sister.
PC6, we didn't hear the call being transferred. I asked police point blank and was told, quote, if something like that did happen, it would definitely be part of the investigation, but it hasn't even come up.
We are interviewing witnesses in the area. We're interviewing neighbors, obviously. Investigators have done several canvasses from that evening. There were, in fact, some cameras in the area. You can see one behind me.
The family makes one last desperate public plea. Natasha flips through pictures.
My daughter and my sister.
And hopes someone who knows something, has a heart, sees a beautiful life lost and comes forward.
She was very lighthearted, very quick on her toes, very quick in her brain. She was like a butterfly.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Corey Cudverson.
Next person?
Christina Villamil.
No worries. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having us. Thank you, commissioners. I think at the end of the day, you'll hear from both sides of Little Gables residents as well as North Gables residents. We all want a safe community. We have little children that live in the area. Myself and my husband have 2 little ones. And the response time from police and firefighters is shocking. Both times I've had to call 911, it has taken over an hour to respond. Aside from the anecdotal evidence, we want to have a safe, secure border, which benefits the residents of the city of Coral Gables. It benefits all of us at the end of the day. And why we're here is to vote to say, let's begin the process. Let's allow the residents their right to vote, which is why we are here. It's how you all are elected by us, the people. And we are asking you to take that vote to allow the process, and let's have a fruitful conversation. We'll have it under sunshine, and we can debate the various points of annexation. But let's also keep in mind, and I want to put this on the record, that the fire union continuously tries to intimidate the residents of Little Gables on Election Day. They drive up and down our streets to show that they are, for the first time, present in our neighborhoods. And I want that to be known, that we will not be intimidated, we will not be stopped. We want a safe community for our children. And I ask that each one of you, as you sit here in the city of Coral Gables, and I will ask the same of our county commissioners, regardless of your endorsements, do what's right for the people. Do what's right for your community. Do what's right by the people that elected you and put you into your power, to your seat. And I thank you all for this opportunity, and I look forward to the fruitful conversations that will come out of this. Thank you.
Ma'am, one quick question. If you don't mind, I don't need your address.
Yes, Mr.
When
Mayor.
did you move in? When did you move into Little Gables?
My husband and I bought our first home in Little Gables in 2018, and we have since purchased our second home in Little Gables.
And have you seen a significant or less turnover in Little Gables in regards since you moved in of residents, families moving in?
Our Little Gables community has thrived with new families coming in. It is changing continuously. As you've mentioned, all of the recent prices in the last 30 days, that they have gone from where you used to be able to buy a starter home for $350,000, $400,000, they're now well over $1 million. There are 2 homes that you did not list on your site that are listed for over $3 million and are pending sales.
Wow, that's incredible.
And also to note to that, the millage rate for the county is higher than the millage rate for City of Coral Gables.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot that. Thank you. We have by the way, just so everybody knows, we have the second lowest millage rate for a full-service city in Miami-Dade County. It's pretty incredible, out of 34 municipalities. With a class, and by the way, we're the only city in Miami-Dade County with a Class 1 fire, Class 1 police. We do our own recycling, and we do our own trash. It's pretty incredible what we do with very limited resources.
And we can discuss all of that later on Sunshine Mean, but I'm asking you guys to
Thank you
please
for that.
vote to continue this process.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk?
Ricardo Lopez.
Mr. Lopez.
Good morning, Mayor and
Good morning, sir.
Commissioners. Ricardo Lopez, 4291 Southwest 12th Street. It's a house that my grandparents bought back in 1972, 50 years ago. It's a house that 30 years ago today, I left my parents' house in Pinecrest to go spend Hurricane Andrew at my grandparents' house. And when my wife and I outgrew our condo in downtown, after we had our second child, we said we need more space, we need better schools. We moved to Little Gables, and we've been there for a bunch of years now. I'm here today as an active citizen without a city. I teach at the University of Miami School of Architecture. I've been there over 15 years. I've documented with my students many of Coral Gables' best historic buildings, the Fink Building. We're doing the Coral Gables Congregational Church now. City Hall, filed in the Library of Congress. I have an architecture practice in downtown. I'm the current chair of the Preservation Board at City of Miami Beach. I'm an active citizen without a city. The response times, I've unfortunately experienced those challenges too. But I'm hoping that I can tap into what the city has to offer and show my kids, what it's like to be a good citizen. We have them over at St. Teresa School, where I'm the Cub Master of the PAC 16, And we talk about citizenship, and thank you for coming by last year to talk to us. So I'm here to encourage the board to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Gustavo Madrigal.
Mr. Madrigal, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor and
Morning, sir.
Commissioners. Thank you very much. I've been a resident of Little Gables since 2015, 1625 Southwest 40th Avenue. I am all for having this conversation and seeing where it leads. I support it personally. I don't have any anecdotal, it's just facts of the issue that we have, which is flooding in our street. That has been, we've reached out to Ms. Sosa and never gotten a response. And it's an issue that I see where you guys are getting grants here for septic and stuff like that, and we would like to participate in that also because our house is literally surrounded by Coral Gables on the back, on the side, or on this next street, and our whole life is here. So we just want a chance and opportunity to take it to a vote and go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can I say one thing really quick? Because as we keep talking, it's not specific to what you said, but no, I just wanted to make the point. I don't want, the reason why the annexation rules are the way they are, and you talk about enclaves and all these things, the county does a terrific job on a lot of things for a lot of residents of Miami-Dade County. I don't want to lose sight of that. I don't want this to turn into a who does it better debate. The issue is, because this is an enclave, just like Ponce Davis is an enclave, it's somewhat isolated from other parts of the county, and therefore some of the services and the quality of the services is impacted. That's the, I think, operating theory behind why the parameters for when annexation is appropriate are what they are. So again, as we talk about these issues, you know, I have a lot of respect for our county commission and for the various people at the county who do a really good job from across the board. But when you have an enclave like this and like others, that's where, you know, you have challenges. And so that's really what we're talking about. And I just want to make that clarification because, you know, I think it's important to keep that perspective as we talk about this.
Well said, Vice Mayor.
Mary Ann Aleman Madrigal.
Quick question for clarification, 2 seconds. If the residents of Little Gables, will their taxes go up if annexed? Yes, right? Or no? In other words, will they pay more taxes?
City taxes.
They'll pay cities, but in other words, will their taxes be higher?
Not so much if you're homesteaded, I'm assuming.
But they will be higher than they are now?
Yeah.
The millage rate is lower in the city. So we'll have a sunshine meeting to get into this. Future point.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you
Thank
for
you for
having
being
me. I
here.
wasn't prepared to speak today, but first off, Mayor, I want to say you're doing a phenomenal job, regardless of what
Thank you.
that guy says. No, but, and also,
Make sure you show up on April. I know you can't vote, but
I know.
I'd love for you to support me because the guy giggling in the back
But-
says that, you know, he's coming after me, so I need your support.
well, I mean, just speaking about that issue, I would love the opportunity to vote in the city of Coral Gables. We actually live and breathe city of Coral Gables. Our little golf cart driving around. Our daughters, Commissioner Forrest, are in the same class together at school, and we really like just thrive in the community. We just want our voice to be heard. So I appreciate you guys bringing this topic of conversation that's probably gone on for decades again, and I'm looking forward to the discussion, and hopefully my goal is to hopefully change your minds, Michael and commissioners, versus your last vote, but hopefully we can just have positive conversation about this. But thank you for bringing this up, Mayor, because this is important to us, just because I want my daughter to actually go to Cookies with Santa in December, and she's not allowed because our folio is like, I don't know, 01 or 10, whatever. We could just, anyway, so thank you.
It's a small things. It's a small things, right? It's a small things. Thank you very much.
By the way, for the record,
Signs?
I didn't vote against it last time. I wasn't on the commission.
Gladys Signs.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for being here.
Yes, my name is Gladys Sines. I live at 4331 Southwest 15th Street, and I've been living there for 22 years now, so it's been a while. One of the things that I wanted to bring up about Miami-Dade Police Department is, yes, it takes them longer to get there maybe, but our crime rate is very low. I have been keeping statistics since 2013, and it doesn't just happen. It happens because we have police patrol, and I have Rebecca Sosa to thank for that. And I did go to her office, and she was responsive to me. So these things don't just happen. We have low crime rate because we have a good police department there. One of the other reasons that I don't want annexation, I'm obviously against annexation. One of the other reasons I don't want annexation is the high density that goes on in Coral Gables is outrageous to me. It brings more crime, it brings more traffic, and there's building that's going to be in, I believe it's Bermudez. I've seen them quarter it off already. That's on that side of Lejeune. I'm on the other side of Lejeune. I do not want high density in my area. And, that's one of the things that was discussed before, of creating higher density on Lejeune between 15th and 16th. And that's my area, and I would like that not to happen. I'm not that happy on the smaller items. I'm not that happy about garbage pits either. And
It's two of us. Two of us.
ugliest thing I ever
Three.
saw. And of course, I don't want higher taxes or higher fees for garbage pickup, and I don't want to be fined when my house is not up to Coral Gables standards, which it will be. Whether it's grandfathered in for 1 year or not, eventually it will be. So those are my points of why I don't want to be part of Coral Gables. We love Coral Gables. We're in Coral Gables. We walk across Coral Gables, but I still want to be part of Little Gables.
2 quick points. First off, thank you for being here and putting your points on the record. It's important. One day, hopefully, I'll be able to sit down with you with some of our members of our team and explain item by item of your concerns. Maybe we agree, maybe we disagree, that's fine. And number 2, for the record, Commissioner Sosa has served with distinction for many years in this community. While we have agreed or disagreed, we agreed a lot more than we disagreed, to be honest with you, a lot more. She has given and dedicated her life to service. So I'm a person, listen, sometimes I miss a phone call, sometimes I miss an email. I try to answer as many as I can. So I agree, I appreciate you bringing her up and acknowledging her commitment to this community. We're all far from perfect, but she's done a great job serving this
She had
community.
the courtesy to listen, and I showed her the statistics, and it was a budget situation where we didn't have patrol for a while. But then she initiated having police in our area again, and crime went down.
I'm grateful that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Roberto Sequeira.
Mr. Sequeira, good morning.
Roberto Sequeira. I live in 4327 Southwest 10th Street. I basically just came in here. Everything has been said in here. I appreciate what Commissioner Mena just said. I'm not going to come here about putting numbers or saying this or saying the other. I think that the idea that we are a small enclave, and for no bad reasons of the Miami-Dade County, it happens, and sometimes this happens. We are in a situation where we're having such a problem that being just surrounded by a major city that would be, in my humble opinion, better served if we go there. In my case, I used to live in Coral Gables. I love Coral Gables. They didn't throw me out of there. I didn't be pumped out or anything. In the process of downsizing, I had this property there where I'm living right now, and I opted to go there. And not only that I improved the property, I just did a major improvement in it, and I'm very happy to living in there as a resident there. But I realized all of the things I'm seeing here, younger generation, younger than me, that are coming there, houses are going up in value, and I understand all the things where people have children. I have now granddaughters that I also want to enjoy in my house, and I could have very easily afforded an apartment in Coral Gables. I decided to go there, and for those reasons, I believe that the annexation and the fact of going to Coral Gables would be a very good thing. Unfortunately, and I don't want to go into politics, last time around it was not good what happened. It was not fair. That's my opinion. But I hope that in order to let the people vote their mind, I think that's the great thing that we have in this great country of ours, that sometimes we don't appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk,
Maria Sequeira.
she'd like to pass.
She's gonna pass.
Lynn Bloomstein.
Ms. Bloomstein, thank you for being here. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street, Miami, Florida. Born at Doctor's Hospital a very long time ago. Class of 71 at Coral Gables High School. I've been around here forever, and I never left. So, I have a quick yes or no question, and then I have a couple of comments. Here's the question. If annexation were to happen, and I sincerely hope it does not, will all the homes be required to change their addresses from numbered streets to named streets?
Yes.
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 Driver's licenses, marriage licenses, passports, deeds to your home, Social Security, your mail, all of those things. Do you know, I used to deliver mail also. I was one of the first women delivering mail in Miami in the early 70s. How long does it take you to get your forwarded mail? You think you're ever going to get your mail or anything again if you change our addresses?
I moved into a new house a year ago, and I did everything you just described, and it was easier than ever because actually with the post office you can.
Well, you're very lucky.
I just want you to
So you're
have comfort
saying
of that part
that
about it.
somebody that lives on 15th Street or 13th Street is going to become Affluenza Avenue because they're in Coral Gables?
That's a good one.
Is that what you're forcing upon us?
I don't know. Well, two things.
So your answer was yes.
Two things.
Okay.
No, but let me answer you correctly. I don't think it would be affluenza. That's good.
Well, that's what they want.
But whatever it would end up being, it won't be forced upon you because it'll go through the rules and regulations.
It will be the biggest nightmare that ever occurred for anybody that has an address.
As somebody
You
that voted,
know it.
as somebody that voted no a few years ago when you were here, I remember you being here. I just want you to know that part of it.
Thank you for your courageous answer. Okay, here are my.
It's an honest answer.
By the way, I want to chime in. Last commission meeting or two commission meetings ago, we had the same situation in South Gables regarding an area that was, I think, annexed.
Enclave, a little
enclave.
That was annexed. That was annexed years ago.
And we switched it over, but we gave them a year to transition. It's not like something that will happen from overnight.
Nightmare.
By the way, affluenza, I just checked, is taken. Influenza is available. Just
Influenza, I'm sure, is available in this very room at this very moment. So
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to proceed. So there's a saying that says, you don't know what you don't know until you know it. I predict there will be an ocean of regret by those who vote for this and those that don't vote at all. There's a saying, oh, I said that already. Okay.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. I also predict that within 10 years, Lejeune Road from 8th Street to Alhambra will become a concrete corridor. I'm concerned for myself and other people who are on fixed incomes. We all know the cost will be a great burden to many. They just don't know it yet. My current water bill for the past 30 years has been $10 a month. What will it be if I am forced to live in Coral Gables? Will it still be $10 a month?
$10 a month. Same.
Oh, okay, we'll see.
And your electricity bill is the same also.
Miami-Dade Water and Sewer.
And I'm appalled.
And as a matter of fact, if I may, since you mentioned that, if you stick around for the rest of the commission meeting, you'll see something that we as a commission have been working on for 5 years. I've been working on for a long time. We're actually going to give the green light to commence undergrounding a majority of our city, of all the power lines. We've been working with FP&L. We've been having meetings, correct, Mr. Manager? The undergrounding of FP&L, it's something that we're going to be voting on today to approve that. So we're one of the first cities in the state of Florida that's going to be taking advantage of the program, and we've been working hand in hand with FP&L, and you would get potentially some of that benefit also.
With zero cost, right?
With zero cost to the resident,
Okay, may I finish? And
Mayor, it even includes the service.
I'm gonna
It even
finish.
includes the residential service.
It even includes the residential service too, to your
I'm gonna
backyard.
finish, okay?
No, please, take your time.
Thank you.
I want to make sure we give you enough time.
Thank you. And I'm appalled and heartbroken for the hundreds of people that will be uprooted, displaced and become homeless because of your actions. And that will be your legacy, that you created hundreds of homeless people and in the worst of times. There's another saying that says, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I knew somebody was going to bring up the buses of the last meeting. So only to that I want to say, if somebody were about to force me from my home, I'd put on a T-shirt and get on a bus also. And so my last thought is this. I sent a text to one of my clients who's very involved in Coral Gables. I'm not going to say who she is, of course. You know her, she knows you. And I said, what is your thought on this annexation? And I'm going to leave you with her thought. For the annex, what makes our city beautiful is the consistency throughout the city, something citizens support through our actions and taxes. They should focus on supporting our downtown area and not adding additional stress to our resources. They need to do more for our existing city, which is involved in growth and expansion that are already challenging for traffic and infrastructure. These high-rise buildings and density are not being handled, and they want to add more. Take care of our city and infrastructure first. Get permits through quicker. Monitor code violations. Spend more for our first responders. Please leave Little Gables alone. I love Dade County. I love their services. Thank you very much.
You're the best. Thank you very much.
And the last speaker, Mr. Mayor, is David Cook, and it's through Zoom.
Mr. Cook, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Give him 1 second, he's on Zoom.
Mr. Cook, good morning.
Good morning. You guys hear me?
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank each of you for allowing me to appear remotely. And thank you for your efforts over the past 3 years to improve Little Gables. I spoke with Mr. Force. I spoke with Mr. Mena back in 2019 and pointed out that as residents of Little Gables, we are consumers of Coral Gables. We use your parks. Your police officers direct traffic at our children's schools. You provide summer programs to our kids through the War Memorial. And we thoroughly appreciate all that you already do for us. We just would like to pay our fair share and be able to contribute to the city of Coral Gables in return for everything you already do. Hopefully, with the private renovations, the turnover of houses, it's financially making sense for you to annex this now. I appreciate that concern. I appreciate Mr. Forrest saying the residents of Coral Gables should vote on this. This is a Coral Gables issue, not a Little Gables issue, but we consume your resources. Please let us contribute. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, thank you for being here.
Mr. Mayor, right now we have one more speaker, Larry Schwartz.
Okay, after Mr. Schwartz, we'll close the public comment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but please, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. I have just been here for a year. I'm originally from the beach, but I've been living up north for about 60 years for work. One of the things that I'm very concerned about is this response time thing. The Little Gables people are being kind of cut short on that. I have a lot of experience with short response time. My wife was a diabetic and a lot of problems. Where I'd been living, the average response time was less than 5 minutes. And 3 times they had to come and save her life. I think that although there are comments about we'll dilute our resources by adding Little Gables, every one of these high rises that goes up adds up more people than live in Little Gables and taxes the resources more. So I think that's something that should be considered as we can help the people who live there. I don't think it's going to dilute the resources for the Coral Gables area quite that much. And the other thing is a concern about mutual aid. I realize that it's a necessary kind of thing, but it generally happens only when there's a crisis, like the building fire or there's a lot of things going on. The question is, how often does that happen that it reduces the needs for the Coral Gables Fire Department and Police Department to help our own residents? So it's just my concerns.
Thank you and welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the way you guys have been handling the meeting. I think it's very professional, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can we close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Menendez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment, I know a few, probably most of my colleagues know someone who lives in Little Gables. I have a former work colleague, someone that I coached back in the day at the youth center, St. Teresa families, youth center families. So, you know, a great many of you are an extension of my life. And I totally understand, for many of you, wanting to be part of Coral Gables. I mean, it's a natural concept, a natural idea if you just look at the map. And today it's been a very interesting item, a lot of discussion, a lot of heated discussion. And I think I can perhaps help guide us down a path that's fair, and that hopefully the process can be transparent and people have the opportunity to express their ideas, and maybe we come to some unanimous agreement at some point in time. So I'd like to do research. So, and thank God I still have somewhat of a good memory. And I remember, and I looked it up, June 8th of last year, we had an item, commission item G4, and it had to do with the annexation, potential annexation of High Pines and Ponce Davis. And I even pulled up the transcript just to see what our discussion was about. And the good news is we're pretty consistent 1 year later. Same concerns, same things in favor, same things that we worry about, but we're consistent. And some of the comments were that we would like to have feedback from Coral Gables residents in a community workshop. That was discussed. There was a desire for some form of commitment from the county on the front end, which is logical, reasonable. That's something I think I looked it up, we pretty much all agreed on that. Colleague of mine mentioned concern about staffing issues, something that we discussed today. At the end of the discussion, the one thing that came up was someone said, I'm asking for the commission to approve to start having conversations and meetings with the county. And another comment was, it's an important distinction between having initial discussions, which we support, without a full-fledged commitment to the process until we have a better sense as to where this is headed. You don't jump in a car on a road trip without having an idea that the road continues, just doesn't fall off a cliff. We ended up with a resolution, and it passed unanimously 5-0. And I have the resolution here, and I'd love to just pass it along to my colleagues as reference, and maybe this is something that we can discuss and maybe agree to like we did a year ago. So basically, it's the resolution of City Commission designating Mayor Lago as the commission's representative to meet with Miami-Dade County regarding the possibility of the city annexing, at that time, High Pines and Ponce Davis. And it goes through a whole bunch of issues and concerns. And if we incorporate the thing about workshops, having resident input, discussing all the issues that were discussed today, on one hand, and at the same time, we engage the county, I think that's the path forward. And I'd love to hear from my colleagues, but I think we've heard from folks that are opposed to it, and obviously a lot of folks are in favor of it, and there are a lot of issues to be resolved, but I don't think we should just stop. We should move forward and see how far this goes. So if you're comfortable with something similar to this.
So again, I don't have an issue going to speak to the county, but the issue is that this needs to be done by a professional attorney. Exactly. This needs to be done by a professional. There's a reason why this was done a year ago and nothing happened. We're going on almost 2 years. Why it's stagnated. You need to have a team, you need to hire so there's data, so there isn't contrary statements. You know, yes, you give us mutual aid. No, we give you mutual aid. Yes, your response times are slow. No, our response times are better than yours. Like actual data, so you can say, look, let me explain to you why these numbers, why financially this makes sense for the city, why we're not going into debt when a resident asks us. So some residents, none of those concerns matter to them. What they matter is this going to be a stress on our resources financially. You need to have documents that are certified by accountants, by appraisers, by individuals who do, for example, studies for police and monitor the cases that have been called. Okay, are there higher calls in a certain area? How would we address it? I think passing the same resolution and going to the county is just basically saying, look, we're kicking it down the curb. We're not interested in really taking this seriously.
Could you elaborate, or the city attorney elaborate on what kind of professional? I mean, there are all kinds of attorneys, there are lobbyists. What are we talking about in terms of who we would need, the type of person we would need to get answers?
So we've spoken to an initial individual who specializes in annexation, who's given us a flat rate for what he would charge for the whole process, which is not what we're talking about right now. And then additional consultants that would be necessary, which is how we came up with the approximate number of 170. Again, that does not include postage, printing, graphic design, petitions, public meetings, all of those hard costs.
Well, I think that we would have to look at this a little bit differently. If we are looking at, we've got the financial side and the public safety side, so there's a lot of issues that we would need a consultant on. For instance, what are potential tax revenues? What are potential expenses? We're in flux right now. We're dealing with very high tax revenues, but we're also dealing with very high expenses. So we have had various meetings with finance on that, and it is very difficult to actually determine all these things. We have the public safety issue. We have the potential taxation issue. So I think there's a lot of issues that we need to look at this, and in order to do that professionally, I think we need some outside consulting help to get that done. I think, and that's something that we can initiate before, if the commission, at the commission's pleasure, if we do that before we initiate something from, and then of course, let me not leave out the fact that there may be some changes in the annexation rules by the county. We need to address all those issues, and we can certainly do that and advise the commission on all those issues prior to making that determination whether to move forward.
Well, there seem to be a lot of obviously moving parts, and I want to make sure we address all the moving parts so we don't have to come back here time and time again to then add more layers to whatever we're going to sort of decide on. You mentioned finance, you mentioned taxes, we mentioned the annexation process. Obviously, we want to have workshops for the Coral Gables residents, but also Little Gables residents can chime in. So how can we present a resolution, a motion in some form that we address all these issues? I want it fair and transparent. At the end of the day, I'm going to listen to the people, and I want to do what's right. And I know there's a need and there's a demand, but everybody has to participate in the process.
Mayor, I'll say a final point. I'll leave it at this. I know the mayor and I always spar about annexation. It goes back to when we first met each other. And that's perfectly fine. When we agree, we agree. We disagree. I have no problem whatsoever going forward with more careful analysis of annexation of Little Gables. For me, I would be interested at this stage in doing as much of that as we can internally without authorizing $170,000. I'd like to do as much of it, this is my position, as much of it as we can to get to as informed of a place as we can internally, have the sunshine meeting to bring in more Coral Gables residents, and not cross that point where we authorize 170. If we're authorizing 170, I think that should be done. It's taxpayer money from Coral Gables. I think we should do it after a sunshine meeting with Coral Gables residents, although I have no problem with a resolution directing staff to do as much of that as we can internally.
I would hope to have valid and good information at a sunshine meeting for the residents to receive. We can't do that in a vacuum. Both sides need to hear the information. The educational process takes time. It takes materials. This happens on every issue, whether it be annexation or septic to sewer conversion. You need accurate information to make a decision upon. So I'm in favor of moving forward and ask the city manager what is necessary at this stage, monetarily wise, to take the necessary steps to get the information we need to have a good sunshine meeting.
Commissioner, I couldn't have said any better. You do not want to get yourself into a situation where you're having a sunshine meeting where I've had dozens of them, and you're discussing information and one party's refuting information. Perfect example, the mutual aid agreement issue. This is simple. Let's give the manager and the city attorney the necessary resources to hire the best attorney addressing the issue of annexation, the potential of annexation, an accountant, a consultant in regards to addressing life safety concerns, and a litany of other things that I imagine that will probably come up as a result of the manager and the city clerk and the city attorney diving deeper, and my colleagues working with each one of them. Mr. DeGrande is the authority in this community when it comes to annexation. Like the manager mentioned, this is evolving. Naomi has been tracking it for some time and doing a very good job on that front. But I think it's time that we understand that this commission is going to turn over in November, give our leadership the necessary tools to move forward so we can make a decision once this county commission turns over. We're ready. We have all the information. We can present it, the property values, what's going to be the impact financially for the city, so we can move forward with a brand new county commission.
Yeah, I would say if it doesn't already read this way, Madam City Attorney, just maybe I would say up to $170,000, right?
You can say up to.
That way you guys can use your discretion on, as the mayor said earlier, in terms of.
Vice Mayor, we will try to keep it as low as possible, but I think we need to have accurate information.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Look, I at the last meeting that Commissioner Menendez referenced, I'm one of the people that thinks I want to know what the county commissioners are thinking about this, right? And I think part of this is also to get a read on that after November, where you have a lot of new commissioners and really get a sense of where they stand. Because at the end of the day, and contrary to what some of the comments were, it's not our decision. Yeah. It's our decision whether we're willing to accept this neighborhood into the city of Coral Gables, but it's the county's decision. Those are your current elected representatives, not us. So that's why I started earlier today because I lived this process a few years ago, and I felt like we got the most of the, feedback from the residents in your neighborhood, comments pro or against, which is great, but I didn't feel like the county commission got as much of it, and it's their decision. And when things came to a head last time, towards the end, after we went through the process, you guys were polled, we got a sense of who was for, who was against. It wasn't just that it was ultimately a no. They also came back asking for basically what amounts to consideration in exchange for the annexation. They wanted a piece of land that we own out on 72nd Avenue, which is extremely valuable. And by the way, they didn't say this at the beginning. They didn't say, hey, before we start this process, just FYI, if we get to the end, we're going to want X, Y, and Z. It was like, hey, now that we're at the end of this process and have invested all this money, we'd like this property that's worth like $10 million. Oh, okay. I don't want to be there again. I don't want this commission to be there again, where you commit the money, resources, effort, waste all of your time in a process to only find out at the end that it's not exactly what we thought at the beginning. So I think from my perspective, and I said this at that meeting, I think this is an effort to hire consultants that will go in early, talk to the folks at the county, get a sense for what it's going to take, what it's not going to take, whether it's even possible. And if it's a non-starter, if it's like it's not going to happen, well, then let's not waste everybody's time. That's kind of where I am with it. And so that's why I'm in favor of this, and I'm in favor of having some resources allocated to it as is proposed, because I think we need that to be able to get a real beat on what would be involved here and be able to make a decision. So I'm a yes today to the item as proposed, and I'm happy to make a motion in favor of the item as proposed, with the addition that at some point, to be determined, there will be an appropriate sunshine meeting once we feel like it's the appropriate time.
Quick question, how much should we spend on consultants and lawyers in 2019.
Naomi has those numbers. And so you know the breakdown is 90,000 for the lawyer/lobbyist, and then 45,000 for land use county expertise, and 35,000 for the planner consultant. That's how we got to 170.
So last time around, we spent about 270,000, not including the hard costs that was on consulting services. We had a land use, yes, we had a
270
land
for
use
the whole
attorney, and we had a planning consultant.
Commissioner
And the
Menendez.
rest we handled in-house.
So we're authorizing over 50% in this resolution of last time's investment. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot of money.
Well, but I guess the point I'm trying to make to you is
We're gonna make an informed decision.
that was a failed investment in part last time because we didn't get enough information at the beginning, from my perspective, or at least not that we didn't get enough information. We ultimately got all the information and we went through the whole process,
Right,
but we
because-
didn't know where the people who were
Stood.
ultimately going to make the decision really stood, and we should know that. Because again, if the county commissioners say, guys, it's not going to happen, then let's not waste our time.
Vice
I
Mayor,
think
and
too, we had
that
certain
is I think that is a
representations
good
going
way to
into
handle
it, and when we got to the meeting, things
It was a surprise.
went the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
We were also caught off guard. We were caught off guard at that meeting, and if anybody would like to see it, you can watch it. I have a tape of it. We were thinking this was heading in a different direction. We were led to believe that this was going in a different direction. And obviously, the intent, like the Vice Mayor said, is to do all the legwork up front now and move in a direction where, again, we will never step on the floor of the BCC if we don't have for sure an understanding that the commissioner of the district at a minimum is going to be pushing forward, and that we have a level of respect and understanding from the other members of the commission. If you notice, we're not going after High Pines and Ponce Davis in this request. This is Little Gables, so it's a significant reduction in the ask. And when you look at the legislation that's in place, that was passed by the county commission, we are the city that should be annexing this piece of property. There's nobody else that should be annexing this piece of property. Commissioner Menendez, and then we'll take a vote. Or I'll look for a motion.
A couple quick things. I asked in a whereas to the city attorney if we could make it very clear that the action that the legislation addresses is non-binding on the city commission, simply because we're going down that step. It doesn't quite necessarily mean that we're going to go. I want to make it very clear that by starting this process, we're not necessarily committing to going all the way to the finish line. Because if we come across
Look, that's
a given because
we
would ultimately have to vote.
But I'm gonna give you something.
but-
I'm gonna give you something better. I'm gonna give you something
please.
better. And if anybody else is willing to do this, I welcome it. On multiple occasions, I've stroked checks here, $5,000, the latest one for the Girl Scouts. I'll give up my entire salary and put it towards this issue to bring down the cost. I'll give up my entire salary as mayor for an entire year to push this forward. I welcome anyone else who's willing to do that. You're willing to do it. So if there's a concern here with money, you can take my salary. Okay?
Yeah, my issue isn't the money.
I don't
it's
think the
just
issue. I don't think the issue here is the money. I think the issue here is the politics.
I don't want someone who's not here today know that we passed this and automatically assume the annexation is going to happen.
Of course not.
I know, but folks hear things secondhand, third hand, fourth hand, and it spirals out of control. I just want to make sure that that's not the situation. Someone mentioned about capping at 175. If it goes above 175, Madam City Attorney, I guess you or the manager have certain discretion.
It's 170.
170, so we bring it back to you.
Okay. Before we finish, I'd love to know more or less a timeline of when things will be set into motion, when we'll get a report, just so that the folks here can understand. Otherwise, another year goes by and we don't know what's happening.
So I think the commission should ask when you want us to come back so that we have a deadline to work.
I think you need to speak
For
to the
consideration
professionals
too,
first.
for consideration
I think
too,
we
if
need
part
to-
of the idea is that we're going to test the temperature of the county elected officials, we need that election. We need to know how the election gets resolved, right? So that we're looking at past November.
So, okay,
So maybe
that's what I needed to
January.
hear, past November.
So with that, unless you have anything else, Commissioner,
Last thing is, for the folks that live in High Pines and Ponce Davis, is there a reason why we're not why they're not in the discussion. Because I'm sure there's some folks living in that area that perhaps, or, have family, and I just. I
You know
figure
what?
that's
Would you like to know why? You like want to put it on the record?
Just asking.
Because it's so politicized, and the firefighters, the conversations I've had with the county have basically told me, don't even go after High Pines or Ponce Davis. There's too much money for us there. This is a much easier route. So this is going to be a very difficult lift. We're going to have a lot of politics against us, as you've heard here. It's going to be incredibly difficult. We need to be prepared for every time that we go before the BCC. That's why you need to hire the best professionals. You need to be clear, and you need to be united, as Madam Cruz said, if we're going to embark in this effort. I'm ready to move forward. We have a long agenda. We have items at 10, 10:30. Is anybody willing to make a motion, or are we moving forward?
It would be helpful to add the things we've talked about, so
Yes.
the up to analysis of the last 100 sales, compute additional resources necessary if annexed, hire the consultant, meet with the new commissioners in November, report back to you January.
Yep.
January.
Report back to us at
And
the
have a
appropriate
sunshine
time.
meeting
Appropriate time.
Yeah, once you have the conversations with the professionals.
Yep.
I'll move it.
I think just to clarify, I think we have three issues, and one is, just want to clarify is that we will be meeting back
Okay.
with item one, with the issues of the new issues, any potential new issues of the county, and then we can get into the financial and public safety issues if the commission is fine with that.
Yes. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor.
Yes.
And a second by Commissioner Anderson.
Yes. Commissioner Force,
No, only because of the price tag.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on, we're going to take a 3-minute, excuse me, we have another item we're going to take on this, correct, or no?
On annexation?
Yes.
No.
Does anybody need to go to the bathroom?
I'll second that.
Second one, we have another annexation point?
We
Do
don't have
the
an annexation
firefighters need to go to
item.
the bathroom or no?
There's
The
an
firefighter, I want to make sure the firefighters don't.
Another annexation item?
Collectively or individually?
I can last for what, one more vote if we don't
Okay,
have
well,
one?
is there another annexation issue we take care of?
I don't think so.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back.
saying, he's saying.
Mr. Clerk, we ready to go? All right. Thank you for everyone's patience. I appreciate it. Can I get approval of the minutes?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Let's move on to public comment.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, welcome back. Madam Cruz. Madam Cruz, I apologize. Madam Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm sorry, guys, but I need to talk about something. It's going to be short. Okay. Today is August 24th. Yes. 5 years ago, 5 years ago, in August, so that makes it what, 2017, we had a serious event happen. We had some female officers that had an innocent pool party, get together, and then they were humiliated, abused, whatever word you can come up with. And let me tell you what my problem is. I know we've had glitches. I know we had an administration that was not interested in doing the right thing. I know we had an internal affairs commander that made sure things went the wrong way. But we have a new internal affairs commander. And we have a report that came out April 13th this year. We're in August, okay? Let me tell you what the people that I've spoken to see as the common thread here. In this city of Coral Gables, the beautiful, we send a message that if you are an employee and you do the wrong thing, we'll take care of you. 2 cases come to mind. 2, we had somebody who Chief Hudak tried to recommend firing, and instead we gave her time so her pension could be better than if she had retired right there. So we made good for her. Recently, our city manager recommended, actually fire someone that needed to be fired. Absolutely. But yet, the person requested the trial board, and we had an attorney that was not prepared, that was not ready. And this is not news because I spoke to your city attorney. And guess how it ended? She got $100,000. What is the message that we give? You do the wrong thing? Come, baby, we'll take care of you. You are abused, and guess what? You have to wait till we have the time to deal with it. It is wrong. We need to put this to bed. We need to do the right thing. We need to make it good to these women because, what is the saying? Justice denied? No, justice delayed is justice denied. Time is up.
Cruz.
Yes.
First off, you have not been shy at all in discussing this issue in the public eye. This commission, including the vice mayor, has been very vocal on this front. So let's talk about it right now. We'll have this conversation.
what's
I would
gonna
love, I would, let me just, give me 1 second if you don't mind.
Yes.
I'd love to have the chief come up and obviously our city attorney who's here. Chief, you and I have had multiple conversations about this.
Yes, sir, we have.
In the search of justice,
Yes, sir.
the floor is yours, please.
As the last time we discussed under public comment, the case came to its conclusion. When it became public record, I forwarded that. Right now, the decision, I had the predetermination hearing, which the officers are afforded, and I'm talking specifically about the case that was investigated by the department. Having to redo the case, the final supplement on just the case alone is about 75 pages long, which is pretty big because we had to really redo the whole case of some of the intricacies that were not done years ago prior to my administration. That has now come to a conclusion. I had some legal questions that I had to ask through our legal team on the labor side. And the only thing it is waiting on now is my final summary and the final disposition of the officers that were identified in the investigation. Subsequent to that, I have had individual conversations with some of the affected employees that work for me. Understand we are inseparably joined in all of this incident over the years, so I am acutely aware of the toll that this entire process took place on the officers and my family. So I appreciate Madam Cruz bringing this forward on a regular basis. I believe I've been upfront with that. However,
You've been very,
I'm kind of fixing.
You've been very upfront. You've been very upfront. And if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I want to make sure that we put something on the public record, okay? You're a gentleman. Okay? Besides being a great officer, even when we disagree, you're a gentleman. And I hold you in the highest regard, and I hope that you stay here until you can't as a result of your drop. We're blessed to have you here. Even in disagreement, I stand with you and I stand with police officers along with my commission here. And I'm very happy with what's the manager. I've said that before with the manager, through the vice mayor, our city attorney, and our city clerk, and all the employees here that are working tirelessly on behalf of this community. They publicly smeared you, like they publicly smeared me, in an effort to influence you, in an effort to get their way. They've come to the realization that doesn't work. They can't intimidate you. The anonymous letters don't work. The pictures. You were doing your job. You were being a leader. I meet with employees all the time. You were incredibly professional, and you were coming off duty to set an example of what I wish as more leaders would do, to spend time with their subordinates, to spend time with their staff members, because it's all about mentorship, and we do a lot of mentorship. I think the person that's done more mentorship here is Commissioner Menendez, taking his lead. We started the PAGE program years ago. We've taken that into the Cavalier program, which we'll be talking about today, which Commissioner Menendez put on the commission. It's all about mentorship. So to me, I want to put that on the record. I know that you won't, because you're too much of a gentleman to do that. Okay? I want to see this resolved. I want to see those women have their moment. They deserve it. I want to do it the right way. I want to do it the right way. You and I have sat down more than a dozen times to discuss this. You know, as the father of two young girls, this is critically important. And when you look at, maybe I may step in it right now, but I hope people realize that I'm trying to do my best. Policing is a man's world, okay? Just like sometimes construction is a man's world at the end of the day, even though my staff is mostly women, even on the field. It's hard for a woman to be a police officer. They do an incredible job. The last thing that we need is for them to be in a hostile work environment, to be in a situation where they're trying to do their job and it's basically made impossible internally. So even more outside pressures make them leave the workforce. Well, this should be an incredible place to work, as it is. We have the tools, we have the leadership, we have great buildings, and we have a great community who respect and back the blue. So I don't want you to say anything you shouldn't say in regards to the investigation or anything. You know, I just want to be able to one day celebrate these women for their efforts.
Can we have a deadline, an idea? Can we finish this up before Christmas?
If you don't give any more public comments like this, I could have went back and written the memo myself. No, I'm kidding. In all jest. So, Commissioner or Mayor, thank you very much. To your point, I can think of 14 women that can do the job a hell of a lot better than some men that do this job, and I appreciate them. There have been ongoing meetings, myself with my boss, with the city attorney as well, as about where we're going. The only thing that we're holding it up is my final draft. I had a meeting this morning before the funeral with Internal Affairs about kind of finishing up my decision on that. And then I will meet with the manager. The only question I have is, do you want me just to send her a copy before the public information request?
Public record.
And then just save the clerk a lot more time of processing that?
That'd be fine. That'd be fine.
Sure?
She has to sign
You can
off.
deliver to my
I'll
house.
have code enforcement drop it off at your house.
Oh, that's fine. No, send an officer so he can ticket me for jaywalking.
No.
All jokes aside, and
All jokes-
all jokes aside,
Appreciate it.
even when we're on opposite sides of issues, which is not that many times, you've always been
Well-
fierce advocate of the police and the firefighters.
Amen.
And we have to put that on the record. Yes, of course, Mr.
I just want to add, and this happened some years ago, and I wasn't on the commission, but I remember what happened. I remember the comments and the way things circulated, and it's part of a bigger problem. There are just folks out there that are always trying to shine a false light on others, and my heart goes out to our employees because they're damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't. They don't have. They could lose their job to speak out when somebody shines a false light at them. They're sort of trapped in this in between two worlds. And Mrs. Cruz, Madam Cruz, thank you for bringing it up to, not letting this issue go. Chief, obviously, like the mayor said, you always do the right thing. But it's part of a bigger problem. And I hope our staff they're free to work without having to look over their shoulder every time that somebody is going to spread false hoods about them, because we as an administration, we need to protect them. And that's what I think we're heading in the right direction.
That's
Just
very
wanted to
well
comment.
said. So you think that before Christmas?
Oh, no, I think by the second week in September. I mean, it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
That'd be great.
You want a specific number?
No, don't do it, Chief. Don't do it to yourself. Give yourself some flexibility, please. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Second week
Don't
of
do it.
September.
It's written
Depends if
down now.
It depends if Miami's in town or not.
Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I appreciate it, and thank you for this morning. Thank you.
Zainab Ramos?
Is it on Zoom?
No, it's in person.
But we'll.
Mr. Mayor, I do have someone on Zoom with their hand raised, but I don't have a name for the person, so just.
Would they give their name and their address? If they would be so kind?
We're asking them to unmute. They don't seem to be doing so. There you go.
Let's give them another few seconds.
Go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Sergio Gonzalez Arias. I'm a 31-year resident in the Italian Village, and I want to raise a little bit lighter issue than the ones you've been talking about, but it's still pertinent for the residents. I know in the agenda you will be having a discussion about expanding pickleball access, and I've written to all of you, and you've all very diligently answered me and gotten me in touch with the right people. So I thank the commission and the mayor for that. The one consideration as a physician is that if you look at your current utilization of a lot of, particularly Salvador Park, you'll see that most of the reservations occur first couple of hours in the morning, and then nothing happens until later in the afternoon because the heat is such that it's unbearable. So a consideration which I have absolutely no criteria other than the opportunity of discussing it with you. I'm not an architect. All I know how to do is brain and spine surgeries. Is that maybe there is a part of the cost structure maybe to offer coverage above the existing courts or the ones that you would build, so you don't have to expand that much, but expand the access to courts during the day and the hours that folks can play. And that's just a comment that I wanted to throw out for the discussion.
Doctor, thank you for making the time. I know you're very busy. I apologize for the wait. I wish we would have gotten you earlier. We're
I'm
working.
retired now, Mayor.
Oh,
I'm
well.
retired now, Mayor, so every day's a Saturday.
No worries, no worries. Well, enjoy it. You earned it. You earned it. You saved a lot of lives, so you earned it. This is a priority for the commission, pickleball, because we're getting so many calls about it. I know that we're going to talk about it later on the mayor's comments. Well, we can talk about it right now. It's very quick. It's important. I'm asking my colleagues to support me. I know that my colleagues already are. We're looking at potential locations at the Biltmore.
Mayor, Parks is looking to be able to expand as much as possible. Our Parks Department is working on that because it's been such a, it's incredible. This kind of pickleball has.
And it's a game for everybody to play. Anybody can play and have a good time. And what I'm asking for, this is just simple. What I'm asking for is that the manager, through the manager, talk to my colleagues, talk to Parks. I would like to have some sort of options, 2 options. I know that the Biltmore is one that we're looking at potentially next to the tennis courts, and maybe find another opportunity here in the city. Maybe it's at the youth center.
They're looking at it.
The youth center, but to come back with, again, it doesn't have to be construction documents, but just show me a layout of these places. Tell me what the costs are going to be if the next 2 months. Can you do 2 months?
Yes, Mayor.
So at the end of October, by Halloween, that commission meeting, I would like to see where we could put pickleball in 2 different locations in the city and the costs associated with that, okay? So that we can go find the money and budget it accordingly. Is that fine?
May I add?
Of course, please.
It's a little challenging getting a reservation on the court, and I'm having trouble getting a reservation on the court as well, because unless you have time in the morning to be sitting online to make that reservation during the week on the day that you want to play pickleball, you can't plan in advance over the weekend.
Okay.
You can't. I tried.
Need more courts.
Need more courts, and we need to be able to have a reservation system so that if I'm sitting home on a weekend and I'm chatting with my friends, hey, you want to play pickleball on Wednesday, I can make a reservation.
There is a issue with that, and we don't charge for reservations, and we give everything back. So we're looking into that, whether maybe a possibility might be if you cancel within 24 hours, you don't get your money back or something like that, because it's been a little too liberal. So we're looking at that now.
And by the way, something that I would like to do, and we can't do it at Salvador Park. We've talked about it before. I just want to reiterate in the record. I would like to have these pickleball courts that are going to be built be only for Coral Gables residents. Okay? I know that if it's a facility where we've taken county dollars like Salvador Park, we can't do that. That's understandable. But just think and see if it's even a possibility, because we have so many people calling us for courts. Let's at least give priority to the residents first, right? Besides a reduced rate. Let's give them, I don't want to make money off the residents. I want them to be able to play in the courts. And if that's at the youth center, we could put 5 courts at the youth center, wherever the president of the youth center, Kirk Menendez, says, we can put them. I'm all in favor of it, but let's make it priority number 1, resident driven. Okay.
Understood, Mayor.
And I agree with Commissioner Anderson. Others have told me the same thing, and I know it's difficult, but residents have said, look, like the commissioner said, I want to plan with family and friends to play, but the day of is when we know whether we have it or don't. So I don't know.
Well, it's been a little bit difficult.
Who wants to talk? I know you don't want to talk, but you're there. So
I know it's frustrating.
In terms of the
I know it's
commissioners-
frustrating. I know it's frustrating.
Well, obviously, one of the issues is we have 2 courts, and if you recall, it was a few years back when we saw this trend happening, and I saw it with my colleagues throughout the country, and I said, we got to start. And at the time, when I was taking those 2 practice courts from the wall, it was like, what's this pickleball thing? Why are you doing it? I'm like, it's coming. So we need a lot more courts, obviously. In terms of the reservations, the 24 hours that we did, we've come to that place because we did do the week ahead when we did our tennis. And we saw that going from what we are to the 24 hours, we probably, in terms of cancellations, 90% reduction. So if we go to a longer time, we just have to look at the refund of the money.
Yeah, if you tie it to the money, people will remember to cancel.
So if it's a no refund, or if it's a refund, you got to refund 3 days ahead of time, whatever that is, we can come up with something like that, as long as, because what we were finding out was people were reserving, canceling, then people were showing up going, I couldn't get on, now that court is open. There was a lot of resentment. So that's why we broke it all the way down to 24 hours. And as my tennis people say, if you're going to make a reservation the day before, you're definitely going to play the next
And we
day.
had the same issue during COVID, that you would get a reservation, and then I would show up and I would see instead of 15 people, 2 people. So we need to look at that and maybe put a price on that.
If you put a price on it, people will remember to cancel. I mean, emergencies happen in people's lives. I understand that.
So,
But if I can't get a group together on such short notice to be able to play a game on Wednesday night, and I go on the system and I'm clicking on Wednesday, selecting Wednesday, and then I get a call from staff on Sunday saying, "Are you coming?" I said, "No, I clicked on Wednesday." But no, your reservation's for Sunday. One, there's a glitch in the system, and number two, it doesn't work for working people to be able to plan their lives. So, some of us don't have that luxurious time at home in the morning. We're in court, we're doing other things, and we like to plan our week ahead of time. So.
Yeah, I just think because there's only 2 courts, even if it's 7 days, unfortunately, that's 7 days. As soon as it comes on.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
People are going to be clicking because
That's fine. That's fine. It is what it is.
So let's work on the system, and let's also work on adding additional courts in the next 2 months. Just tell me how many courts can fit in the youth center, can fit in the Biltmore, and let's get it done. Let's see if we can make it for resident only driven, okay?
And we're looking at the reservation system now.
So, Mr. Clerk, put that at the end of October, please, for the commission meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fred. By the way, congratulations. Your team did an incredible job at the park opening the other day, over the weekend, like always. First class, the residents showed out in mass. They loved the park. All the amenities, everything, the food, the drinks, it was really nice. It was first class. Thank you for that. Great work. I'm not going to do D2 right now. I'm going to skip over that because we have a time certain at 10 a.m. that I'm going to skip. I'm going to go to 10:30 time certain, which is I3 update regarding underground utilities.
So, Mayor, I3 is related to I4, which is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to work with Florida Power and Light to accomplish the undergrounding of utilities within the city in accordance with the FPL Storm Secure Underground Pilot Program and such other programs as may be approved by the Public Service Commission to work with FPL on other planned improvements and to explore options to require attaching entities to underground co-located pole attachments. We have Mr. Costella available on Zoom to give the presentation this morning.
Perfect. So while we wait for him, again, this is a long time coming. This commission has been working to address the issue of undergrounding for FPNL. We want to work on redundancy. We want to make sure that people who are the elderly, most sick, who have had issues, or people like myself who were just out of power for 3 weeks, do not have to go through that again. We discussed, and we went down the road of doing this privately. We looked at numbers around $275 to $300 million for the entire city. I've had multiple meetings with the FPNL president. He's come to the Coral Gables to see how we could find a way to really push forward on this issue. He's been more than accommodating, along with his team and our team, who have done a lot of legwork. We want to take the city to the next level. We want to be as sustainable as possible and continue to upgrade our infrastructure. This is a huge win for the city. This will cost the city residents $0. There will be no referendum. And I'm hoping that we could quickly go over the presentation so we can get started. But there is an issue. There is one issue that we have to talk about. And I think that's the biggest issue that we'll have to face. And that is where we put the transformers in front of residents. I don't know, Mr. Cancella's back. Is he here?
No, Mayor, but I think while we're waiting.
I'm
here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure you were here.
Data here to discuss afterwards.
Yeah, we'll discuss it after the presentation. Sir, how are you? Good to see you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, and before you get started, thank you. I think we've been working on this for like 2 or 3 years now, for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Been a lot of twists and turns.
Yeah, so I think we're finally bringing this in for a landing, and it's going to really benefit the city. This is one of our legacy projects for this commission, really, pushing a significant portion of the city underground. So the floor is yours, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, thank you for having me today. We have a brief presentation. I don't know if the city clerk has it up on the screen. All right, here we go. Next slide, please. So we're here today to provide a brief update regarding progress to date on the citywide undergrounding of the electric and communication utilities. We're also going to present action items pending and certain recommendations and seek your guidance on a couple of issues. Next slide, please. So just in background for those there today and listening online, how we got here, this is something that's been looked at really across South Florida in particular since 1992 when Hurricane Andrew came through and did a number on the several utilities. The city, including many cities, including Coral Gables, started looking at undergrounding. That kind of got accelerated and with all the named storms back in the early 2000s, and then Irma in 2017 in particular, kind of was the impetus for this process that we're going through right now. Next slide, please. So the city started with a set of aspirational outcomes that were being looked for. Number one, and most important, the primary priority is to improve citywide electrical reliability and performance. I mean, that was a huge issue after all of these storms, Irma and even Katrina, especially with all the tree damage and so forth. And it took weeks for certain areas to get back their power. In addition to just the general electric reliability, improved citywide safety with critical infrastructure having to do with everything tied to electricity, just lifestyle continuity after storms. Aesthetic was another big one with all the overhead to underground. Improve reliability, and the idea is to improve also not just the electric, that was the primary driver, but also on the telecommunications side, and also improve the availability of EV charging across the city. Next slide, please. The city had priorities to seek to avoid or eliminate financial burden on the city, financial strain on the city's capital expenditures, burdening city voters with political questions and voting on general obligation bonds and so forth, requiring a lot of avoiding requiring a lot of city resources to administer and manage the project, and to try to shorten the time frame as much as possible. So where we began, next slide, please. Where we began in 2020 with the current process. If you go to the next slide, please, Mr. City Clerk, thank you. We started really with a much bigger project that we were looking at, partnering with FPNL, but really led by the city, and ultimately it was going to have to be paid for largely by the city and its residents. It was a 10 to 12 year project, bringing everything underground. It cost 200. I mean, the numbers were in the hundreds of millions. Let's put it that way. It required voter approval. It required yearly assessments of properties, and a lot of administrative work on behalf of the city. That was the big project, but also big dollars. Next slide, please. Where we are today, working with FPNL after going through several iterations with them and some of the more recent programs that they've been authorized to move into by the Public Service Commission. We're now looking at two things. Number one, the lateral lines within the neighborhoods, the ones behind in people's rear yards, primarily around the city, under the Storm Secure underground pilot program that was authorized for FPNL to undertake across the state. The Florida Power and Light wants to partner with the city of Coral Gables to really make this the biggest implementation of that program going on at the moment. It's essentially a 10-year plan to underground approximately 40% of what's overhead today in the neighborhoods. That's not that is subject to Public Service Commission approval on a biannual basis and so forth. So, that's a little bit of a moving target, but that's the goal. And, they really want to try to do that quicker if they can. And they're committed to working with us to push that forward. And then the rest of the areas that are overhead would then follow in the subsequent year up to year 30. So that's within the neighborhood's lateral program. Next slide, please. And there's also the overhead feeders, and those are the main lines that come into the neighborhoods to provide power across to the laterals system. FPNL is in the process today of hardening those systems. These are the lines that FPNL first attends to after a storm, because with these lines, then they're able to feed critical infrastructure and so forth. So these are FPNL prefers to leave these overhead because they can see them quickly, fix them quickly, and get them up and running within typically less than 72 hours after a storm. But they are hardening all these systems up to hurricane category 3 strength. They do plan to underground certain sections of that where it's and working with the city to try to do that along signature streets where they're most visible. But that program's already ongoing. It's a 5-year plan, which they plan to finish in about 3 years from now. Next slide, please. So where we are today with the Storm Secure Underground program, which includes the burying the laterals, FPNL will be doing that. They're going to be spreading that across their rate base across the state. There's no direct cost to the city of Coral Gables or its residents. So the initial investment that we had calculated of $240 million before is now no longer a burden to the city. There's no need for a bond issuance to pay for that. That would have cost your property owners thousands of dollars every year for the next 30 years. This is a 30-year timeframe program, front-ended. As I mentioned, the first 10 years, approximately 40% of what's left overhead will be undergrounded, with the remaining portion over the remaining 20 years on the program. We've estimated the electric reliability across the system will be in the neighborhood of 60 to 90% better than what it is today. There's going to be a lot of directional boring or trenchless construction as part of this to minimize disruption to the neighborhoods and damage to trees and sidewalks and so forth. And we'll work with FPNL contractors in getting that implemented. There's still, the city is still continuing to analyze how best to deal with overhead. In addition to burning the electric lines, remember there's telecommunication lines and cable TV lines up there. We're working with your city manager, city attorney on exactly how to do best to get that moving forward. That's not part of the deal with Florida Power and Light. And another thing we're working with Florida Power and Light is, again, expanding the capability to have electric vehicle charging stations. All the new service lines to the houses will be properly sized to allow for home chargers. And there's a possibility of putting public electric chargers at city facilities. We'll work with them on that as well. Next slide, please. So the outstanding pieces of the puzzle are formalize the expectations with Florida Power and Light as to their pilot program completion percentage within the first 10 years and then 20 years thereafter, which we're already working on. And the expectations from Florida Power and Light on how to convert these feeders along city streets to underground as much as possible. That's still an open issue. I mentioned the whole issue of burying of the telecommunication and cable lines. That's still an open issue that your staff is working on. We're also looking at reviewing and examining federal grant monies that could pay for anything that would come out of any of this open issues that money would be needed for. From what the consultants are telling us is about possibility of somewhere around north of $10 million. And working with Florida Power and Light again on looking at those electric vehicle charging stations and where they could best be added into the system in public facilities. Next slide, please. So how did the city do as far as, you go to the next slide, please. Accomplishing the city's strategic priorities. We are improving electric reliability and performance, somewhere between 60 and 90%, and that includes to the critical infrastructure and the lifestyle continuity, in the same percentage. The aesthetic, of course, large parts of the system are being put underground, all the laterals, some of the feeders. Part of this will be based on the outcomes with the telecommunications, which will still be up there. They're lower lines, but they're still up there. The increased reliability of the communication services, again, is based on the outcome of whatever comes with AT&T and Comcast. And yes, the new service connections are being provided to each served property in the underground areas to allow for the higher loads for the electrical EV stations at each property. Next slide, please. So there's no direct cost to the city or its residents. No financial strain as far as the CapEx budget. There's no need to go to a voter referendum to authorize these expenditures and so forth, because they're being taken on by the utility. And also the need for the cost that goes along with these referendums and so forth, the administrative cost for putting the ballot questions and so forth goes away. The inordinate use of amount of use of city resources of staff and personnel. There's a turnkey project where the utility is working with that. The city would be supporting as far as permits and working with residents as needed. And although this is still a 30-year project, it is front-ended, 40% being done within the first 10 years. But much of the work will be done within the first 10 years. So we think, that's a partial win on that strategic priority. Next slide, please. So finally, what are our recommendations today? We think it, and the mayor mentioned it, this is a great deal for the city. This is really the strongest commitment that Florida Power and Light has made with any city in the state. It's a good partnership. We're looking for your authorization for the city manager and city attorney to move forward with FP&L with these matters and opportunities for conversion with AT&T and Comcast as they become available. Later this year, we plan to report back to you to address these remaining strategic, legal, regulatory, engineering, and other issues. And we will partner with FP&L on a citywide communication plan on how to get this message out to the property owners and their customers and your residents, and present potential city legislation related to the removal of the remaining overhead utilities, AT&T and Comcast primarily.
Perfect.
I'm sorry?
No, I thought you were done. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Well, actually, I am done. So.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And so to be clear, Mayor.
I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costella. And to be clear, Mayor, these changes are prior direction. The manager can speak for himself of how much he recommends that we move forward in this way. But I just want to make sure everybody understood that.
Yeah, and I want people to understand, this new path forward doesn't cost the city any money. You're talking about potentially $250 to $300 million we were going to spend in some sort of referendum, and we're going to have significant staff working on this. Going underground protects our beautiful tree canopy. Obviously, the direct correlation between quality of life, property values. Also addresses issues of redundancy, especially with the elderly and the sick. And it saves a significant amount of money for the residents over a long period of time if we were to do this. People are saying, well, 10 years. Yeah, there's 2 other cities that I know of currently that are proceeding with this privately, and the process is 10 years. So we're gonna get a big portion of it done within the first 10 years, especially the areas that are most need. And I think this is a big win and a big legacy item for this commission. And I look forward to my colleagues approving it.
All right, I just have one comment, one question, really. For the main feeder lines, where there is not a plan to underground, are the poles going to be taller so that it reduces the need to trim trees and improves the aesthetics on the streets?
It's my understanding, Commissioner, that yes, that when they harden the system, they don't just apply higher loading standards for wind and so forth on the design of the poles. They also take into account the new requirements for the Electric Reliability Council, which deals with that, with height above vegetation and so forth, to avoid too much of that issue.
So I'm gonna share with you something I learned from our esteemed landscape director. When you're cutting the trees and you only cut them on one side to clear them for power lines, or in a V-cut, it also affects the root system. So whatever we can do to eliminate these V-cuts on the trees and lopsiding the trees, it will actually improve resiliency for your system because you're less likely to have that tree falling into your lines.
Absolutely.
I'll chime in. Just quick comments, then a question. So, and I stepped out a moment, so I apologize if the question was asked and answered. So, first comment, this is great. It's amazing in terms of no cost, especially burden on the residents. Second comment, do you do work with pickleball? Because we could definitely use your help resolving that issue too.
We're throwing that in there too, huh?
Might as well. You know, we underground, there's pickleball room. The only question I had, and it's come up, and I don't remember who mentioned it, what is required of the residents to make it happen?
Well,
Certain...
And Commissioner, the mayor brought this up initially, and I've talked to the mayor about this, but FPNL has initiated the first part of undergrounding laterals. They're doing it consists of 1,023 homes, of which 828 homes are in Coral Gables.
Yes.
And it converts about 6.45 miles of overhead to underground. The problem that we've been having is easements for locating the power equipment. And right now, of the 202 easements required in Coral Gables, we're still missing 147, or 72% of those easements. So without the easements, you can't really do the work. Now, they tried to locate the easements in the best places possible, certainly between property lines, not in the middle of a house, and things like this. But there is there are transformers, there are switchgear, there are things like that involved that is going to be in the actual required easements, so that putting it in the right of way also puts it in areas where they can be hit. So the ideal situation would be in an easement along property lines. Right. And FPNL is having a very difficult time doing that, which I thought we were too, because it's not an easy job.
Yeah. No. But for example, if this project is accepted, in the next 10 years, we'll have over 50%, including, because we have certain areas of the city that are undergrounded.
We'll have over 50%.
Over 50%. That's a big deal, okay? At no cost to the residents. I know that everybody would love to have everything their way, but it's difficult. You know, we have to accept certain things. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. On my property, I don't like the fact that I live on a corner and I have to deal with the street signage on the corner of my property. It's just a hindrance. If you live in a middle lot, you don't have a street sign on your property. I have a stop sign, I have a litany of other things on that corner that I have to deal with, and I have to manicure, and I have to work around, and I've got to figure things out. It affects my parking, it affects a litany of different things. But I have no choice. I can't remove the stop sign, I can't remove the sign. There's certain things that have to be there. If we're already doing undergrounding years ago in areas like Coco Plum, Gables Estates, those kind of areas. I think Journey's End and a few other areas on O'Color have undergrounding, especially areas that were annexed. We have a standard process in the way that this works. Can we just reflect back on that and say, this is the process that we've done already in certain parts of the city, and we have to move
Mayor,
forward?
unfortunately, those are handled during the platting process, as you know. That's the thing, and these areas have already been platted. So part of any new development in Coral Gables is to deal with it has to be underground.
But remember what we're talking about. If we don't make a decision on this today, we're going to lose this opportunity. Just like we have with the septic to sewer multi-million-dollar grant. So you're going to tell me we're going to lose undergrounding for an entire city based on the fact that someone says, I don't want to have a small box.
So I'll move it, and then we'll get it going.
I'll second. I'll second. No, not an issue. So let me get real.
Oh, wait, I forgot to say something too. I'm sorry, I apologize.
No.
This increases property values.
No. I totally get it. And you mentioned a couple of commission meetings ago, we had the opportunity, this septic store. Yeah. But the cost per resident was very high. And just at that moment, we don't have that situation here. So I have a question for the legal department. What options, are there any legal options that the city, well, I don't need an answer now, but maybe something to research. What legal options the city has to facilitate and expedite the undergrounding, whatever needs to be done when you have maybe residents that are not responsive or not. I'm sure there's something collectively that maybe you all can bring back to us.
So the easements are the only issue, and the deputy city attorney and I already have a call with outside counsel this week, who specializes in utilities, to determine what our legal options are to get that done. And of course, an educational campaign, helping people understand why it's important would always come first, but we want to know what kind of hammer we have should we need to go there.
Because I think at the end of the day, this is for the well-being of the entire city.
Greater good.
To a certain extent, life safety kicks in, and it's once in a lifetime opportunity. So I think it's almost in a situation where we as a commission have to take that extra step to make sure that this opportunity is not lost for our entire city.
Mr. Clerk, just a quick question, Mr. Manager. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, just because we have a motion and a second on the floor, that's why.
And Mayor, Commissioners, we just got this information recently. So the city attorney and I are currently working on this to see what we can do as far as this easement issue, or we're going to lose it.
Yeah. We're not going to lose it. Let me explain to you. We're not going to lose it. We're moving forward. We're voting on this today. Okay? I have residents who've been calling me for 8 years that live next to Venetian Pool, that their power goes off literally once or twice a week. I have a lady who lives on Granada whose daughter is paralyzed and she's in a wheelchair, in a machine, and she's had issues with electricity. I mean, we got to think about people outside of a small, piece of electronics that is in front of your property, and think about the public good here. Guys, this is for free. We were going to spend $275 million. We've been working on this for a long time. I don't want to talk about this anymore. We have a long agenda. We got a first and a second. I'm ready to move forward. Whatever tools you need legally,
we will
move forward.
Since
please.
We just got this recently, we're looking into it. We can bring it back at the next meeting and see what we need to do.
As Commissioner Menendez said.
But we do need now, Mayor, of course, is approval of I-4.
I have a motion and I have a second.
Before I call the roll, Mr. Mayor, would you like to hear from the public hearing?
Of course I would, always.
Is Mr. Jackson Holmes?
Yes.
Great work. I support the pending motion, and I offer you my admiration and for your dedication on this issue. And
thank you.
So I'm going to just play Mr. Stupid for a second because I've been kind of out of the loop, and ask one question. But I support it. I hope you all will adopt this thing and not lose the funding. Here comes my question. With rising sea levels, how does that factor in? I mean, if something's underground, does that make it even more difficult to make a repair? How does that play out?
Mr. Manager, what if we've had this discussion before?
Yes, and the fact that it's aerial makes it much more susceptible to hurricane damage. The fact that it's in the back makes it very difficult to repair. We've got to use the existing elevations that we have now, but those since rising water is over a multi-decade period, I think that can be adjusted for sea level rise.
And the housing that will be used, the compartments, the technology that's available for us today with directional boring takes all that into account. We're not the first city to be doing this. We're just taking advantage of a new program that we've helped.
Okay, great.
And Mayor, our storm surge areas get inundated.
Yes.
They dry again and they're functional again.
Yes. Thank you for being here. Anyone else, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
We have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Congratulations. This has been a long time coming, a lot of work. This is gonna bear fruit. It's just gonna take about 10 years, over the next 10 years. We're patient. We'll be here. Moving on to item G13, 11:30 a.m. Imagine we're 2 hours behind. I apologize.
G13 is a resolution of the City Commission reestablishing and supporting the continuation of the Special Assessment District to be known as the Business Improvement District of Coral Gables for a period of 5 years, subject to approval by a majority of the affected property owners, providing for an updated voting procedure for ascertaining whether a majority of the affected property owners approve continued existence of the bid, providing for a levy of special assessment thereof, providing for location, nature, and estimated cost of services to be provided, providing details of assessment procedures and future increases, and providing for publication of legal notice.
Before we move forward, I know that we took on I3. Did we do both I3 and I4 at the same time?
Yeah.
We did?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a resolution that is being brought back to you after our June meeting. So if you'll indulge me in just a few minutes to recap how we got here, so we, for the public and for you all as a little reminder. In April of this year, the City Commission adopted a resolution starting the petition process to determine support for the reestablishment of the bid for an additional 5-year period. That petition process was scheduled to go through the end of June. At the June 28th City Commission meeting, after discussion by the City Commission, the Commission adopted a resolution canceling the then current petition process and asking the City Attorney's Office to look at alternative methods of determining support for the reestablishment of the bid. Just to clarify, the June process was a petition process where property owners sent back executed petitions to indicate support for the bid, and any petitions not returned were counted as a no vote. That petition process sent a petition to each property owner. And for condominiums within the bid boundaries, each condominium association received a petition to respond for the condominium building. According to the bid, by the June 28th Commission meeting, of the 178 petitions sent out, 91 were returned indicating support for the bid. I believe that met the 50% threshold required under Chapter 170. The City Clerk has not yet certified that process or reviewed the individual petitions, but that was what was received as of June 28th. Following that June meeting, our office has been working diligently to look at alternative election methods, looking at other business improvement districts, and we spent time looking at many additional election methods. What you have before you today is an alternative method of election to the most recent process. That alternative is to allow for 1 vote per folio located within the bid. That would result in each individual condominium unit receiving a ballot. That appears to be the most legally defensible alternative to our current petition process. It's the method utilized by some of our neighboring bids. We have also provided you with sample ballots where property owners indicate support for the bid with a yes/no vote rather than the current petition process, which is something that was discussed at the June meeting. Should the Commission decide to go forward with a new election process, there are a few additional details we would need you to clarify regarding the time for the election period, details regarding who is responsible for sending and receiving ballots, etc. Alternatively, we can always return to the status quo and finalize the last petition process for a period of time for the bid. We would need to look at what, if any, petitions were received between the 28th and the 30th if we were going to go back to the old petition process. I understand there are representatives from the bid here as well as other members of the public who wish to speak on this item. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about what's before you or what alternatives you have. But I'm happy to turn it over to whoever else would like to speak if the mayor wants to do that, or go forward with any questions you may have.
I think it's a good idea to hear from the public. Thank you very much, by the way. Very concise.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk?
The first member of the public requesting to speak is Mary Snow.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, if I may, I'm here on behalf of the Business Improvement District, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a few statements and a very brief presentation. My name is Edward if that's okay. Thank you, I appreciate that very much. My name is Edward Martos, office is at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard here in City Beautiful. I have a lot of ground to cover, but I'm going to do it extremely fast, and if you need me to slow down, you want to discuss anything, you have questions for me, please let me know. My goal for this is to lay out the principal issues and how they affect the bid, how they affect the ongoing operations of the bid in the very short term.
Was it detailed in this letter?
No, that was a letter by my partner covering other items. This is something different, okay? And then I want to look at the solution, the alternative method that's been proposed by your city attorney's office, okay? Finally, I'm going to let the other board members speak. We have several board members here, and I will be available for questions if you have any questions, okay? So I'll be very quick. We're here today, effectively, because about 60 days ago, two particularly vocal property owners brought up concerns, serious concerns. We do not disregard any of them. I want to make that very, very clear. But in that 60-day period, the result was a suggestion to effectively, and I'm going to explain why, effectively restructure the entirety of the bid and how it operates. And 60 days is not a reasonable amount of time to get a good method. It simply isn't. I'm not saying we can't get there, okay? But 60 days won't cut it. And so I wanted to understand why it is you did what you did. And I reviewed the meeting like at least half a dozen times. And I watched it over and over again. I heard every single point. And I think I understand exactly why you voted. You voted the way you did to effectively throw out ballots that were already in, okay, or petitions, however you want to phrase them. We're comfortable with them being called petitions. 51% of all property owners already in. You effectively threw them out. I'm thinking to myself, why did you do this? The bid has a great history. You all know it. Some of you have been board members. Mr. Mayor, of course, you're a board member now as the city mayor. I think there was a good thing combined with a bad thing that ultimately resulted in a very ugly outcome, okay? And I want to go over those and suggest an alternative outcome, okay? The good thing was that, Mayor, you brought up excellent points. Like always, you count down to the bottom line. The bottom line is you need a system that is fair, that feels fundamentally fair. We agree with you, 100%. Commissioner Forrest, you brought some very good points up. You immediately honed in on, you really did. You brought up some excellent points, honing in right away on the issue of foreclosures, right? Because you were looking at the statute and you saw that that was a possibility. You're right to go there. That's a drastic thing, and we understand why you did. Let me address that very briefly, because you had some questions about the possibility of a foreclosure. Chapter 170 of the Florida statutes creates a mechanism for public assessments, and it talks about foreclosures, and we happen to fall under that. But we are not the kind of public entity that Chapter 170 contemplated when it was written in 1923, okay? And in 1923, if you look at the paragraphs in the state law, you can actually track down that the paragraph on foreclosures hasn't really been amended since then. We don't foreclose on anybody. And it certainly wouldn't be coming from the bid, because the bid is a private entity, business owners, okay? The city has the option of foreclosing. To our knowledge, the city has never done anything like that. In fact, what we issue are primarily warnings and notices, and in an extreme case, okay, something is recorded with the expectation that it will be paid when the property is sold. So foreclosure has never happened. It's not on the table. It's not on the cards. But you were absolutely right to bring that issue up, and I'm glad that you did, because we can address it. Commissioner Menendez, you honed in on state law, and I think you're absolutely right. State law has certain requirements that are both confining our ability and also creating guide rails in a good way. And you highlighted that you could always do more. You could always provide more notice. We agree with you. And I've already spoken to my client, and the bid is willing to provide additional notice going forward. What that form of that notice takes looks like, we're going to develop. Perfectly fine. Commissioner Anderson, okay, you emphasized the need for clear, easy-to-read ballots. There's a debate over whether they're ballots or petitions. I think you used the word ballots. That's why I wrote it down. And we agree with you there, too, okay? We are happy, eager, willing, ready, able to make our ballots better. I do need to highlight one point, though, and that's we had 51% response on these ballots. They weren't entirely unclear, okay? And when I say response, I don't mean turnout. I mean one position won with 51% of all property owners. Okay, well, I understand.
No,
If you want to interrupt.
it's only clear if the language is clear.
Understood.
If everybody raises their hand and say yes, but they don't know what they said yes to, it's not clear.
Your point is well taken. We're happy, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Anderson, we're happy to work with you and with the city, okay, to address that. And that's the purpose of, why, one of the main purposes why I'm here today, okay? Commissioner Mena, you weren't in attendance at that moment. It was a long day, I know, but if you have concerns, you let me know, and we're happy to discuss them. Okay, so that was the good. And again, I want to hone in on Mayor Lago's point about fundamental fairness, because that, at the end of the day, is the bottom line, and we're on the same page. That was a good thing. I said there was a good thing, a bad thing, and an ugly thing, right? The bad thing, okay, was that we were hearing from two property owners, okay? And hearing from two property owners alone isn't inherently bad, but what it means is you lose the forest for the trees. There are 136 distinct property owners, okay? And you haven't heard that number because that's not a number that's been tossed around yet. 136 are the distinct entities and people who own of different properties. There are very many more folios, there are very many more parcels, there are very many more lots, businesses, but that's how many owners there are, okay? You only heard of two out of 136. And what happens is that a very complex situation was oversimplified. When you've got a complex situation, oversimplified, bad things happen. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Throughout, we talked about taxes, 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 taxes. That was the word tossed around the entire time. The bid doesn't live on taxes. In fact, our bid stands out from other bids in that we have, to my knowledge, no tax revenue, entirely funded by assessments. Our bid was created by businesses who self-assess, okay, and that's the only source of revenue that we've got, okay? But we kept hearing about taxes. The distinction, by the way, is critical, and the attorneys, all the attorneys here, we have many, I'm sure catch on to it right away. An assessment is tied to a benefit, and that benefit is tied, under Florida law, to the amount of land you have, or in some cases, the amount of frontage you have, okay? It's not a one-to-one, right? It's a how much land you've got, okay? Taxes don't work that way. Now, there's a couple other differences that I think, or misconceptions that I think really hurt the conversation. We talked about the entire process as if it were a civilian election for a candidate or for a referendum item. This is not a civilian election. This is sophisticated business owners, property owners who are voting in an organization that they created, and they are assessing themselves, okay? This is an internal thing. What this is, in my opinion, frankly, is a lot more like a corporation and its stockholders taking a vote, okay? And like in most corporations, some stockholders have more stock than others. They get more votes than others, okay? I think that's a better parallel than a true, civilian election, if you will. Now, that was the good, your excellent points. The bad, the skewing of the facts and the perception. Now the ugly. The ugly is the proposal that's in front of you today, okay? It is a rushed solution, and it's going to have an outcome that I don't think anyone has perceived, and run the numbers. I'm going to hand this out, but don't feel obligated to like get lost in it. Mr. Clerk? This document that you see here is a demonstrative. I took the assessment rolls. At our last meeting, at the June meeting, it was called a, thank you, sir. At the June meeting, it was called a tax roll. It's not a tax roll, it's an assessment roll, okay? And what you see here, color-coded, are all the condominiums, -2, -3. And those 3 are excluded because they're actually owned by the city. And they're primarily just 1 or 2 units that you have dispersed and you've created condominiums for legal reasons, but they're one owner. So I've actually excluded those.
Can you do me a favor, and I apologize for interrupting you? How much more time do you think you need? What are we looking at?
3 minutes?
Okay, perfect.
All right. So in green, you see 1 condominium building, 232 Andalusia, okay? And you'll notice that it has just a handful of owners. In blue, different condominium building, 55 Merrick. Now, get this, okay? Under the solution that's been proposed to you today, that's in your agenda packet, okay? You would have 1 owner in rows 23 through 52. And I know that's 1 because I went into their corporate documents. It's 1 guy, okay? That 1 guy would have 21 votes. He would have an 8.6 controlling interest in the bid. Just the 1 guy. How much does he pay in assessments? 1.2% of all assessments. There's another guy. Let's turn the page. Let's look at the orange sheets.
But he owns separate folios, correct?
Mm-hmm. And units, and condo units. But the size of the units determine what his assessment is. So while he has an 18% say in what happens, he only pays 1%, 1.8% in assessments. Okay? And I'm not saying that...
And the point you're trying to make.
All right. Or in the orange, look at page 3. You see the property owner right in the middle. Keep going to page 4. It's all 1 person. And that entity is controlled by 1 individual, 65 votes. He would have, that would amount to 18.8% controlling interest. He pays 4.8% in assessment of the assessments. It gets even uglier. Under this scenario, 1 person with 1,200 square foot condominium would pay $600 a year in assessments. He would have the same voting rights as Publix, the single largest payer. Publix also has the single largest parcel, okay? And that 1 person with a 1,200 foot condo, okay, would have the same vote, pay $600 a year, while Publix pays $68,000 a year. Ross, Dress for Less, okay, it's on your table, row 275, 1 vote.
We get the point.
2%. The Colonnade Hotel, same situation, okay? So here's our solution. You know the bid. Commissioners, the bid has done a lot of good. As I said, you're members of it, okay? Umbrella Sky, Illuminate Coral Gables, Restaurant Week, Murals on the Mile, all of this has been with help from or through the bid, okay? And support from the bid. It's done a lot of great work for 25 years. And it completely upsetting its fiscal year by undoing the vote. Our fiscal year ends September 30, by the way, okay? And changing the entire process in a matter of 60 days, okay? Effectively restructuring the thing in 60 days is not the appropriate way to go about this. Our request is very simple. Approve the vote that occurred, okay? After, of course, the clerk certifies the vote. He hasn't done that yet. That has to happen. Approve the vote, not for 5 years, which is what the voters asked for, but the city attorney says you have discretion here, okay? Instead, do it for a lesser time. We think it might take more than a year, but if you think it's 1 year, I see your head, I hear you. If you think only 1 year would work, we're willing to do that. Our only goal, the bid's only goal, is always to provide a resource to our business community and our residents. And we're hoping to continue that. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll be available. Some board members are going to speak. Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
At all. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
12.
Commissioner Menendez, to ensure that you're satisfied based on your lunch needs.
I'm gonna.
I need you to be happy. What are we looking at? Do we take a lunch break now and come back? Or do we hear this probably 2 minutes
Why
apart?
don't we go through the public comment?
Okay.
You know,
Let's go through the public comment.
do it.
Done.
Just ask everybody not to repeat, and remember, we're hungry.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk. I would, if you could go, a minute. We always allow everybody to run over a little bit, you know.
Unless you have a problem, just to the point, and we'll listen and we'll do our best.
Yes. Well said.
The first speaker is Ms. Mary Snow.
Before Laura begins, very quick, just so it's out there and it gets addressed as people are speaking. The foreclosure for me was not really about was not whether you could foreclose or whether you will foreclose, but it was what can you foreclose on. And the disconnect with me was that, if the assessment is on the condo's tax or assessment bill, and you foreclose the condo's common elements, and the condo votes, then there's some congruency there, but there's a disconnect if it's based on the common elements, but it ends up on each individual's assessment or tax roll, and you could ostensibly, whether you can or will, foreclose on the units, in which case then they should each have a vote. That was my disconnect.
I understood that, and my goal was to cut through that Gordian knot by saying we don't foreclose. So the issue's not going to come up.
But can you foreclose? You
Can we know only the city can do that? We cannot.
Okay, but somebody can.
You can. Yes. Well, you five can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mary Snow had to leave, so she asked me as past president of the Community Foundation to make her remarks for her. So please indulge me, I'm reading from her notes. But she was here to support the bid, who is a partner and collaborator on many projects. The bid helps to execute and enhance the experience in downtown. She wanted me to highlight the 2018 Umbrella Sky, in which both the city, the bid, and the foundation worked together as partners. The bid was a financial partner with us and provided a lot of event support, which, as you know, really had an incredible impact on the downtown area. They assisted the foundation with the restaurant rally program and helped us identify and spread the word. We had a donor at the foundation who provided a substantial donation during COVID for restaurants to be able to give gift cards out to people in need. The bid provided, some of you may or may not know this, but COVID meals, 2 meals a day for 8 weeks to people who were out-of-work individuals. Mary and I worked very closely with Nick from Threefold Cafe and other people from the bid to make that happen. They host volunteers from Gables High School in their office and at their events. And we have collaborated on other initiatives where we have served as their fiscal sponsor, and they've collaborated, which are the Silence Project and the Venetian Polls. So we just want to say that the bid is a wonderful partner, and they make things happen in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Estrellita Sibila.
Huh?
Good afternoon, and thank you once again. My name is Estrellita Sibila. I am a business owner and property owner within the Special Assessment District, to be known as the Business Improvement District of Coral Gables. I want to say thank you to this commission, the city attorney's office, and to everyone in the administration for taking a deep look at this and the basis of what this issue is. And it's essentially taxation, representation, and whether those people who are on that assessment roll ever got the right and notice to vote. Whether or not the Business Improvement District has done great work over the 25 last years, we can all agree on they have provided a benefit throughout the city, but that's not what the question here is today. The question is whether that petition went to the proper people and whether those people had an opportunity to vote, and that answer is no. And even with the petition that they circulated to the condominium associations, not a single one came back. Not a single one of those individual tax folio owners never received a notice of that. So we can't sit here and assume that all of those petitions that were never received would have been a yes vote and count towards this 50+1 that they're alleging that they've already collected on the petition that was already canceled by this commission. So I think we need to be very careful in what message we're sending here. We can't allow an agency that says that they're independent from the city tell the city that they want a continuation to go forward on a process that we've all agreed is incorrect and not legal. And now they're asking for an extension on the work that they should have done during the last 5 years to determine who the right petition and who it should have gone to and whether that boundary should have been different or not. What they're asking and what they're arguing is something related to the allocation method, not the right to vote. We don't say to somebody that's in Gables Estates, you get a larger vote than somebody in the trailer park that they're looking to annex. This isn't a matter of I have a better or bigger vote because I have more space. So we just need to be careful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Greetings. I thank all of you for the courage that you've shown to stand up for voters. And the things that were put forward to you by Mr. Marco, I guess, I submit actually are dishonest. Let me give you one example. I swear to you under penalties for perjury that I've been threatened with foreclosure. And he's trying to tell you the law isn't what it is, that it has a mechanism for foreclosure. I've been threatened with foreclosure by the bid. So he's coming here and telling you, oh, no, no,
How have you been threatened? If you don't mind me asking? I don't own property.
Okay, there's a fellow named Cooperman. He's one of the developers. I go to the bid meetings, and he says, shouldn't we foreclose on Mr. Holmes? There's been other comments. That's the one that happens to be the most chilling to me. So the idea, I mean, there was a lien placed on my property, okay? The law is the law. And he's saying, oh, don't worry about the law because have never actually done it. But I've been threatened. I'm telling you this under penalties for perjury. It's been multiple occasions where people at the bid meeting say to my face, shouldn't we foreclose on Mr. Holmes? And you know, this is an issue that's been around. Are they going to tax people without representation? This isn't something that just came up out of nowhere. Ms. Sabila has been bringing this up for years, and they just go forward. No, just let us go with the status quo. They're not concerned about whether people are taxed without representation. If they were, they would have been correct. Now they say, oh, it's all at the last minute. We don't have time. Approve it as it is, then we'll get to work on it. They had years to be working on this. What I submit is we need to go forward, one folio, one vote, and if you don't mind, I ask you to put it in the hands of the city clerk. I've worked in this for and against the election of the bid over the past 25 years. I ran for executive director in the first bid. I've seen it from the inside. These people cannot be trusted. I'll take out the most poignant example. Mari Molina got up in the faces of people counting the votes. I mean, I would never do this. I'd be afraid of being arrested. There's a state judge, and she's walking up to people at the supervisor of elections office, getting in their face and saying, you should do this, you should do that. I mean, it's appalling to me. Y'all are more familiar with vote counting than I am. Have you ever had a party that's in the race come up to you and say, this is how you should be doing your job? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, first a disclaimer. I do not belong to a bid. I don't have any ownership of anything there. I usually do not agree with Rip, but in this case, I think that what the city has proposed makes sense. One folio, one vote. End of the story. Reasonable, fair. What I'm hearing now is we've been doing it a different way, but now, after 5 years, we see that we need more time to continue doing what we're doing. Something is wrong with that. Enough.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Madam Cruz?
Mark Trowbridge.
Dr. Trowbridge?
Good afternoon, everybody.
How are you?
So I thought I'd just give you all a little history for many of you who were not here 25 years ago or on this dais 25 years ago. As you know, the bid is celebrating its 25th anniversary, but a little more than that, 3 businesswomen went to a national conference about bids in Colorado at the request of Ron Sheffield, our Chamber of Commerce chair that year. And when they came back from that conference, well, they were excited and charged, but got to business of convincing local merchants and developers to form the Coral Gables Business Improvement District. And that model would call for the creation of an independent taxing district that would be an advocate for property owners, merchants in the downtown, as well as handling marketing, promotion, and advertising. And those ladies were Jeannie Becker, Diane Brandt, who owned, many of you remember, a wonderful store called Reminiscence Gifts and Antiques on Miracle Mile. It unfortunately closed back in 2014, but spent 2 decades on the mile, and a longtime property owner and bid board member, Judy Weisel. So our chamber during that time held a number of seminars about the benefits of having a bid, and they were open to the public, and the city worked closely, of course, with Miami-Dade County to put together an election process that ultimately in July of 1997 passed. It was actually the second bite of the apple. The first election did not proceed. And so they went back, looked at the boundaries, and ultimately came up with a little bit of a better plan. The bid was expanded, of course, later on in 2007 with the growth of our downtown. And of course, over the last 25 years have worked collaboratively with us on a number of issues, including, of course, the new streetscape project for Miracle Mile and Giralda Plaza. With great support from our partners at the bid and, of course, the city, we go all the way back those 25 years, and I'm proud to say that relationship has stayed intact between our organization and theirs. We enjoy reciprocal board representation, collaborations on programs, and even this week we work together on a new broker brochure with the city. Our history is interwoven, and I ask you again to continue to look at this issue and be thoughtful in your proceedings. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ora Reinhardt.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager.
Good
City
afternoon.
Attorney.
Pleasure to see you.
Nice. Are we there?
Yes.
Are we there? Thank you.
Sometimes you have to, I've been told I have to move really close to the mic.
I have to, okay, well, there we go. Okay. So my name is Ora Reinhardt. My offices at the Business Improvement District are at 220 Miracle Mile, Suite 234. And thank you for the opportunity. There's a lot of things I would have said, but we've heard a lot of them already about the bid, and you, of course, are familiar with the bid. But I do want to remind you what our mission is, and that is to foster the district as a center of culture and commerce. You know that we also act as an advocate for the business owners and property owners located in the district, and you'll hear more about that as well. But you also know that we aim to stabilize and improve the district through marketing and promotion, and that is one of our key objectives. Look, based on state and local law, especially the Florida Statute 170, the bid and its members can get together and use the city's finance collection powers to assess themselves. For an independent nonprofit organization, that service is essential, and we value the collaboration. The funds collected are used for purchasing supplemental services like advertising, event programming, education resources, cooperative promotions. And I know you've already heard that no one is debating that the events aren't good events, but I do want to stress the importance of what the bid and its commitment and the resources it has done to the downtown Coral Gables. Now that's the fun part, all the events and so on, but we can only do what we do because we collaborate with the Economic Development Department here in the city, and they have been super partners to us, the Chamber of Commerce and the Coral Gables Community Foundation. We also support and get support from the cultural institutions like the museum, Art Cinema, and Miracle Theater. Enough said, but there is no doubt that together, all these organizations create and deliver the best possible experiences for our visitors and residents here in the city. Beautiful. There's no doubt about that. You've already heard some examples, so I won't go through the murals, with the augmented reality programs we've had, studios on the mile, etc. I'd like to remind you all, though, that the bid benefits from having a commission seat on the board of directors. giving us a direct communication path to city leaders like yourselves. Who have access to our monthly meetings, board meetings, our financial reports, and the latest and greatest about what we're planning and what we're doing. And we really value that back and forth and cooperation. What I'd like to do, and I know my time is up, but if we could extend it so I can read Mitch Kaplan's letter. Some of you have seen it. He asked me, he called me from, he's on holiday, if I could possibly read it, if that's all right?
Good.
Thank you. Dear Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, I spent many years on the board of directors of the BID. I've been a retailer in downtown Coral Gables since 1982, when I founded the first Books and Books on the corner of Salcedo and Aragon. Today, I am a property owner and partner in the historic building that houses our anchor store. Working closely with the Business Improvement District since its inception, I can attest to the detailed work that went into developing the bid assessment process and the petition process we now have. This process, as I know you know, was proposed and approved by the City of Coral Gables and Miami-Dade County. I was therefore surprised when I learned that the Commission had overturned the finished election because of 2 dissenting voices. This raises some profound question. What about the voices of the property owners who voted to reestablish the district? Why should their fair votes be thrown out? The bid's importance is undeniable. I have witnessed how its efforts have helped develop downtown Coral Gables into the vibrant, culturally diverse district that it has become. It's been a great partner to the city on many city projects, and I'm skipping so we don't go through details. The bid also acts to encourage the businesses it works with to be in line with city ordinances and initiatives when it comes to concerns about the use, care, and upkeep of downtown district. An alternative to the action proposed would be to certify the election that's already taken place, and if changes are felt to be needed, they should be done in an orderly fashion with feedback from the bid, property owners, residents, and other stakeholders. Thanks for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Jillian Hornick.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon. My name is Jillian Hornick. My family owns residential property, a commercial property, and a nearly 80-year-old retail business, all in Coral Gables. For over 5 years, I've had the honor to serve on the bid board in various capacities, dedicating thousands of hours of volunteer work for the greater good of our community. I now serve as the chair of this independent nonprofit organization whose mission statement lists only 2 specific purposes. Those are marketing and advocacy. Obviously, you're well aware of our events and programming on the marketing side. Therefore, today I'm standing before you to strictly advocate and represent for the voices of hundreds of members which continue to be ignored, many of whom elected you to represent them. This group includes general property owners, business owners, past board members, and staff whose lives will be affected by your decision today. Many who feel strongly, but who are too scared to speak publicly due to their fear of retribution. Today, the commission was supposed to be presented with multiple possible options from the city attorney for consideration. Yet, as of yesterday afternoon, only one option was submitted to the agenda for vote. You cannot confidently say that this one option that gives a bulk of the vote to only a few condo buildings located in our 19-block bid district is the best option. How can you proceed knowing that the retail businesses and restaurateurs who developed the Merchants Association over 70 years ago and who drive a majority of the parking revenue, sales tax, and foot traffic to this downtown will be now the minority? These changes would not only upset exponentially more stakeholders, but it would also create additional problems. This is a very complicated situation that needs more time for professional evaluation. What hasn't been discussed today is that a task force was developed in 2006 to analyze the methodology of voting and property assessments. It took this task force, along with a professional hired consultant, over 2 years to formulate the best method, recognizing that there are a variety of types of properties in the downtown, including residential condos, retail condos, hotels, stores, restaurants, religious institutions, and both public and private land. This has all already been discussed, and it has all already been taken into account. We are not reinventing the wheel. The past acting city attorney was included in the survey process, which was developed and approved not only by our past city attorney, but also the Florida Attorney General at the time, Charlie Crist. We continue to operate under these same election and billing processes to this day. In summary, the completed legal re-election should be validated without question. A majority of the property owners have already spoken. Allow the bid to proceed with its operations. We commit to reinvestigating this topic over the next few years, given the proper time, but this issue was not raised early enough to address properly. Thank you.
Could I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
First, thank you for being here. It's a very nice letter. So you mentioned something in your letter, and I want to be very clear. You mentioned retribution. So you said that there's fears of retribution. I visit countless members of the bid, of the chamber. I'm constantly shopping in downtown. Are there business owners that are afraid of retribution? In what sense? They're afraid that the commission's going to do something?
Business owners, city staff.
Would you like to expand? I'm giving you an opportunity.
Obviously, I'm not going to single out anybody, but
can I tell you something?
Consultants.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
I'm afraid of retribution. You want to know why? Because I voted against the Miracle Mile up zoning. And there is a person who owns 13 properties on Miracle Mile who has taken extensive retribution against me and has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars calling me a racist and terrorizing my wife over the last month before I got elected.
I don't know anything about that.
You do know. So the thing is, you have to be very careful when you use words like that because you open the door for people like me to address issues here in front of you, and I'm not afraid. I don't live in fear of whether I won't be in office or I will be in office. We will address things in the public eye.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
why
bottom
I'm
line is that
speak
the
to you
retribution
directly.
is the retribution that was taken out on me and my family based on my decision with my two daughters' private schools.
If you could clarify, I don't even know what you're discussing.
So I'm just saying, I think we need to be a little bit more careful when we use words like retribution in a public setting like this because it sends the wrong message that this commission is out there to hurt anybody. What we are is we are entitled as elected officials to represent the entire community, and we have concerns, and we bring up those concerns.
I agree.
Mayor, and I have worked this commission, and the city manager and city attorney and city clerk have worked tirelessly to ensure that your downtown is clean. We're re-landscaping all of the downtown. We're holding city properties accountable, and we're doing all those things to make sure that there's enough police and fire. And we're doing these things because it's critically important that all these things are in place so that your business can be successful. And when the sidewalks haven't been cleaned in a decade, both on city property and private properties, it's shameful. When we haven't re-landscaped areas in 15 years, it's shameful. And I'm the one that's walking with my colleagues in the downtown to Merrick Park, all the way to 8th Street, to ensure that we give you all the tools necessary to succeed. Because your success is the city's success.
And
Because don't forget that 30% of our tax base comes, excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Excuse me. 30% of our tax base comes from the downtown. I'm well aware of that. But when you use the word retribution, it's very, very, very concerning.
Maybe it was not the right word, but what I was trying to communicate is various people were interested in speaking in support of the bid, but were afraid of what action might be taken against them from
Mayor, your point is very well taken, and we thank you for your understanding.
The problem,
Appreciate
you know the problem that people have? The people is that they don't want to follow the rules. And there's permits and there's code enforcement issues that need to be addressed, and people think they're above the law.
Understood.
And guess what? I'm not above the law because I get code enforcement that shows up at my doorstep and says, you got to address the following issue because it's important. So we all have to be held to the same standard.
Understood.
And that's the key.
Understood. Thank you.
There is no retribution for the record.
Understood. And I agree. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nick Sharp.
Mr. Sharp, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you, my friend.
Too. All right. Thanks for your time. So a lot of people have said a lot of things. I'm going to bypass them. I don't need to tell everybody here the value that the bid adds. This is also not a referendum on the bid. That happens by the property owners, who are the people who vote to self-assess. I am going to address a couple points, though, right? Because it's been presented that it's two property owners who were here at the June meeting. I've watched the June meeting. I couldn't attend in person. I'm sure you're all aware it's not just two regular old property owners. There's quite a history there, and I'm happy to go through it sideways. I've only got 2 minutes. I'll go through it with anyone who wants
I'll
to.
give you all the time you need.
You know, it's not two property owners, right? It's two disgruntled members of the community that are speaking as if this is on behalf of a larger section. Public information request after public information request. There's been a lawsuit to the bid, and then the other member hasn't paid his assessments for numerous years. You know, and I don't know if he's been threatened with foreclosure, but it's never happened at any meeting that I've ever been a part of. So again, it's not just two normal old community members that were speaking here. I want to address further to what Jill said. There was a 2-year study conducted, right? 2 years it took to assess this building by building, ownership structure by ownership structure, business type by business type. It's very, very complicated. It's not a linear process between the ground floor square feet that you have versus the assessment that you're made. And there's many, many examples of where that's not linear. And on first review, on a one-off, it doesn't look like it's a fair structure. I wasn't here in 2006 and 2007 that came up with it, but it is the process that's been used for 12 years. And the city assistant city attorney who was here at the June meeting said that the process had been followed correctly as it stood at that time. What we end up with, if the, you know, and my understanding is the city attorney was directed to come back with alternatives. What's in the resolution isn't an alternative, it's one solution. That solution would fundamentally change the structure of the bid from a property owner and business organisation to an organisation that controlled with 47.7% of the voting power by 3 condominiums. There is no chance that that organisation will get re-elected because no business owner and no property owner is ever going to vote to pay into an organisation controlled by 3 condos. And that's what this structure is. My point is that it's very, very complicated to come up with a structure that's going to result in a fair process. This was looked at in 2006 and 2007, where the current process, less than perfect as it is, was arrived at. What is here in front of you is not a solution, and the bid will not exist if that's passed. The last element, that while we're working around this issue, and if it is extended, you know, my background was finance. I was the CFO of a $500 million company before I was washing dishes and brewing beer. I'm concerned as a board member of this board that if we don't have certainty come the end of our time in September and October, we have a fiduciary duty and a fiduciary responsibility. We have commitments out through the end of the year and into next year, and without certainty as a bid board, we don't know where we stand. And I think it's very, very important that that's assessed, right? I just don't think that the right time to do this was when the election was almost finished, right? And now whoever's fault that is, we are where we are. And I think there is things that we can looked at and that could be rectified going forward, and communication and all the other things that people have met. But I'm really, really concerned for the existence of the bid, and I think like most other people, I think the bid adds great value and I'm concerned about its existence.
Thank you, sir.
I have a quick question for you. In order to sort through these problems, if it was a 1-year extension and we examine things in that 1-year period, in your opinion, would that work?
Yeah, I think if everybody got stuck into it, there's a lot of work to do, but I think it's possible to come up with a solution. It's not going to be a perfect solution. Again, this is not a linear thing and it is complicated. You know, at an individual by individual basis, I think it's tricky, but I think a year is enough to come up with a solution that satisfies the majority of the stakeholders, city included.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Vinnie Torrey. Okay. Ricardo Alberti.
Sir, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Just 1 second. I just want today, you know, even though I am on the bid board, I'm not here talking about from the bid board. I'm talking here from a business owner. Okay, and I just want to say a few words, and I really want to thank you for the time. My name is Rick Alberti, and I'm speaking to you today as a business manager for our businesses. The Walgroom Gentleman on Miracle Mile. Businesses on Coral Gables have not been easy for the last few years. First, we started with Streetscape, and you know, Peter, how long that took. A lot longer than we expected, and then we got hit with COVID. And then after COVID, the businesses, if you take a look at the mile, thank God where we are now. But man, we had a lot of vacancies at one time. The key to success to any business in Coral Gables is to make sure the patrons come out either to the Mile, Geralda, or downtown. The bid is done just that by having excellent events like Halloween in the Mile, Valentine's Day, Frost Music Festival, so on and so forth. Now they've taken it upon themselves to even make sure the Miracle Mile is completely lit for our holiday season, and I take my hat off to them. Without the bid and their efforts of advocacy, I really don't know if many of the businesses on Miracle Miles would be able to grow or survive. All I ask is to do the right thing, give us the opportunity to really take a look at this in a way that it affects everyone, but it will help everyone to be able to vote properly. And I think all the business would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one additional speaker. It's through Zoom, and it's the Coral Gables Museum.
Perfect.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the bid. I'm Elvis Fuentes, the Executive Director of the Coral Gables Museum, and we have been in collaboration in several occasions with the bid. They have supported several of our programs, and we're very happy really with this collaboration because it has meant a new visibility for the museum. We have all the leadership of the bid present in some of the events that we have organized, and in particular, they have been supportive of a very community-based program that we have, Capture Coral Gables, that this year we did a special edition focused on downtown Coral Gables. It was highly successful. We're actually beginning now a new series of programs, also focusing on the Coral Gables downtown, precisely thinking of this idea that it's an area in the city that pertains to us particularly. And we're expanding also the collection of the museum by acquiring several of the works that were presented in this contest. The contest was, in fact, supported by BID, and we're very appreciative, we're very grateful for that. So that's what I wanted to add in support of BID, and I hope that the extension gets approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. We appreciate you being here and your insight. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Can we please close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, Commissioners, happy to answer any questions or help effectuate whatever motions you would like to make at this moment.
I have a quick question. I have a quick question. I'm assuming that it's not possible, but there's no kind of opt-out mechanism for folks who don't want to be in the bid. Does the assessment have to be uniform over a geographic area or what?
So the resolution itself has the bid boundaries and includes the folios that would be included. So at the moment, those are the folios and those are the boundaries. So long-term, that's something we can look at, changing the boundaries and looking at what properties would or wouldn't be exempt. But what's presented to you today and what was approved in April, what went forward with the petition process, it's those boundaries and the folios within those boundaries.
And to your point, when people vote no, you can't opt out. The majority has spoken.
But yeah. I know you can't in the way that we do it, but can a mechanism be created for opt-out? Because maybe perhaps I'm oversimplifying it, but my first thought is, if a condominium doesn't want to be in a bid, just opt out of it, continue with the bid without them.
So that would require changing the boundaries of the district. So if you think of it like a district as a whole, it's the district that votes and it's a majority of that district. Changing the boundaries of the district is certainly something that can be done. I don't know that that can be done after an election or once the bid is created, the district itself is created, opting out individual members, as it were.
I also want to address, they said the city attorney's office asked to come back with many options and only one option was presented. We looked at many options, and initially we were even going to present a few more options, and then we stepped away from them because we found that there were different issues in state law that didn't allow that. So doesn't mean there aren't others. We just haven't thought of them yet. So we presented you with what we believe is the best practice based on what we found thus far.
And that option just to be clear, is one vote per folio?
Yes, and so that does, as was presented to you, give 174, I believe, additional votes than what is contemplated now, and that would be to the individual unit owners, as I believe the bid attorney presented. It's not 174 individuals, it's, you know, some owners own multiple units, et cetera, but it would be I believe, an additional 174 or 172 ballots or petitions, which currently it's 178.
And we didn't do anything, we haven't discussed any alternative in terms of who gets, on whose bill the assessment ends up, condo versus
We've looked
individual?
at that. There are condo law considerations about assessing the condominium association itself rather than the individual units, which is how it's done now. There are issues, as you heard, about assessing versus on square footage and giving votes like that. We've looked at a lot of different methods, and assessing the individual folios is what seems to be best practice and make the most sense. Sending the assessments to the individual folios rather than the association. There's issues with doing that.
Commissioner? Yeah.
A few thoughts. First, off topic, just because I hear the comment repeated on a lot of issues that come before the city. So just a generic comment. I guess public comment etiquette 101. When you're talking about an important issue that's a heated issue, to say to the elected officials, well, we voted for you, we expect you to do this. You have to understand that on the other side of the room, there are people that voted for us that expect us to do that. So there's always going to be one side or the other. We're not going to appeal to everyone or appease to everyone's demands because the room could be split. And even if it's 80-20, there's still 20% that we have to listen. At the end of the day, we do our best, we do what's fair. But that comment, I hear it, and a lot of times, and quite honestly, it's irritating because we're here to do our best, and we do listen. So that's just something I needed to throw out there. This, I remember initially, was strictly a matter about notice and receiving the ballot, and it seems to have grown. There's an expression in Spanish, this is un plato de arroz con mango, which the translation is, this is a tossed salad. It's all over the place, and it's hard to define what's in it. One thing that caught my attention, it was an eye-opener. I thought, sir, I thought you did a very good job in presenting different ways of looking at it. That Publix example, to me, was an eye-opener. I didn't think about it, but it was an eye-opener. Commissioner Anderson mentioned taking some time to come up with alternatives. I'm open to that suggestion. One suggestion, and I've been asking about it, what do other cities do with their bids? I found out that some, I think it's City Miami or Wynwood, or I forgot who it was, it's directly under the city, managed by the city, not privately managed. I think every time we take a step forward, we seem to sink a little bit further, and I don't see a clear end in sight, despite the great efforts by the law department. But we're facing with condo rules, state statute. Every time we move forward, we entangle ourselves further. So I want to find a solution that's fair, but at the end of the day, we need to make a decision that's the right decision, but unfortunately, I don't see a right decision.
Thank you.
At least not currently.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is certainly a complicated area, and we have spent a lot of time looking at these issues the last few weeks. Just to mention the Wynwood bid and the Coconut Grove bid, they are city boards. They are assessed per folio, but I will note they have a different assessment methodology than our bid does. Our bid is based on a ground floor square footage, essentially the lot coverage. They have much different methodologies, and they assess based on different uses, et cetera. So they are comparable, but also very different in other ways. So,
Mr. Vice Mayor, have any comments?
It's interesting to me that, Coconut Grove and Wynwood use a different, folio-based method. As a decision maker, in terms of the process and the legality of the process that was undertaken here, I feel kind of compelled to yeah, I have to take advice from our city attorney, and having kind of spoken through it with her, I think technically speaking, this complied with the current process. I think the real question then is, are people satisfied with the current process? So, I think that should be evaluated. Having spoken to the city attorney, I was kind of the mind of, and I think you mentioned earlier, because she mentioned it to you as well, of the possibility of doing a shorter period of time and then really digging in and evaluating this whole thing thoroughly.
Yes.
But, I'm not of the mind that, frankly, anything should take more than a year as it relates to this. I think that's.
We can read a room and we will make it work. We will make it work. But our goal is to make sure that we can operate. And as Nick pointed out, it creates a shadow over our ability to fundraise and operate if we are missing our fiscal year and we're not having revenues come in.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
But but I do think there are some real things that need to be discussed here, because I do think, based on some of the comments, that there is a bit of a
We agree.
sort of fairness issue underlying some of this process, and I think that we should evaluate that and take action. We shouldn't do it in a rushed fashion.
We agree.
And so, that right now, my mindset is, and I don't like to use the word extend, but basically approve it for a year, with the understanding that we would reevaluate things during that year. And I won't be here for the entirety of that year, but as long as I am, the things that I would be focused on are why we don't use a folio method as compared to sort of neighboring bids.
Okay.
And I would add, successful and effective neighboring bids aren't I think they're quality destinations in South Florida that do a good job. It's not, just anybody. So I think they're good comparables to kind of look at and understand, why do we do things differently?
Right.
And make sure that this commission has the proper, oversight over things, so that we avoid these issues going forward. The other distinction being our bid operates as this independent 501c3 as opposed to a city board, what the implications of that are, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at those issues and let's make a decision. So that's relying on the legal opinion from our city attorney about the actual process that would undertaken here, but also understanding that I think there's still some underlying fairness issues. That would be my gut as to how to approach the situation in a thoughtful and kind of methodical way, but in an expedient way, because to your point, a year is a year, but it's also, we'd have to get moving sooner than later on all of that process. And
Agreed.
We'd have to figure out if there needs to be a consultant, who's paying for the consultant, all those kinds of things. But that would be my general thought.
Perfect. Commissioner, anything else?
No, just, the condo issues that prevent the approach that condo gets billed, condo common areas are subject to levy, individual owners aren't subject to levy within their own units, is really my big hangup.
I'll research that further.
Yeah, and I'm conflicted as well. I think the fairness issues are valid, and what I just mentioned speaks directly to those fairness issues. And at the same time, I appreciate the work that the bid does, and want to be very careful about doing something that signs their death sentence unless fairness overrides that. So I'm pretty conflicted on it, and think we need to do it very carefully. But
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have anything before I say something? I think that we have another comment that you'd like to say. Would you like to come up?
No, you go ahead.
Please be
Thank you
brief.
for your indulgence. I was just wondering, what is the legal grounds for an extension to be given by this commission for 1 year, when the original petition that derives the life of the current bid only had a 5-year? This commission debated whether or not they wanted to grant more than 5 years back then. And the answer from this commission and the folks that were sitting here representing the commission was no, 5 years was a maximum. So I'd like to understand where that legal authority to extend it, please.
No, I want to understand, because you're saying more than 5, but we're saying less than 5.
Well,
So I'm
right
not
now,
following.
if you all are contemplating extending what for 1 year? The current bid that sunsets September 30th? Or are you looking to validate a process that was canceled that excluded half of the tax-paying citizens on it?
Let our attorney explain this really
Thank
quick.
you.
Just so you can provide a little clarity.
It was my understanding that what is being suggested and what the bid suggested and is being discussed is finalizing the process of the petition process that began in June, but rather than for a 5-year period, which was approved by the petitions, shrink that to 1 year. So it would, the current 5-year period would still end, and there would be an additional new 1-year period of the bid, is my understanding.
Whoa, hold on.
Wait.
But I give everybody.
Everybody
I
has a
give
chance to speak. There's no need
Everybody
to
has a
jump
chance
in.
to speak.
Because the mayor allowed him to. If you'd like to come up and say something, just like Ms. Sevilla, you're welcome to. But just, ask and we'll do it.
We just gotta maintain decorum. So you can't come up here and make accusations. You gotta maintain decorum, and that's what sets us apart from other cities. So if you'd like to say something, let me just finish with the attorney, and then I'll bring you up to say something. Okay? No, at all. Please, my pleasure.
And Ms. Sabilla is correct. We would not be extending the current bid period. That was only voted for a 5-year period. This would be, it's my understanding, sort of reconsidering or re-amending your previous resolution to finalize the petition process that was opened in June, but rather than going forward with a 5-year assessment period, just a 1-year assessment period is my understanding.
So let me tell you because Ms. Sevilla brought up a very good point. Okay? The only reason why I vote in favor of this is because our hands are kind of tied right now, and it's not achieving what I want. What I want is for every folio to have a vote. And my city attorney has not provided me with the roadmap to be able to achieve that today, because she's still in the process of getting further information. They're still looking at potentially seeing what other bids are doing. And obviously I understand that we want to see how we can continue with the bid in one form or another. But to me, if I'm still on this commission, depending on what happens on April, my election, I'm going to vote no again. And I will vote no because if we haven't been able to find a route to provide every folio number with a vote, I vote no. So my point is that I'm doing, if my colleagues want to continue and allow for 1 year just to kind of get through this and move forward and allow the bid to continue its work, which goes in line with the city. Don't forget the city helps out the bid and a lot of their efforts, and the bid helps the city. We work together on this. But this is an issue of fairness. This is an issue of taxation without representation. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So, Mayor, I just want to clarify, the resolution as written today does give that option of 1 folio, 1 vote. It just may precipitate an unintended consequence without the benefit of the time to look
Yes.
carefully at what could happen.
And that's what I'm fine with.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
So,
of course, please. Yeah.
I really don't know why he's allowed to keep interjecting here. He's not being subjected to time limits. He's only giving one side of the issue. I submit to you that when you voted on June 28th, it was because you felt, and Ms. Sabila has proven, that it was an illegal election. The state statute, I've finally studied this law. I have a law degree from the University of Florida. I have various legal accomplishments. I won a multi-state probate proceeding, more or less pro se. The state law is very clear. I said this fellow is not telling you the truth. One of the things he said is that state statute 170 doesn't apply. Well, in the Florida Attorney General's opinion, the city said, yes, it does apply. Okay, so why is he telling you something that's not true? And what is acknowledged in that Florida Attorney General's opinion is that an absolute majority of the affected property owners has to vote yes. It's a self-taxing district. People are voting to tax themselves. So you require an absolute majority. That election was not done that way. They're taxing, by my count, 167 business condos without giving them notice or the right to vote. So it was an illegal election. This idea that you want to ratify something which violates state law for 1 year, I mean, you know, you all do what you want to do, but as far as I'm concerned, you're saying, yes, we ratify an illegal election that tax people without representation, that violates Florida Statute 170.
Thank you very much, my friend. I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Just a couple comments before we take a vote on this. We've had 5 years prior to the current petitioning process for some of these issues to have been fleshed out. And right now, my vote for it is going to be for the 1-year extension, but it won't be next time if we don't get these issues resolved. I don't want to sink the ship that has done so much good for our downtown district. And that's why, for now, my vote is yes. But you need to get it together, and you need to get it resolved, and you need to have, whether it's a fractional voting system or whatever it is, that is the fairest way, so everybody has a voice, so everybody has a vote on this during this workshop period, and invite all the stakeholders in for their comments so that we have a fair process. It needs to be done, or the next time, it'll be no.
Thank you. Commissioner.
So after listening to all the comments, listening to my colleagues, listening to myself, I have a legal question. So take your time to answer. So if the commission wants to do that 1-year period to find as close to a perfect solution as possible, how do we go about it? Do we have the authority as a commission to grant 1 year? Is it something where we have the authority to rescind a decision we made prior? How do we get there if that's what the commission, where it wants to go?
It would sound to me that what you would need to do would be to amend your previous resolution to allow the petition process in June to be finalized. I would suggest that any ballots that were received or petitions that were received by either the city or the bid between the end of the petition process and your meeting June 28th could be counted. That to the extent that the city clerk certifies that those petitions meet the 50% threshold and certifies that the Chapter 170 requirement has been met, that come back to you all, and then the regular process proceed, which is 2 public hearings on the assessment, then the assessment invoices be mailed out, but that your final action would be to create the bid for a 12-month period from today or from when the results are certified.
Can I ask that you and or the city attorney address because again, I have to rely on your expertise on some of these things, and while I'm an attorney, I don't practice in this area. So, your position on why the process that was undertaken, technically at least, complies with the applicable laws.
Chapter 170 requires all affected property owners, 50% plus 1 majority of the affected property owners. As you all know, condominium associations are sort of an entity. They're not a separate entity. They represent the condominium owners. And we believe that the condominium association vote is the vote of the representative owners. Now, as you said, there may be fairness issues, or it might not be the practice you want to do going forward, but that through the condominium associations, the individual units are able to vote as a property. Just as we mentioned, a 20,000 square foot property gets the same vote as a 2,000 square foot property, and it's 1 vote per property owner, and the condo association represents the ownership of the whole building through their condo association procedures.
And it's a method that we have historically used.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there's not a better method, but it's a
Right.
legal method.
So how was this handled? How was
Mr. Holmes,
this,
can you please have a seat,
Can you have a
please?
seat, can you have a seat, sir, please?
Please.
Would you mind sitting down, sir? Please, thank you. Before the bid, how was this handled?
There was no bid.
There was no act, there was no party, there was nothing that was going on. This was just empty.
Oh, you mean event-wise or
Yes, all that kind of
promotion-wise?
stuff.
15 years ago, I don't know.
25 years ago was when the bid was established. I'm not sure
25
if
years
some functions that the city used to do were taken over by the bid or the chamber. That's not.
We may not have had them, I don't.
Yeah.
What is that? Can you tell me a little bit about that? Mr. Trowbridge.
Yeah, there was a Miracle Mile Merchants Association, and it went back even to the 50s. You had people like Albert Friedman and others who kind of loosely knit together. They did not obviously have the, structure in place and the ability to do the big things that I think the bid came together to do and still does to this day. But
So similar to a chamber.
it was a subset of that. Some of them were members of the chamber, like Carol's Jewelers and many of those that are no longer on the mile. But just like you had in Red Sunset, they have a merchants association, not a bid. Same thing in Coconut Grove when they were a BIC before they were a bid.
Right.
So when I worked for the city of Miami, we were really, in effect, helping them with their merchants association. But it was at least a forum to bring people together and have a conversation. And I think, 25 years ago, the chamber working with Judy and Diane and Jeannie began that process. And there were, any opportunity to bring people together to talk about this path forward, and then people put their arms around it and have reelected and reelected and reelected it because of their faith.
So maybe, again, thank you, Mr. Trowbridge. Maybe not today, but maybe the answer in the near future is maybe the city handles this if we can't come to an agreement. And I'm willing to do that. We've shown this year through Ornique, through the Burger Bob's, through the Coral Gables Country Club, that we know what we're doing. We can handle things and we can do things from in-house. The manager has an exceptional team, and we can continue to push forward and provide a great, transparent product. And I have no fear in that. I'm not afraid of the private sector. So moving on, I think we've had multiple rounds of discussion. Do you have something you want to say? Because you're sitting up there. Because I got to close this up. We've heard from enough people.
Sure. One last thing that I wanted to mention was that there's this eye-opening statistic that each of you commissioners keep referring to as to how many votes we would have. I need to clarify, because right now what's the disconnect is also we have parcels that are 137,000 square feet that only get one vote, where there's owners that have a parcel that's 2,300 square feet but is an individual folio and they get one vote. So please don't be swayed by that. And also, how can we go forward with that lack of notice? I think you're making a substantial error that's a flawed error in allowing that vote to count when this commission's already been on notice that the tax assessed parcels were not given a notice and an opportunity to vote. This bid was operating for the last 5 years. I raised this issue about there being a tax assessment bill that goes to my property over 2 years ago. So this was not a new issue that they just heard about. This is an issue that I brought up for years, and they chose to do nothing about it.
So let me ask the city attorney on that front. Ms. Sevilla is making a statement in regards to notice.
The notice argument is the petition and the assessment argument. It's the same thing we're saying. Could there be a better method? Of course, but we believe that the method is legally defensible and the one that's been in place for the last 25 years.
The issue is that the state law says affected property owner, and then in Chapter 170. And Chapter 718 says very specifically that a special assessment district cannot lien or charge the condominium property. So that notice is not a notice to the affected property owner if you don't even have the right to tax that owner. So we're playing semantics here, but again, it looks like the only outcome that we're pushing for is an illegal election being counted, which is not the outcome that this commission should be.
I don't agree with you on that. I think the goal is to come up with a system that, going forward, that addresses some of the concerns you're talking about. And, again, I understand you disagree with the legal opinion. I think it's a nuanced argument, but the opinion is what it is on the notice issue. And again, the goal is to take a reasonable approach to addressing this issue so that going forward, it's a better process that everybody's satisfied with.
So
back when this was changed.
In closing, let's.
Sure.
Because we've had this back and forth discussion. This doesn't happen in any other city. And we need to bring it to a landing. So tell me 15 seconds, and I'm inviting Aura to stand up here, please, and give the necessary time so she can rebuttal if she has anything she'd like to say.
I'd like to invite this commission to have the Attorney General opine as to who an affected property owner is and whether or not that is a condominium association so that we could put this issue to rest. There's no real reason for us to go back and continue to debate. If it's illegal, it's illegal. And if they didn't do the right petition process, then we shouldn't be giving them another year to continue.
Madam City Attorney, could that be an option?
It's an option. I don't know that it's the most advisable option based on our reading of the law, but
Again,
something we can consider.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Reinhardt, would you like to have a few moments to put anything on the record that you'd like? I want to make sure that later they say that I'm fair. See, I'm a lot of things, but one thing I am is fair and transparent.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. I know it's taken much more time than we thought it would. I appreciate your evaluating very carefully the situation that we're in, and I think what we've come to hear is that there is definitely a will to continue operating so that those organizational activities that we have can be put into play, but more importantly, that you are giving the bid and the city and our various partners who we want to call into play here the opportunity to look very carefully at what you've all brought up as a concern. I do want to say for the record, though, that this last election, as agreed by many of you, was legally done, legally undertaken, and was done as we have in 2012 and 2017. So therefore, we do not feel that there was fault in that election process. We do understand that we have opened up a lot of opportunities to do better, and we certainly feel that we can, and we'd like to work with you on that. The 1 year, if that's the only option we have, we'll do 1 year. If it were 2, I'd be happier, because we all know that the last time we did this, it was 2 years. And what I can tell you is that this city, well, you should tell me, this city has had such an incredible change in its landscape. The environment's different, the buildings are different, our zoning laws are different. We have a whole new thing to look at. This is not going back to just what we did before. It's what we can do for the future of the city. So we're happy to, if we have to take the 1 year, I understand. I would have preferred a 2-year opportunity so that we get it right and we don't make any mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. What is the will of the commission? Commissioner Menendez?
Well, to wrap things up, and we can vote it up, vote it down, it's not an issue. Well, we need to vote on something.
Yes.
Based on all the comments. So, Madam City Attorney, staff, both city attorneys, assistant, would it be 2 motions, 1 motion? What would the wording be to get to that 1 year process?
I believe it would be amending your past resolution in June to allow the petition process to be completed, i.e. count any ballots that were received by the 30th, to direct the city clerk to continue with the process of certifying the election one way or the other. He hasn't certified it yet. As he would normally do, bring it back to you at the next meeting for your final approval, and then the public hearings on the assessment. And as far as the 1 year, you could state that now, that you would want, if approved, that the bid would only be for 12 months after the certification of the results, and we can reiterate that when the results are presented to you.
So the 1 year is when it comes back to us, but right now it's basically amend our
Amend the
prior
resolution
action?
to allow the petition process to be completed.
So I'll make a motion on what she said.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I like that motion. It was.
Thank you. I
Your
practiced.
memory
I
wasn't
practiced a lot.
tested.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
No. Moving on.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I would like to defer item F6, please. We want to get more input from the restaurants as the request of Dr. Mark Trowbridge. So I'm looking forward to that.
Mayor, when would you like us to bring it back?
I think the next meeting will be
October?
perfect.
Next meeting is fine?
Yes. So, moving on. Moving on really quickly. Did we do consent agenda?
We did not.
Consent?
Move.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
No, they're all out to lunch.
Nope.
May I have a motion, please?
I moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
H1? H1, and then we go to lunch.
H1, what's H1?
H1, it should be something.
H1 is a resolution of City
Good.
Commission approving celebration of the recently installed sculpture Mean Average by Tony Craig during Miami Art Week and Art Basel application to Art Basel for an official event and funding of up to $35,000 from the Art Fund toward interpretive and marketing materials.
That's a great thing.
Thank you very
Ready
much.
to move it?
Oh,
I'm hungry.
Second.
we do, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, no,
No, we didn't mean to. I was just listening to her, sorry. Whatever she says, I usually do anyway.
ahead.
Thank you. Good
it's
afternoon,
great.
Mayor, Vice
you
Mayor,
doing?
City Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Specialist for the city. Adler Guerrier is also here this afternoon as an appointed member of the Arts Advisory Panel to speak on their behalf. I would like to briefly review the process we followed and the resulting recommendation. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. So following up from the previous commission item, artists Janine Antony and George Sanchez Calderon each submitted a proposal. The artists made presentations to the Arts Advisory Panel and the Cultural Development Board. The Arts Panel recommended permanent acquisition of both pieces proposed by Janine Antony. They also recommended the temporary exhibition of the work for City Hall titled I Touch Your Listening. The Cultural Development Board did not accept the recommendations of the panel and recommended celebrating the recently installed artwork by Tony Craig at the Plaza Development Project. For the public's benefit, I would like to briefly review the proposals that were submitted. Janine Antony's I Touch Your Listening and Whispering Through a Stone are companion artworks that contemplate and invite the process of listening on a civic and personal level. I Touch Your Listening is this finger labyrinth that you see here on the left that she proposed to be created with help from the residents. Whispering Through a Stone, on the right, is based on the design of a conversation chair and allows people to share secrets or important moments privately while in a public space. Both the panel and board members especially liked Whispering Through a Stone, but unfortunately it could not be completed in time for Art Basel. If the commission is interested in exploring this particular piece further, I would be happy to bring it back to the boards as a separate item for consideration.
So the first, sorry, can you go back to that for a second? I just want to make sure.
Oops, sorry, backwards. So the piece on the
Piece on the left is the two pedestals I see there with that etching or whatever that is on
yes,
top.
that's a finger labyrinth, the one on the left. That was proposed for temporary. You would trace it as the inner workings of the ear.
I like the rock too.
So if you would like, if the commission would like, then we could bring that back to the boards and run that through the process as a separate item, if you would like.
I mean, we can consider it. I think it's interesting.
I like the rock too.
Very nice.
Caveat was the timeline for that would have been late summer 2023. So it to be done.
We can discuss it then. I mean, I think we can approve the Tony Craig and move forward. But I think the rock is interesting, and it would be something that would require less maintenance. By the way, just so you know, I requested from staff that we can please let's maintain the sculptures, clean the sculptures on Giralda, in a little TLC love.
Which ones?
Which ones?
The marble ones.
The ones on Giralda.
On Giralda, yeah.
Yeah,
Just need a little attention.
they actually were recently restored and addressed, so I'll speak with our conservationist again about those and how we can keep them in better shape.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so the George Sanchez Calderon piece, now it's piece Americana 2022 also encouraged conversation in this instant between viewers and two large-scale iconic figures, along with a proposed fair inviting consulate participation that would have taken place between the two works. So as we mentioned, since
Can you go back to the one before? I'm not art. I'm not the art. No, the one before. I'm not the art expert that others are. Is that Pez
dispenser?
Pez dispenser.
Yeah, or bobblehead.
A bobble.
Oh, it's a bobblehead.
It's, yes, it's designed after a
Is that
bobblehead.
a specific person, or is that just a generic?
Milton
George
Friedman.
Volsky.
George Volsky.
So,
That's what I thought it was.
so George Sanchez Calderon traced back this sort of what we call bobblehead now, back to a sort of tradition of sculpture making and procedural that goes back to Belgium and Spain. And that is what he is proposing, a 15-foot sculpture along that line. And the figure of Milton Friedman, whose economic work is important to at least the development of the 20th century. And so that's what he wanted to bring in conversation. And in the back, the rabbits are a sort of, was the first rabbit that was digitally produced as a kind of object that was scanned and made into an object. So it's a collaboration with a friend of his, and those were, in essence, the three things he's proposing to be at the plaza.
So since Whispering Through a Stone could not be completed within the time frame, the Cultural Development Board discussed other options and is recommending the newly installed Tony Craig artwork, Mean Average. The sculpture has been installed, and the plaza is completing hardscape around the work, which will be done in time for Art Basel. I've spoken with Art Basel about the various options, and they responded by saying that Antony and Sanchez Calderon are wonderful artists, and their ties to our community would make a commission very meaningful. They are also aware of the Tony Craig work that is being recommended and asked about the location, adding that they are looking forward to working together again this year. I've also spoken with the plaza, and they support the initiative and will work with us to see if the artist is available to attend.
Will the, and I think you may have said this, but will the surrounding infrastructure, if you will, be in place by then?
Around the sculpture itself. The whole project won't be done for the
Right,
plaza,
but
the area around the sculpture will be.
Will it be in a place where it's doable to do a real
Yes.
event there, or?
Yes, yeah.
It's about 12 feet from the sidewalk.
Okay.
What's the material? Looks like
It is a
resin.
bronze.
Bronze, okay.
Yeah, when you
That
see it,
should last.
when you go see it in person, it's monumental. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
And it's gonna draw a lot of attention, something very special
Very
to the
happy
city.
with it.
I think it's great.
So staff is recommending funding of $35,000 for the proposed recommendation, related expenses, and annual marketing that we typically do around this time. We intend the marketing to highlight the public art collection in general and to celebrate other works that will be installed by that time. Funding is proposed through the Art Fund, which is funded through private development projects. And if you have any questions for Mr.
No,
Guerrier
I don't have any
myself.
questions. I always take an opportunity when I'm either in front of the board or in front of this gentleman here, who I hold in incredible high regard. And I'm gonna say this in public. When are we gonna have a work of yours in our public collection?
Once I'm off the panel.
This
in
gentleman,
the future.
This gentleman has been in major museums in the Whitney Biennial, and he is exhibited throughout the world. This is a serious artist, very serious, that we're lucky and blessed to have him, and I would love to have you propose work for the city, even being on the panel. It's not nepotism, I don't care what it is, your work is exceptional. The city attorney's cringing, but get off the board for 2 months and then come back on. But I would love to have your work because you are a great artist.
We'll consider the options, but in the meanwhile, advocacy is the best I could do, so.
You're doing a great job.
You're doing a great job.
Listen, just, and in terms of a little bit of like feedback on the other pieces, which, I know is a sensitive topic when you're talking about artistic, quality and things of that nature. And
I always love your input, though.
No,
I like it.
Listen,
because you're an art collector.
Yeah, I'm all for things that are fun and playful and don't have to be as and I don't have the vocabulary of an art enthusiast, but that are a little more playful and whatever. Like I think the cause is going to be really cool when that comes in, and when the bobblehead thing to me is like maybe like going a little further than what our community likes to see in the form of public art. I like the other two pieces. The rabbit I think was amazing actually, and the other sort of pillar. I'm not here to tell the artist what to do, and I would never do that. But I'm just saying from the perspective of the board and everybody evaluating pieces, I just there is, I think we got to stay somewhere kind of.
We have
Your comments
we want to hit
in
singles.
line with the discussions.
Singles
in
and
the panel
doubles.
as well.
Not,
Yeah. Again, it's not that I think it's fun and I get it, but I just think for our community, I think it doesn't have to be always everything over the top, kind of serious, traditional. We can have some fun, but
scale too.
There's probably a point that's a little too far. That's my feedback.
So with that being said, I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
We will go have a 20-minute lunch.
All right.
And we'll attack the rest of the agenda when we get back. Thank you.
even have an attorney.
The chili cook-off.
Chili cook-off. Yes, we have somebody here for the chili cook-off.
How you doing?
Very well, thank you. I'm Frank Sexton.
Sorry we made you wait all day.
It's a privilege to sit here. I haven't been here in a number of years. My name is Frank Sexton. I'm with the Rotary Club of Coral Gables, 30 years now.
Remember?
I know.
So is the commission.
I know. We could have more of you, but that's for another day. The Rotary Club of Coral Gables is having on October 30th down at Pond Circle, now it's called Fred Hartnett Circle, its 5th annual chili cook-off. This is our major fundraiser. This is a happy and non-contentious thing. So, and as I said, I'm the incoming president next July for the second go-round of that. And what we do in that chili cook-off is we have teams of people cooking chili and competing. And people who go in pay $10, they get a tasting ticket, and they go from booth to booth to booth to booth. And at the end of the day, everybody gets to vote. Plus, we have 3 professional restaurateurs who will be judging the chili, and we'll have a cash prize at the end. We'll also have a beer by Bay 13, which is our beer sponsor. And so what we do with this money, because I've been asked to disclose it by Commissioner Anderson, is our foundation, like Rotary clubs all over the world, does humanitarian projects, not just here, but all over the world. For the last 3 years, for example, in the Gables, we have given approximately $27,000 in monies to things like the Women's Club, things like the Merrick Caroling Competition, Actors Playhouse, things of that nature. We also have every year for 3 years, and actually for a couple of decades now, given away approximately $25,000 in scholarships to local high school students, most of them at Gables High. And we sponsor children, too, for scholarships and other assistance in Liberty City. We're partnering with the Urban League up there. We are also having summer camps over the years for kids from Overtown out at Shake a Leg. We sponsor, yacht trips for them and teach them how to boat and sail and fish, things of that nature. Internationally, we spend every year probably about $10,000 of our own money, matched by the district, in projects in Haiti, the DR, and Panama. What do we do? In Haiti, we support 3 women's cooperatives, 2 that farm and raise goats. These are just women only and their children. These are usually abused women or women who had hard lives in Port-au-Prince and who are now in our cooperatives. We feed those kids. They farm, they raise goats, they sell the goats and all of the products that goats produce, goat cheese and milk and things of that nature. We supply books and other school materials and school furniture to children in Panama and the Dominican Republic through AFLID, which is an international, very well-known outfit that promotes literacy throughout the world. We are just beginning a water filtration system in a village in Venezuela, right on the Colombian border. That's going to go into some schools and also some private homes. We do that to the tune of about $10,000 every year. And so that's what we do with our money. We took kind of a hit, of course, like most foundations did in this COVID, this pandemic of the last 2 years. So our foundation is needful of more money, so we're hoping for a very successful cook-off. And all of the matching Rotary District money that we usually count for the year, this year 100% went to, as it should have, Ukraine. So this year, our coffers are kind of bereft of funds, and we really need to get out there and do this. So what is my ask of you today? Very simple, very easy, no heavy lifting. No contention, no arguments. Please spread the word to your friends and your family. That's going to be a good time down on Hartnett Circle, Pond Circle, October 30th, 1 to 5 p.m. All I'm asking you to do is to go and eat some chili and drink some Bay 13 beer. That's it. That's my ask. However,
However,
I was very happy to see on the agenda as attached items courtesy of Commissioner Anderson, the 3 items that I had sent to all of our members, reminding them it was their job to go out there and get us some sponsors and to get teams to cook chili. Now, if any of the departments in this city would like to field a team, it's $25 to do that, to get in and cook chili, we would love that. I have here in my hands, and I will let the record reflect I am approaching the clerk's to distribute among the people on the dais a package consisting of a save-the-date flyer, a very clear and easy-to-read level of sponsorships, and we'll take money from just about anybody.
Really?
And thirdly, and most importantly, an entry form if you care to show up with your team and cook chili. I understand the police from this city are fielding a team, and I've been spreading some rumors about the nasty things they're saying about the fire department, hoping they'll step up and do it. But that's your job. So what am I looking for? We need good attendance because our sponsors have been promised we're going to get 2,000 to 3,000 people there in those 4 hours, which we have in prior years. Please sponsor any level that you can, and please talk us up in every way that you can. We have a lot of children in Haiti to feed. We have scholarships here to give out. We have Overtown kids to take sailing. So I thank you for your attention. Yes, sir.
Really quickly, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Well, Commissioner Anderson, is your item, please.
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Do me a favor, please swing by my office, which is here to the left. See Chelsea or Gabby. I need this document in a PDF so I can include it in my newsletter. And please give this to her, and I'll sponsor the event.
Very well.
It's attached to the agenda. I got that PDF on there.
All right, so we'll do that, and then we'll include this. We'll include the event in any city emails, any newsletter that we're sending out to get the word out for October to make sure it's.
Thank you very much, and I expect to see each one of you there.
Be there.
I'll be there. I'll sponsor, but I won't cook because you won't want my chili. You will not want.
Didn't
my
say
chili.
you had to win.
Can we taste?
Yes.
Well, you $10, you get to taste 10 varieties of chili.
I'm in.
We'll even have veggie chilies. I don't understand that, but we'll have those. And by the way, if anyone would like to join the Rotary Club, 76 years old in this city, we've always had very close relationships with the city. Please do. We've had mayors and commissioners going back to our origins, and our motto is it fair to all concerned? The last of our 5-way test is, will it be fun for all concerned? We do humanitarian work, but we have fun doing it. So please come and join us.
Thank you, my friend.
And we meet at the Hyatt every Thursday at 12:15. Thank you.
Before we move on to item 2.1, I just want to hear very quickly G4. Commissioner Anderson and myself sponsored discussion regarding water coolers and the reduction of single-use water bottles. Commissioner?
This was a conspiracy between you and I to
Yes.
help reduce the plastic water bottle usage in this building because we should be setting the example, not be using plastic water bottles. And I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that and not being using plastic water bottles to fill their reusable water bottle, hint. Because the amount of water bottles we've been using is a little embarrassing. And I want to encourage everybody to use the one in the hallway that's available for all visitors that come to come see us. And we do have paper cups, which I just tossed. It looks like a dunce cup like this, but just to remind you, and staff is going to be getting the flat bottom cups so that we will be ADA compliant. And the reason why these aren't ADA compliant, so I can serve my educational needs right now. Anybody had to ever take a pill and needs to set this down to be able to take the pill and they have manual dexterity problems, it's going to be falling over and spilling. So that's why we need some flat bottom cups. We can offer both, one with a flat bottom and one with a pointed. That's it.
Perfect.
Mayor, would you like to add anything?
No, listen, it's great. The water quality, the gentleman is here. He's a friend. Please come up. It's a great product. I highly recommend it. And it's something that, again, we're just trying to do, taking small steps to try to make the the planet just a little bit better.
Thank you, thank you. That's one of our goals, and that's what Pure Water Factory is about community. And our bottles are BPA-free and PET, so they are totally recyclable. And as they come back to the store and reuse, we sanitize with ozone. And what our water is alkaline. We make it fresh every day on 27th Avenue here, between Coral Way and Dixie Highway. It's 9.5, it's mineralized, and it passes through ultraviolet light as well, twice, just to make sure that the RNA and DNA of bacteria scramble and can't replicate. I bring this to show. PWF, buy local, support local. And we're here to help and to serve. And we have a municipal price of only $2.40 a gallon. And we charge no delivery fees, and there are no contracts.
Perfect. Well, listen, we're happy to have you here in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I look forward to your expansion throughout Miami-Dade County.
Yes,
and the reduction in plastic bottle use.
Yeah, and we're here for you in emergency as well. So during the hurricane.
Perfect. Talk to the manager, and we could always be your preferred.
Yeah, you got a letter from me actually.
Vendor when it comes to emergency.
Thank you. Yeah, I take care of the City of Miami Solid Waste Division right now.
Perfect.
They're all dependent upon us. I have all their water for them in case of the hurricane. It was part of their purchase.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
Have a wonderful
Thank you very much.
Item 2-1, time certain 12. It is my apologies. We're super late. I don't even.
Yes, Mayor, 2-1 is a resolution of the City of Coral Gables Parks and Recreation Advisory Board requesting that the City Commission have a permanent or quasi-permanent staff member or park service attendant be dedicated specifically to Salvador Park during peak hours of usage.
I don't see.
Hi, yes.
Oh, she's there.
I'm
Good.
sorry.
I was going to ask. Hopefully she's on
I
Zoom.
am.
Okay.
Fred, I was, good afternoon, Mayor and also Commissioners. I appreciate the time. And Fred, thank you so much. I was there at 12, but I had to leave for some commitments, but I was advised that I'm able to speak on this now. And I really want to thank first of all, the mayor and all the commissioners for all their great support for the parks in our beautiful city. It is fantastic. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity of serving this board. I work with the wonderful Fred, Carolina, and Mitch, who do an excellent job, and Sarah as well, and their team. And I am here to present the resolution that as chair, again, my name is Monica Segura. I am a resident of the Coral Gables, and I frequent the parks often. And we all met and we passed a resolution requesting the commission to assist us by allowing us or affording us the opportunity to have an either permanent or semi-permanent city park official or ranger in Salvador Park. As you know, Salvador Park is fantastic, very beautiful, has gone through a lot of remodel and things of that nature. My son loves the park along with his classmates and all the schools around the area. But we do feel that just in terms of usage and now the addition, hopefully, of the dog path, it requires more attention. And we're here and we met and we're here and I'm here specifically requesting the commission to assist us in that endeavor by listening to the board and also its residents in its use and assigning either a quasi-permanent person or park ranger to be present during the hours of 9 to 5 or regular business hours in order for the upkeep and also safety of the children and other people that frequent that park. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And Fred, if you want to add something else, but I think that summarizes the board's feeling.
She's correct. I don't have any more to add. It's a very busy park. The board, when they discussed things, they wanted us to have more of a permanent presence. It's very difficult for us to have someone stationed there the whole time without hiring additional staff. The rangers that we do have serve more in a maintenance capacity. They have to service over 120 dog stations, and they have to service all the garbage cans of the park. So we don't have the ability right now to have what the board requested, which is to have a person permanently there during the weekends and the peak hours, which would be, you would probably need 2 people because if they were part-timers, you can only go 29 hours each. So we would need 2 because depending on the season of the year, you could be, busy times after school and up until 8, maybe or 7, depending on
on Sunset, so that's where we are.
Question, how many in the parks, community recreation department, how many more or less part-timers do we have in general? Youth Center, Venetian Pool.
Well, depending on season, we usually probably year-round, it's around 75 or 80, but that's for all the facilities and everything, lifeguards, whatever it may be. And then obviously we increase probably by 100 for summer because of the summer camping, because of the increased traffic at Venetian Pool.
So I had a couple questions. Would this person be more like eyes and ears or have additional functions?
Well, we'd cross-train, they'd have additional functions. They would act as not only eyes and ears, they would be the people that would kind of process and oversee the parties. We have a lot of rentals in the pavilions, have some maintenance capabilities, the cleanup, making sure that the order is kept in terms of enforcing the rules, whether there's, dogs on leashes, if they want to be on a leash, let's send them over to where we're going to have a nice area, that kind of thing.
Dogs on leases aren't allowed in the park anyway.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying, just to enforce it. When
Just
dogs
to
come in,
enforce
to make sure,
Is
they
it
would
a
serve as an
problem there?
enforcement arm too.
Is
But
it-
not
Right.
code.
And if I could
I mean,
address Commissioner Anderson, and thank you so much for your question. That did come up. The issue that we're seeing is that due to the frequency of children and also the activity of the park, for example, you would hope that everyone follows the rules, but unfortunately that's not the case. So what you do see is that when people have parties, sometimes they do bring alcohol or obviously, you could report them. I could report them if I'm there or whatnot, but we would want someone to be present there so that it doesn't create an uncomfortable situation for those that are peacefully and enjoying the park and respecting others and the rules. So that's what I've seen. I've also seen, unfortunately, the ice cream truck that's selling to kids and things like that. You also see some dogs without leashes. So a lot of issues have come up. And again, this park is frequented a lot by the children that go to St. Teresa and the children that go to St. Philip's. So you have a lot of different kids that are using the park, and then you would hope that it's a safe environment for them. But there's a lot of things that are not safe, such as the consumption of alcohol that I've seen presently, the illegal ice cream lady selling the ice cream to kids and stopping in the middle of the road. And my understanding is that that is either being addressed or being handled, but it hasn't been handled while I'm there. And I frequent that park often with my son and other parents. So that's really become a concern, and other board members and other residents have those same concerns. So to answer your question in a long-winded way, like all lawyers can, that person will have the capabilities of enforcing the rules, right? So that illegal activities or activities that shouldn't be done in the park are done. And then obviously making sure that the bathrooms are kept, or calling the specific person to, do whatever needs to be done to make sure that the park is running orderly.
Well, this person sounds like no fun. No, I'm just kidding. Quick question. There was two, and I may be confusing issues, but there was two residents I was talking to not long ago, and I think they sent an email. I'm not sure if they sent it to everybody else, that there was discussion about an extra employee of Salvador Park who might address puddling on the courts in some situations where some of the courts become unusable, so we have to
That's
squeegee
a
it out.
different person altogether, because that's for the tennis courts, for maintaining the clay. That's just tennis court maintenance. We need staff there too. I mean, it's a theme, unfortunately, but yeah, that was a different request. That was a different set of, Salvador is busy. It's got two sets of participants. You have the tennis and now pickleball players, and then you have all the parks goers.
Okay.
So could I ask you a quick question? Would this be a precedent for any of our parks to have one person dedicated to this park full-time?
Right now it is. We are, as we start moving towards the Grand Phillips Park plan, that would be manned specifically. That facility would as well. And we did, at one point in time, I did have staff in Phillips Park specifically, but this is years back before we started cutting back. I've been here a while, so like the late 2000s was the last time I had someone in Phillips Park. That was specifically for Phillips Park.
So would this be, we'd have to hire somebody for this?
We would have to hire somebody for this,
This would be
yes.
additional headcount.
But with a part,
Be a
if it's
part-timer.
part-time, the benefits that full-time get, they wouldn't be,
No.
the pension and stuff like that would be.
No, it's not
As a
pension.
part-timer, no.
They do have some benefits. Part-timers do, the leave, there's certain holidays and that kind of thing. There is a little bit, but it's not full-time. And it's,
And to address the commission-
we're looking at a $14 or $15 an hour position, which is
Right.
what our lower level is. And, they would have to be 29 hours is one, but if we want to have them all through the weekend as well, you might need two.
So do you think it's necessary?
For that level of service, yes. If that's what we want to do, it's in terms of us, enforcing all the things that happen there, yeah. It is a much busier park than we're used to. It's something that's opened our eyes. There's parties specifically, and it's not even the ones that, the permitted parties aren't the problem. It's people that use the stuff when it's not permitted, and then if we don't have somebody there, unless we get a phone call from participants telling us that
Monica?
something is up.
Yeah, a resident reached out to me, approached me about they had a party, and it was so packed that the other people that were at the park, using the park, sort of came into their party, a reserved party area. So I just that alone be able to,
I've had to send my administrator, I've sent some of my staff, that if I get a call at the office, we'll send them. For that level, for that park, it would be a good use.
And if I could address the commission again and the mayor's point and Commissioner Mendez's point, would this send an unnecessary precedent to other parks? In my opinion, no. It would actually be in line with historically what we've done to parks that are frequently often. As Fred mentioned, Phillips Park did have a permanent person there. And due to the frequency of the park and the usage of the park, I think it'll be warranted. Again, we understand as the advisory board that it's a cost added to the city, but it's a park that really offers its residents and especially the children such a wonderful place and such a safe environment. But to all the points that are addressed here, I've been there where, people that are not part of the party group encroach upon the party. And in order to throw a party, as you all know, in order to host a party there, you do have to take a special permit. There's costs associated to that. So in terms of being respectful of other residents, that doesn't happen unless someone's there and calls, and you have to get on the phone with Fred or Mitch or Carolina or any one of the Parks Department to come over and enforce a rule. So if you had someone either part-time or two part-timers to assist those that are using the park correctly and follow the rules, that'd be fantastic. But to answer your point, Mayor Lago, does it create a precedent that wasn't there? It does not. It actually goes in line with heavy usage of parks and also what traditionally has been done before.
So are we looking to make a decision today, or is this just for us to consider and go
The
back?
board is asking for you to take action. You certainly don't have to. It's up to you.
It's just a sort of blessing.
Yeah, so my concerns, and I'm not saying this is not needed and that I'm not interested in doing this in a part-time basis, is I have concerns about headcount. I have concerns going into the economy right now, what we're facing. I want to be very careful in regards to the amount of people that we hire, the stress that we put on the system and the city as a whole. We need to be very thoughtful. Especially in the moment that we're facing right now. We have some budget constraints, not because we're not bringing in money, it's because the cost of everything has just spiraled out of control, where the projects are, some of them are not even feasible at the present moment. So I want to be very careful, because every time you add a little bit here, a little bit there, it adds up. So this is important, because again, you don't want to have a beautiful park like that and then have it destroyed. Do we need a person there, maybe more as a security guard?
And to add to that point, if I could just conclude my remarks with this, the reason that we thought an additional person would be necessary is, as you're addressing our concerns in the resolution, we thought it would be unfair to add additional burdens to those that are already working in the park system. And that's what Fred is exactly speaking of. Why we thought that a part-timer or two part-timers were necessary is you're addressing and you're hitting the nail on the head. due to the constraints of budgets, and everyone that has seen this across the different industries, we're putting more burden on workers that we currently have. And we're asking those that already have a high demand on their time and other duties to do more. So we thought that would be unfair, obviously. And we get calls, everyone on the Parks Advisory Board and the Parks Department, I'm sure gets tons of calls on this particular part. So we thought instead of adding additional duties to those that already have so many and are encumbered with so many different duties and services to the city, have a part-timer address this concern. Now, the next point that you address, should an extra security guard be better? Should it be a park ranger? We leave that up to you. The issue is that there is an issue at that park and a lot of residents are feeling it. And us as the advisory board are requesting however you see fit, however you see to fund it, whether or not you want to table it or whatnot. That's, obviously that's the commission's decision and your decision as well, but there is a need there. And if we put this burden on those that are already tasked with assisting us with the parks, that's an additional burden that we think it's unfair to place upon them. So this is why the resolution came about.
No, listen, and I appreciate that because it makes a lot of sense. We've been getting complaints, from neighboring residents, concerns. They've talked to us about the dog park issue, which I'm 100% in favor of the dog park. They've talked about parties. I've actually put that on the agenda. They've talked about the fact that the park is overwhelmed because it's a great park.
Yeah.
Mayor, we've actually gone from
dusk to dawn.
Dusk to dawn, and we're turning off the lights at dusk.
Okay, and how is that?
So we started that recently.
Okay.
And we haven't seen the effects of that yet.
No, and there will be some effect of it, but the reality of the situation is you do have the tennis center right next door, and those lights, although they don't completely shine on, they do spill a little bit.
I thought about that.
So it's you can never get a complete darkness.
But what we could do, and I want to look into this, and we can bring it back in the next commission meeting through the manager. Have a conversation of maybe what we need is a security guard that is active. Maybe not a person cleaning up, a security guard whose job, kind of like a neighborhood safety aide, to say, the park is closed, you need to leave, you're not following the rules, somebody who enforcement, not a person who's an employee who's there maybe to clean up or to make sure that everything is being done properly. I think a security would provide the necessary muscle required to send a strong message to say, listen, have a great time, the park is closed. Or please don't, don't go on that swing set. You're 25 years old,
I will tell you that
don't want to do something like that.
In terms of a security guard, the police does have a security guard that does split sometime at Phillips Park. They'll go in as part of their rotation. And for a few of the things you described, that works. But the problem is, sorry, sir.
No, it's okay.
One of the things that, in terms of like dealing with parties and things like that, the security guard is not well versed in dealing with the customer service aspect of it. And we get called anyway. We end up having to go there, deal with parties and deal with some of the bigger stuff. So I'm just throwing that out as that's practical stuff that's happening.
I have an idea.
Oh.
So, I know
Scare me
everybody's,
with your
I know
ideas.
everybody's excited.
Scare me with your ideas.
Can't wait to hear me. So I do think there's some things that police handles. If there's something going on the street, something going on the public right of way, and it's one of those situations that could be turn into a hostile situation just because of the confrontation. I think police we work out something with police so they can deal with that. Within the park, I agree with you, especially when you have parties, and the park has 200 people, and there are people trying to have a party. I think the city should have somebody there to manage, supervise those. We're now school started, so I would imagine, unlike summer, which was from the moment the sun came up, moment the sun came down, that I would say basically after school is when it really gets packed. Right. So if we do bring somebody in part-time, I think it'd be fine to do it during the school year, and then we reevaluate the situation by the end of the school year to see how that worked. But it should, and you may not need to. By just doing it for school hours, you cover one person part-time to see how it plays out. But I do think you need somebody there with an understanding of how your department works and what the the flow of the park should be.
So Commissioner, let's do this. Why don't we take that advice, see what the manager can come up with, and at the next commission meeting, we'll bring some action items. That park needs something. Either it's a neighborhood safety aid, either it's an employee that's trained to address issues, and kind of find solutions. Maybe the security guard is not what we're looking for. Maybe we need somebody who's a little bit more versed.
Maybe a blended approach.
Maybe a blended approach or something.
Combination.
But let's see. I just want to limit our head count. I want to limit predominantly our exposure to the pensions. I want to make sure we're very careful about that, okay?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Tell everyone on the board, thank you for their service. I'm sorry we waited so long. It's my fault. We've had a very long meeting so far. Sorry about that.
Everything's your fault, just remember that.
Understand.
Okay. I always
Thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you.
We have 3 p.m., item A10. You know what, Commissioner, let me wait till the commissioner comes back. We'll do F1 on second reading.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code by creating Division 9 Mayor's Advisory Council and Chapter 2 Administration, Article 3 Boards and Committees, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Ms. Levy Garcia.
Good afternoon again. No changes between first and second reading. This ordinance establishes the Mayor's Advisory Council. Unique to this council is that board members can also serve on another advisory board. They can have concurrent service. Other than that, it's pretty standard.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions? Anything anyone to speak? Okay.
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk, are there any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yeah, we have a motion.
You have to speed it up there.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Okay. Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Very briefly, as you can tell, the vice mayor is not here. He never misses a meeting. He had to step out due to an emergency. Moving on to, hold on 1 second. Moving on, we'll just finish off the second readings and then we'll hit the A10. F2?
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 4 Zoning District, Section 2-100 Residential Districts, and Article 16 Definitions to increase the interior side setback of certain multifamily 3 properties, providing for severability clause, repeal the provision, providing for an effective date.
Are there any changes to the item?
There are no changes. I do have PowerPoint. I don't know if you want to go through that right now since it's a little late. It's up to you.
Up to the commissioner.
Well, can you go right to the page where it shows, the number of inches that we're talking about?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And while you're doing that, I'll bring up the fact that Mary Chris Longo, an individual that develops townhomes, sent you all an email that I think very well explains the concerns for the aesthetics on townhomes and why, this is a needed idea.
So I think you're specifically asking about the built examples and what that change would do for those built examples.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to conceptualize something that's built.
Right, so there's a couple examples that I highlight here that are built without a platted alley. Now, if you're developing townhouses, you basically have to build your own alley if there's not one there. So the one on Santander, the existing unit width is 23 feet and 10 inches. With additional 5-foot setback on one side, that would just be 23 and 6 inches. So you're just losing 4 inches for each unit. And on a station, it would be a little bit more because it'd be 2 5-foot side setbacks, just because it's an interior development, and that would be a loss of a foot per unit, which is pretty insignificant.
So a foot would be like just, actually a CBS block, I think, is less than a foot. So we're just talking about a foot per unit in order to try to achieve better aesthetics on our buildings. So anybody else have any points or discussions on this?
No issues, no concerns.
I did my research, I'm good.
Okay, I'd like to move it.
Can I get a second? Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you to staff for your hard work. Thank you. F3, the final item on second reading.
An ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code by amending Article 14 Process, Section 14205, Declaration of Restrictive Covenant in lieu of unity of title to encourage the creation of city parks by allowing non-continuous building sites with dedicated park spaces, for providing for repeal provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. There have been some changes between first and second reading. I can, yeah, either Peter, or I can note what
Yes.
they are.
Mayor, as far as this has been tweaked for second reading.
Yep.
It provides for a maximum transfer of 45% of the existing receiving site, so that as to we can have a upper limit on the FAR, and it's also conditional use, which means it must be approved by the city commission. So besides that 45%, there's an additional check.
We have the final say. This is an important piece of legislation that I drafted with the help of our team here in the city, which hopefully will continue to bring open spaces in perpetuity to the city and allow developers to buy pieces of land in the downtown and dedicate it to the city to build exceptional parks. So that's the goal of this legislation. But I want everybody to be aware, at the end of the day, it has to be approved by the commission. We have final say in regards to whether we're happy with the FAR, we're happy with the height. Those are all things that we as a commission have the final decision.
Okay, so
That trade-off will have to be approved by the city commission.
Yes.
And it gives the city commission the last say in whether it's worth it or not at that point.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney, Gus Biles. I believe the City Manager started to address the item, but just for purposes of the history, it did go to the City Commission first reading, then went to Planning and Zoning did approve it 4-0. Since it went to Planning and Zoning, there were minor changes. Mr. City Manager, have we covered those changes?
Yes, the 45%.
Okay. So, I mean, that's the major change is the 45% restriction. And that they can't use TDRs.
And Mayor, that would be to limit it in case it's a very large sending site.
Exactly.
It limits it to a reasonable proportion.
Of course. Any other entertain a motion?
Mr. Clerk, no comments?
No, ma'am.
I'll move it. I think this is needed because we've been lacking preservation of green space in the downtown district for a long time.
I'll second with the same reasons.
The clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you, Gus. I appreciate your hard work on this. And the manager. 8:10.
I've had too much caffeine. Young people.
How are you guys?
Very good.
Yeah.
The best part is going to come right now,
Yeah.
right?
You guys
We've been
look
waiting for
different.
this
You guys
all
look
day.
different from when you guys started here.
They look relieved.
How's everybody doing?
A little less stressed, a little calmer. No, we don't fight.
So the floor is yours. Tell us, how was your experience?
Thank you. Well, first, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the whole city. Sorry,
so we
to
can
everyone
really-
here for being so welcoming. That's definitely something we noticed right off the bat. Everyone was very happy to help and just ready to, let us get in on everything the city has to offer and everything you guys do. But special thanks to Commissioner Menendez for sponsoring our program. We're Cavaliers, so we're coming from Coral Gables Senior High, and it was an honor to represent our school here and just learn about everything that you guys do, so thank you very much. So what did we learn? First, we started off in the city manager's office, so the first thing that I learned, and that discussing with Marina after, was that you guys run very efficient for a government, right? Because there's always like this, dark cloud over governments. It's like nothing works, but here, a city manager really explained to us that in his department, at least, he tries to run everything like the private sector, since he has so much experience there, which I thought was actually very useful. And just after moving around departments, it was like, yeah, actually, there's a lot of communication, constant communication. There's a million projects going on, but everyone knows what's going on at the same time. So I thought that was very impressive.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I really appreciate the city's willingness to sort of extend this knowledge and your knowledge to our younger generation, to my generation. I think that in a political climate that now feels very divisive, it's really refreshing to see a group of people that all care so much and are together in the same room caring so much and that are willing to impart their wisdom onto a new group of people who hopefully will be leading this country and this city one day. My final words, I'd like to talk about someone that I met in the city clerk's office, Miss Yoli, who does not seem to be with us today, but whom I absolutely adore. She shared with me what I now consider to be the pillars of public service, which are patience, courage, and grace. So I really thank her and the city and Commissioner Bermudez again for sponsoring our program. So thank you.
I love it. I love it. That's beautiful. So tell me, how are you guys doing? How did you enjoy the program?
Probably for me, the biggest takeaway from this program, it's my second year doing it and probably my last since I'm going into college next year, is just how important local government is, like on a wide scale. When you think about it, we have like the federal and then the state and then the local. But if you really have like a small issue, whether it be your plumbing or wanting to get a new permit, or even like small things like trash pickup, you go to the local government. And it was really nice to see how everyone works so efficiently, and it's like clockwork, really. I spent 2 weeks here during the summer with the city manager and the city attorney's office, and I really learned a lot about how each sort of area works to make this city a better place.
Did you get an idea of whether you maybe potentially have an interest in being a lawyer or being in a more managerial position like the manager is?
I think managerial, that's more, I think, something that I would see myself doing. I also really enjoyed the day that we went to Merrick Park and you helped sort of sort out a few issues. It was nice to see that the mayor himself went out of his way to go and discuss the issues with probably one of the biggest parts of our city, aesthetically.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, how are you doing? Good to see you.
You too. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the PAGE program and to all the staff that has spent time with me. This was my first internship. I learned a lot about the different departments that work together to run the city, which include the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. I also learned that it is possible to follow different careers and work at the city. These include business, finance, laws, communication, architecture, and real estate. I felt very supported and included during my time here, and I saw that the city is diverse and inclusive, and overall, I can see the city as a place to help, improve, and get involved in my community.
So tell us your full name and where do you go to school?
My name is Nicole Schneider, and I'm a sophomore at Lourdes.
By the way, she's one of our newest members of the Parks and Rec Youth Advisory Board.
Yes.
Congratulations.
That's great. So we're blessed to have you, and I'm happy to hear that you enjoyed the experience and it resonated with you and left a lasting impression on you.
Thank you.
Sir, last and not least, name and school.
Hi, my name is Juan Lopez. I go to Belen. I'm currently a junior. This was my first internship, and I heard a speech on the start. So when you're driving to this building today, either for a city commission meeting or even for work or even just around Coral Gables to start your day, what did you notice? You most likely noticed the life buzzing around Miracle Mile and the traffic buzzing around Miracle Mile, and homes of people probably leaving for work or dropping their kids off at school, and there's large murals and the oolite or coral sculptures, which still manage to capture my curiosity for about 11 years now. And with that in mind, think of some things that I might have missed. And what word comes into mind when you think of these? Well, the word that comes into my mind personally has to be meticulously. See, every single part of the city is planned meticulously. And before I like to go on, I like to define the word meticulously. Defined in the Oxford Dictionary, it's in a way that shows great attention to detail, very thoroughly. And you might think that's a very good descriptor. However, I think it's a bit of an understatement. The praise that I would call meticulous an understatement for the amount of work that goes into the city is mostly from my own experiences in the city in the internship. And there's two words that I used to describe this government: accessible and effective.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You've been involved now, this is your second year? Or is it your first?
This is my first year.
Feels like it's been some time before you were up here. We've met, you've had discussions with every level of government here. would you recommend this for somebody who is considering and wants this type of exposure?
Oh, of course. Of course I would.
Okay.
Yeah, there's,
Because this is the reason why we do it. We do it so that hopefully one day you have an interest in public life, either it be to work in the city, like all these exceptional employees that you see here, or potentially to be in one of these seats up here. Because we're looking for leaders like yourselves, and we're trying our best to give you an early start and exposure so that one day when you have that opportunity, you'll come and work at a great city like the City Beautiful. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. I want to thank Kirk Menendez, Commissioner Menendez, for his leadership in this effort, along with all the staff members, the city attorney, city clerk, city manager, everyone that had a hand in molding these individuals. When you came here the first time and you spoke, you were nervous, you weren't confident. I'm talking about all of you. You look like completely different individuals. You are blossoming, and I think that is something special. And I want to make sure that we memorialize that, because you're heading places, and hopefully one day that'll lead you right back to Coral Gables. So, thank you. Commissioner?
I just want to add, we go through long meetings. We go through a lot of meetings. Sometimes we're the good guys, sometimes we're the bad guys. Sometimes you question, is it worth going through the process? I think everybody in every walk of life has those moments. But having you all here and knowing that we were part of your development and your growth, that transition from high school to being a young adult, that makes it all worthwhile. Because thanks to the mayor's leadership, the administration's leadership, we are in position to give you an opportunity to not only learn, but to shine. And that gives us hope, because you're the hope. We believe in you. And actually, jokingly, there are meetings that go on till midnight sometimes where all hell's breaking loose, and you're more than invited to come to those meetings and say something nice about us in the middle of the meeting, because we'll accept it. But I think we got more out of this process than perhaps you did. Maybe down the road you'll realize it, but you make our job and our lives a lot better. So thank you.
It's true. That's why when we went to that meeting in Merrick Park, it was so critical, because I remember asking you in those meetings, tell me what you see here that's wrong. Tell me what you see is out of line with the City Beautiful. Tell me where we're missing in regards to our standards. All of you brought a different perspective. You see things differently. We're older. You got better eyes. But you see things that maybe we missed, which could bring a lot of value to the city. So please, just because you are no longer in the program, write us an email. Say, listen, this is something that I noticed that could be improved. Drop us a line. God forbid, write us a letter. You know?
And by the way,
maybe that becomes a good habit.
And anywhere you go going forward, like the mayor said, applying to college, recommendations for jobs, more than happy to help you all out, take that next step. So follow exactly what the mayor just said. He's on point.
Let's take a quick picture. We got a small gesture of gratitude.
Can I get a picture with you? You guys want to?
Wait, can you stay?
That's part of the day.
Serious? Dude, look.
I like it. I like it.
Kids will love it. And our gift certificates, books and books.
I love it.
What's your wife and I should get out there with them and dig them. Your kids are too small to do without heavy supervision.
You know, they're, my parents' house has massive amounts of. My mom's always pulling them.
I had some parents come in with their 4 or 5 year olds.
All right, moving on to F4, ordinance on first reading.
Yes, Mayor. F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code by creating Chapter 2 Administration, Article 3 Boards and Committees, Division 9 Coral Gables Golf and Country Club Advisory Board, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause codification, providing for an effective date.
Hello again. This is an ordinance sponsored by Commissioner Menendez. We did have our intern Gabby Orioles help with this ordinance, and she's actually on her way. She wanted to participate in the presentation, so if we can.
Of course. Let's move on to F5.
Perfect, thank you.
Are we doing F5, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
No worries.
And
You're
I
allowed.
understood that we were taking her at 5.
No, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's the
F5.
hour.
An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 62, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 4, Maintenance of Sidewalks and Swale Areas, Section 62-153, Removal of Obstructions, and Section 62-156, Buttons and Other Encroachments Prohibited, of the City of Coral Gables Code to clarify provisions regarding obstructions and or encroachments on streets, sidewalks, and swale areas, providing for repeal of provision, codification, providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Christina Suarez, Deputy City Attorney. Section 62-153 of our city code sets forth a procedure for removal by the city of obstructions on rights-of-way, essentially, and provides that violations are punishable as set forth in Section 1-7 of the code. The proposed ordinance just amends the section to make it abundantly clear that placing, maintaining, or allowing an obstruction upon any street, sidewalk, or swale area is prohibited and a code enforcement violation. It also clarifies that obstruction does not include any tree, shrub, swale treatment, or encroachment that's been approved in writing by the city commissioner or city manager. So that would include, things that are in the approved soil package. Additionally, the proposed ordinance further amends Section 62-153 and also Section 62-156, which specifically deals with buttons and other types of encroachments, to specify the procedures for imposing a special assessment lien if the city does have to expend resources in removing such obstructions.
Perfect.
So I have a few comments about paragraph 1A. The encroachment approved by writing by the city commissioner or city manager. Because of the swale package and because of the historical aspect of before the swale package was ever in existence, there's lack of clarity. So I think if we just add the language or permitted by the city code, because we're allowed to put in plantings within 3 feet of a tree trunk, okay? So that's not required to be permitted by the city commission or the city manager. It's already in the code itself that you're allowed to have those types of plantings. And before the soil packages existed, people did plant stuff in there, so they were grandfathered in, for lack of better terms. They were. At least I was told that when the soil package came into existence. So I don't want to have this conflict ongoing because we don't have a definition of what an obstruction is that's clear enough in here. So if you put in or as otherwise permitted by the city code,
That should work.
it would encompass those types of items.
Absolutely.
Any other comments? I have no issues. Do we have any comments from any
No, sir.
speakers? I entertain a motion.
I'll move it with the amended language.
I'll second with her amended language.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. We're still waiting for F4. F6 was deferred. That's my item. F7.
I don't see Miss Elojarrieta here. Is she on her way, Mr. Manager?
She is.
Oh, there she is.
Hey.
She just appeared.
Cal, how are you?
All right, so I'll read that into the record. An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, amending 4625 definition to update the definition of administrative manager to provide automated benefit processing for participants, amending Section 46254 disability retirement, allowing for the board to reconsider a disability retirement after the disabled participant reaches his or her normal retirement age, providing for a repealer clause, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. So this ordinance does exactly what the city attorney read. Currently, the pension board annually reconsiders the disability of a participant receiving disability retirement until such time as the participant reaches normal retirement. This ordinance would allow the board to continue to annually reconsider the participant's disability retirement after they reach normal retirement. So if this passes, it would be effective immediately upon the excluded employees. And then once we negotiate that with the unions, it would be applicable to each of the unions as well.
Do we have any comments from any speakers?
No, sir.
Any further comment from the commission?
No.
Entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F8. Raquel, thank you so much. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables zoning code, Article 15, notices, Section 15104, quasi-judicial procedures, and amending Section 2-79 of Chapter 2, Article 3 of the City Code entitled Order of Business to clarify definitions of documentary evidence and amend the order of presentation for quasi-judicial hearings, providing for appeal provisions, severability clause, codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Ms. Throckmorton.
Good afternoon again. This is not deja vu. We did pass something similar last commission meeting. This is amending the parallel code provision in the zoning code to clarify and shorten the order of presentation, and also to clarify that documentary evidence does not include demonstrative aids, et cetera, that are duplicative of information already submitted, and changes the parallel city code just to clarify and collapse that order of presentation a little bit as well.
Any public comment?
No, sir.
Any questions or any concerns from the commission?
No.
No. I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
F9?
F9 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 5, Architecture, Section 5-505, pitch roofs and material to expand the allowed roof materials for pitch roofs to include metal roofs, and Article 16, providing for a definition of standing seam metal roof, providing for a severability clause, repealer codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Ms. Cabrera, good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So we're back with the metal roofs, and I think we finally have something that the commission will be happy with. Basically, we will require that applications to put a metal roof on your home go to the Board of Architects for approval, that they cannot be approved administratively. They also will not be allowed in the historically designated districts. And if it's a historic home outside of a historic district and they want to put a metal roof, it'll have to go to the Board of Architects and to the Historic Preservation Board.
Let me say also that this is limited to standing seam roofs,
Right.
which means that those are the roofs that are crimped and have those vertical, those long elements at the top of the roof. You cannot do a metal roof like you do in a barn, right?
Right.
Where you just
Yeah, no.
stack them.
I know the standing seem to work so good with solar panels. I do have one question. In areas like the McFarland area that's historic, do we have any metal roofs in there now, or is it all, what, shingle?
I don't know if there are any metal roofs there now. I could verify, but this would not allow metal roofs in a historic district.
Okay, no. This is a very good first step, and we can explore that if it makes sense in areas like that later on.
We
So I
will
think
also
they do.
provide a handout indicating the positives and negatives of the metal roof as
Yes.
far as the weight is concerned.
Yes, that's true. You have done the most research.
You know why I'm
Aside
excited?
from
You
me.
know why I'm excited today? Because I've been working on this since the moment I got elected. And I'm excited not about only passing this legislation today, as you can tell. I'd like for the camera to pan down. All this is research, meetings. Put this up so you can see it.
You can get your exercise here.
Years of work with staff, with architects, with engineers, working on finding the best solution that, again, does not compromise on our values and our quality of life here in the city of Coral Gables. I'm happy to see this come up for a vote, finally, but most importantly, I'm happy to get this off my desk, which has been on my library for the last 8 years.
Yeah,
So
I think I met with you in 2016 about
you dragged in here examples of metal roofs that looked like tile, and a litany of conversations that we had. That was before you were on the planning and zoning board. We've been talking about this.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
happy to
well, because no one
co-sponsor this with you and finally get this done.
Because no one wanted standing seam. I thought I'd try something else.
But by the way, there are metal roofs already in the city of Coral Gables. The issue is that we have to be very methodical on how we do this, to not compromise on the loads, to not compromise on the structure, to not compromise on, there will not be metal roofs on historic buildings unless they're copper already. You know, that's currently available right now. You can put a metal roof on your house right now. It's just got to be copper. But the problem is it's 5 times the cost, excuse me. So we're going to require the utmost quality if anybody wants to put a metal roof, and we're going to do it the right way without compromising the structural integrity of the building or the structure. Okay?
Two other last
And
2 cent
the metal roofs will have to go to the Board of Architects, Mayor. There won't be administrative approval. It'll be by the Board of Architects.
I'm going to recycle.
Yes. You can finally do it. Well, 2 other 2 cent pieces on it for comment. Copper, as you know, is expensive. Environmentally, it's not the wiser choice. And third, it's not the best to put solar panels on. So that's why the metal structure proposed here would be best for solar panel installation.
Thank you to the manager and thank you to Surami for their hard work and guidance. They deserve most of the credit for really pushing this item. We have a special guest today, Mr. Tony Escarra from our esteemed Commissioner Raquel Regalado's office, who's been here all day. The floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor. I would like to thank the sponsors of this item on behalf of Commissioner Regalado. Mr. Mayor, I know that you've been working on this for a very long time, and your work is very appreciated by the Commissioner. Commissioner Anderson, also thank you for your advocateness on this item. It's an important item for the Commissioner for all the things that have been mentioned, as well as the insurance implications that it has. As we know, in Tallahassee, there's been a lot of conversations about roofing insurance and changing those rules, and this would be something that people can use to plan for those problems in the future. So I'd like to thank you all for your leadership on this on behalf of Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. When you look at this, Commissioner, and since we're taking this moment, it's been a lot. You know, we're crossing a pretty significant step. I have meeting minutes here from 2008 of how long we've been discussing this, planning and zoning board meetings.
Right.
Where the mayor, Donald Slezak was the mayor. And Kurdak was on the commission, Marie Anderson, Commissioner Cabrera, Commissioner Chip Withers. So
I was trying to get it done before I re-roofed in 2008, 17, 18, and I couldn't get it done in time. So on the insurance aspect, one other 2 cent point I learned during the process of my research. After a storm, it's much quicker to be able to get in the metal roofing than it is for the tile. We'll be waiting a long time for tile, but the metal roofing can be produced pretty quick.
And not only that, also, which is a great point, is also the issue of, for example, a standard 3090 roof with tile, either it be clay or concrete. What do you think, Mr. Manager? 20 years max, 25 years?
With the new protocols, 25 plus.
25. A metal roof could last double that, correct, do you think?
Depends on the rust issue.
Yeah, and all the rust, but I mean the maintenance. But for example, if you have to make a correction on a roof because there's a leak, now you have to tear away until you find that roof. At least at this point right now, you can just take away those panels.
Recrimp, and
Recrimp. And again, it's a cost-saving opportunity for a lot of people who are living in this community. I think it's also more environmentally sustainable, a lot more environmentally sustainable. So,
I will take this point. If the state is serious about roofing, they should adopt the Dade County protocols. We have the best protocols of anywhere.
and I'm happy you put that on the record.
As far as roofing.
And I'm happy you put that on the record.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Commissioners.
Send my best to
Thank
the
you.
Commissioner.
Mr.
Tara,
Mayor,
thank you
thank
for
you
your hard
guys
work.
very much.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any questions or any concerns or anything that's, any public
Any
speaking
comments?
cards? Any comments?
No, sir.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Congratulations. Moving on to F10.
An ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 14 process, Section 14102.3, meetings quorum and required vote to eliminate the requirement of 4 affirmative votes for recommendations relating to comprehensive plan amendments, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. As you all know, our Planning and Zoning Board is tasked with providing recommendations to you all relating to items within their purview, and it serves as the city's local planning agency as set forth in Florida Statute Sections 163.174. Our zoning code requires that for adoption of any motion by the Planning and Zoning Board, that it be done by a 4-vote requirement, and rather than just a majority. However, that is at odds with state law, which requires that there must be a recommendation by the local planning agency, in this case, the Planning and Zoning Board, for consideration of comprehensive plan amendments. Because per our zoning code, if a motion does not have the necessary 4 votes, it's not considered a recommendation. So this proposed ordinance amends that provision of our zoning code, specifically for items related to amendments of the comprehensive plan. In those cases, the failure to obtain 4 affirmative votes to amend the comprehensive plan shall be deemed a recommendation of denial of such amendment.
Okay. Any comments from the public?
Yes, sir, we do. We have one speaker card, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz? It's great to see you again.
Good afternoon. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm a firm believer that when something is not broken, it does not need to be fixed. I guess because I was a teacher over 40 years, you know, if something hasn't been a problem, why should I look at what could be a problem if it hasn't been a problem? And we're doing this because it could be a problem. Let me tell you how we got here. This is the important part. There was a planning and zoning meeting. There was a problem because there were only 5 people there. So I've taken the time to look at attendance to planning and zoning. Okay, and I didn't look at the pandemic, but this year, okay, there's been 9 meetings. You have 1 person that has missed 1 meeting. You have 2 that have missed 2. You have 2 that have missed 3. You have 1 that has missed 4. This is an important board. And if people want to be appointed or are appointed and they cannot make it, they should say so, and you should find somebody that can be there. Now, I found a discrepancy because I got this, because the problem was not only that somebody was absent, somebody left, came in and had to leave. So they were left with 5 people, okay? Now, that was not the big problem. The big problem is that we do have an outside counsel that is the person, the attorney that sits with them. And he gave him the wrong answer. Because they asked what happens if we don't get 4 votes? And the answer was what was read before. They can ask for a continuance or they can go to a commission. Actually, he said they can go to a commission without a recommendation. But that was the wrong answer because the state said they had to have a recommendation. Okay, so all this that we're doing now, the extra meeting that we had to have, the inconvenience to the board members, to the public, et cetera, was because somebody made a mistake. One mistake. I have asked, I don't know how many people that have been around for a long time. Nobody remembers a time when they could come up with 4 votes. Because you know what? As a teacher would tell you, when you tell them you won't leave until this is done, they would have found a way to get the 4 votes if they had been told they had to have 4 votes. But they were not. So I think we're jumping the gun. I think we're trying to fix something that doesn't need to be fixed. I think what needs to be fixed is attendance. If people are there and the attorney that's there should know the answers. And then you wouldn't have a problem. I think to make this vote, that important comprehensive plan, to make it just a majority like any other board is ridiculous. I mean, this is not any other board. This is not any other committee. This is serious enough that it should be a stringent vote. And it's very clear. You need 4 votes, one way or the other. You're not telling them they have to agree. They can vote no or they can vote yes. So what's the issue?
So
one time.
So can you clarify a little bit?
Just one point I want to clarify is that the amendment actually does not make it just a majority. It says that if they do not have the 4 votes for a complement amendment, it goes up with a recommendation of denial. So you cannot get, with 3 votes, you cannot get a recommendation of approval.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that nuance.
All right.
I think that gives you.
I think that's a little better than what I thought, but still.
No, because I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you because what ends up happening is people don't show up and somebody gets by with an approval with 3 votes.
You see?
Right? I mean,
Yeah, so attendance aside, I think.
But I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, I think it's important. Because attendance is important. Like,
agreed.
We got to show up. We got to show up.
100%.
And I was on that board. Commissioner Anderson was on that board. She was my appointee on that board. That board is important not only to the city, but it's important to our daily business.
Yeah, but you know what the other
Without
problem?
a doubt.
Mayor, excuse me. You know what the other problem is? I do not know of any board, okay, except when somebody doesn't reach out. If you sit on a board, and I've sat in a few, and somebody says, oh, Maria called that she wants her absence excused. Well, there's some boards where there has to be a reason to be excused, not just say,
And I agree with you, but there's also, you have to understand too, people are not being paid. People are not being paid.
But if
so it's
you
kind
want
of, I know.
It was in the summer.
I know, but I mean, it's also, I have to have a little bit of leniency on that front when you're asking a professional, who has a very busy schedule, a mother, someone who's taking care of an elderly person, and they still make time to provide the city with their much needed service and acumen, and they may have to miss a meeting, and it happens. It happens. It happens. Look what happened today.
Listen, but I'm going to tell you, it's not summer. March, one meeting in March, one meeting in April, one meeting in June, one meeting in August. That's not summer.
No, but the incident you mentioned.
I know, but the problem is it reflects the whole thing. Okay, it reflects the fact that this, if you don't go to the parks meeting, I'm sorry. If you do not go to anti-crime, but this is important. If you cannot make most of the meetings, you should say goodbye.
All of our
boards are important.
30+ boards are important. They are because they're important. Look what happened today. Parks is bringing a recommendation in regards to quality standards in a park. But
you know what I mean.
I know what you're saying. But I think what the city attorney gave us a good safety valve, that you can't walk in there, present a project with 3 people and get a positive recommendation. You're not going to. So what else can we do to make sure that any project that's going before the Planning and Zoning Board, receives the appropriate review? What do we need to do?
Mayor, I just want to make 2 points. One, with regard to the evening of the initial meeting, is my understanding from Mr. Collier that meeting was extremely contentious, even if he had said the exact thing that he should have said, and he has owned up to that and apologized publicly for that.
It's fine.
You know him
We all
as
make
well as
mistakes.
we do. Exactly.
Anybody can make mistakes.
Exactly. And he has apologized and taken responsibility. But the point is, he did not feel that anything he
Boy,
could
that
say
has,
that
that has, a,
night.
that has a lot of value for me when somebody makes an apology and they say, listen, I made a mistake. But what I don't like is when somebody doesn't own up to their mistake and they continue.
He absolutely did, and he did it
And
publicly.
he's a gentleman. He's a gentleman, please.
But I would like to say that he has told me he didn't think anything he could have said at that meeting was going to sway anybody's vote that night. Everybody was entrenched. Regardless, my concern is, and it's our job to look into the future, and I understand Ms. Cruz's point about when something isn't broken, but this could happen again, and it's going to put our city in a difficult predicament, because what if the second time there would not have been 4 votes in favor of the motion?
Right.
We would have had to make a decision about how we proceeded to the city commission to allow the property owner to move forward with their application, which they have a right to do, and at the same time not violate state law. So I'm trying to avoid liability in the future by bringing a solution that I think is palatable.
And I think that what you said, requiring that there's 4 votes in favor. If not, you won't get a recommendation. I think that even Ms. Cruz
that's a little
admits
different.
that gives you
In fact, the recommendation is denial.
denial.
It is a recommendation.
And they won't even bring the projects knowing that they don't have the proper number of board members perhaps as well. But this reminds me of something we talked about earlier in the day, that somebody said, oh, it's never going to happen again, or that's never happened. Well, here's a perfect example. Something nobody anticipated happened. So we learn, we make changes, we adjust, so that going forward, that situation, if it does occur again, we're prepared. So I think we're providing clarity just in case. It doesn't undo what happened then, but I guess we learn as we go along.
Yes, but I like what the mayor just said. Instead of saying that 3 means no, it requires 4 to approve.
That's basically.
That's what you said. No.
What do we have?
That's not what he said.
I can read you the language.
read it.
Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it has in the event that 4 votes are, this is already in there. In the event that 4 votes are not obtained, an applicant may request a continuance or allow the application to proceed to the city commission without a recommendation. The additional language that this ordinance inserts is, except for items related to an amendment to the comprehensive plan. It is provided that the failure to obtain 4 affirmative votes to amend the comprehensive plan shall be deemed a recommendation of denial of such amendment.
I mean, that is ironclad. Doesn't get any more clear than
I
that.
think it's fair.
Right.
I mean, I think that's exactly what you want.
That's exactly what I want.
Done.
Yeah.
So, without any further comments,
But please encourage people to attend important
of course,
boards.
please, we do.
I'll make a motion.
And Mayor, this will go,
Second.
Go ahead.
sorry, since this is an amendment to the zoning code, it will go to planning and zoning in between first and second.
No problem. Perfect. We have a motion. We have any other further comments?
No, sir.
We have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Commissioner Anderson.
Okay.
Sorry.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F11.
F11 is an ordinance of the
This
City
an easy one.
Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Appendix A site-specific zoning regulations, Section A-94, Snapper Creek Lakes, to exempt platted lots within Snapper Creek Lakes from the building site determination process, providing for a severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and Mr. Clerk, please swear anybody in who will be testifying on this matter.
Those, please stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner again. So this item specifically addresses an issue that occurred when we annexed that particular area. So we have a situation where you have homes that are more than a single platted lot and a property didn't exist on, let's say, the second platted lot. Under the county code, those are not unified parcels. In the city code, they are unified parcels. So what happens? If that property never went through some sort of a construction in the city of Coral Gables, they never pulled a permit, they never had a unity of title, nothing unified those parcels. So you have a situation where you have a property that, let's say they demolished all the structures, they still have 2 platted lots. Under the county, they are still 2 individual building sites, but it conflicts with our code. So what this does is it creates a carve out specifically for this small annexed area so that all lots, when they were annexed into the city of Coral Gables, anything that was a platted lot is considered its own building site.
Yep.
Now, if somebody went and bought 3 lots today or tomorrow and unified all 3 parcels to build a house, you can then go back, release that unity of title without the commission's approval to make 3 building sites again. That understood?
100%.
Got it.
So that's the extent of this requesting this change.
And these are all quite large lots, so it's not.
This area has
Acre and a half, 2 acres,
Yeah.
3 acres.
very, very,
Quite
very
large.
low lot coverage. So you're typically never going to find a large home in a small lot. It just doesn't work here.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do. We do have a speaker on Zoom on this item. Is Nina Bonisk?
If you want to swear them in, Mr. Clerk? Oh, she's a lawyer, so she does not need to be sworn in.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from the commission or concerns? I mean, this is pretty standard in my opinion. Then we'll entertain a motion.
She's on Zoom.
Okay. But we have no comments from her, so.
Ma'am?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Nina Boniski, 1413 20th Street, Miami Beach, Florida. I represent the Carla Daskal Revocable Trust, Carla and Dylan Daskal. They are the owners of Lot 7, next to the lot with the tennis court that had the original home. We are part of the application process along with attorney Laura Russo for the Alvarezes. And we're just here to answer any questions you may have, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Ms. Russo, I apologize for having you wait all day. I know you're here for multiple issues, but it's been a long day for you. Thank you. F12.
F12 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the core Gables zoning code by amending Article 14 process, Section 14200 procedures, Section 14202.6 building site determination by eliminating size restrictions on residences in separate building sites based on what was permitted in a single building site, providing for a severability clause, repeal the codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Ms. Cabrera, welcome again.
Thank you. So we brought this because we came, I think probably 2 months ago with a lot split, and there was a condition that the 2 new homes that were being built would not be greater than what would have been allowed if it was 1 lot.
Yes.
And the commission questioned that, and was that a code requirement? It was. It's really doesn't make any sense, so we went back and fixed it and removed that.
Yes.
That's all
Perfect.
it is.
As long as the houses don't look the same.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, this doesn't affect.
Let them have a different flavor, a different touch. I'm perfectly fine. Because that's what
Actually,
sets our city apart from other cities. Obviously, we have our standards. Do we have any comments?
No, sir.
Actually, our code requires a variation in
Yeah.
styles, but compatible at the same time.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. I'll
No,
entertain a
use the same
motion.
elevation. This should not be.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, moving on to F13.
An ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables zoning code, Article 3, uses, Section 3-317, permanently installed standby generators, removing the distance requirement from 10 feet from an opening of a building or structure, requiring that the distance from the opening be determined by the manufacturer's specifications, providing for a severability clause, repeal of provision, codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
I think this is my last one. So the manufacturer's specifications actually dictate the distance that it could be from an opening, and there's really no need to have this in our zoning code. This is really an electrical building code and manufacturer requirement.
I do have
So
one.
we're removing it.
Thank
I do
you.
have one question for you. Let's say you have a corner lot. Is that,
Say you have a what?
say you have a corner lot. If it's not your frontage, is it determined by the side setback?
This doesn't affect that at all. This is of how the generator is to a window or an opening, and it's really of a safety requirement because of the exhaust of the generator and the.
It's really part of the mechanical code.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to G14.
Proceeds a resolution, City Commission opposing amendments to Florida Statute 55379 that preempts the City of Coral Gables demolition permit process as applied to historic properties and urging the Florida Legislature to rescind said amendments.
Pretty simple.
Hello
Hey, Naomi, how are
again.
you?
I'm well, thank you. Yes, so this resolution basically is in opposition to HB 423, passed last session. It would preempt the city's ability to stop certain demolitions if a property is within a certain flood zone, under a certain base floor elevation, and has not yet been designated historic. So we oppose it, and we urge the Florida Legislature to rescind it, and we'll carry it on our state legislative priorities next year.
Naomi, thank you for paying such good attention in regards to what's going on in the state and all your hard work. Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments?
Yes, sir, we do. We have Mr. Carl Leon Prime wishing to speak on this item.
Mr. Prime, why did you tell me you wanted to speak on this issue? I thought you were just,
You just like being out.
I didn't know. I had no clue why you were here.
The groupie.
I thought you were just here to provide some input. Come on in. I wish you would have dropped me a little note or something, you know?
Well, that sort of caught me by surprise also. All right. Thank you all. Carl Leon Prime, 209 Florida Avenue. All right. We'll just get straight to it. I stand before you today as a lifelong citizen and resident of the only historically designated neighborhood on the National Register of Historic Places within the city of Coral Gables. I am in favor of a strongly worded resolution and likewise strong lobbying effort asking the legislature to rescind the amendments to Florida Statute 553.79, erasing the process for demolition of historic structures. The chipping away of municipal sovereignty concerning preservation of these unique qualities that make the city beautiful, a world-class city, need to be addressed and brought before them. I cherish the unique quality of living and preservation of the structures in my neighborhood. I do not want to see, little by slowly, a coconut groving of the historic district or other sections of the city that this may open the door for. Again, strongly word your resolution and engage in a robust lobbying effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance and for your support.
Just for clarification's sake, I will mention that there are certain exemptions in HB 423. One of those exemptions is if a property has been designated historic prior to January 1st of this year, it's not subject to the provisions of the bill. So,
Mr. Mayor, we have one more speaker. It's on Zoom, and it's Ms. Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, the floor is yours, and welcome to the City Beautiful.
She's not unmuting.
Give her a few seconds.
Hello?
Ms. Carbonell, how are you?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, hi. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Carelia Martinez Carbonell, and I want to first commend the mayor for bringing this resolution up to commission. I have been an opponent since I first learned about it, and if you don't mind, I would love to read my letter to the editor that was published in the Miami Herald, and it really does encapsulate the importance of rescinding this this bill. So let me just get that. It was published back in July 10th, and it says that due to the lack of public debate, Governor Ron DeSantis may not have been briefed on the environmental repercussions of the legislation he recently signed into law. The legislation has far-reaching implications for the historic fabric of our state and also catastrophically aggravates climate change. Mitigating for sea level rise is treating the symptom and not the cause, and does nothing to protect the environment. A new law accepts the dire prognosis of climate as fait accompli. The laws
Carbonell?
I think she muted
I have a
herself.
problem.
Ms. Carbonell, I think you may have hit mute.
I think it's more than mute right now.
Nope,
Did we lose
she's
signal?
no longer on the line. Okay.
I did read the letter to the editor.
Yes, so did I.
And, for the record, can we just put it in the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that resolves that issue?
Have something to say?
Of course, please.
So I think it's very important legislation, but it goes back to something I think we collectively have talked about since the beginning of time. A lot of times folks just look at what the local government's doing, what the city commission's doing, what the administration is doing, and we tell everybody time and time again, what happens in Tallahassee, what happens at levels of government above us could have cataclysmic of impact on our community. With one fell swoop, with one bill, they can basically dismantle our own code. And time again, it happens. And I think it's just picking up steam. And I ask the organizations that are out there working so hard for our community, working so hard for our residents, we have a great team together that we're always monitoring and tracking bills, and we do everything we can, but it's important to get ahead of these bills once the session starts, even before the session starts, when they have their pre-session meetings. These things are floating out there, and they impact not only Coral Gables, every other municipality. So I think going forward, we need to find a way to jump on these things, and it can't just fall on the local government's shoulders. There are community members that are so active, so involved, and you can't wait till it lands on the shoulders or on the lap of the city commission. We need a collective effort to understand and realize that there are bills floating out there every year that preempt us. And by the way, I mean, politics is politics, and they can come up with a very beautiful narrative as to why that bill is important or why that bill is going to pass. But, you know, I would say 9 out of 10 times there's always other reasons for it. So we just need to be vigilant. We need to come together, and we need to be preemptive. But I applaud this legislation because we have to fight the fight.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. No further comments?
No, sir.
Close the public comment. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to F4, back to F4.
Okay. Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor, in postponing F4 momentarily. I would like to introduce our intern. She was with the city manager's office for 6 weeks over the summer. Her name is Gabriela Orioles. She did great work while in our office, very capable. We assigned her research projects. She attended meetings, and she even helped to draft this ordinance, which is sponsored by Commissioner Menendez, and it creates the Golf and Country Club Advisory Board. And I'd like to turn it over to Gabby. I'm here if you need anything.
Hi. Nice to see you all again.
Nice to see you.
It's great to see you.
So,
You knew this day was coming.
yeah,
Remember, we talked about this.
August 24th.
You're going to have to present. You're going to have to present. And
It's going to go great.
it's going to go great, and I think you have a great piece of legislation before you that you help present.
And if it goes really great, there's a seat here, so you just come up.
Oh, okay. Well, the ordinance is basically establishing the Coral Gables Golf and Country Club Board of Advisory, and that it would be a 7-person Board of Advisory. It'd be a 7-person Board of Advisory. One person would be, well, each commissioner would appoint one person, and then the commission as a whole would appoint another member, and then the board as a whole would appoint another member, and then within the board, there would be a chairperson and then a vice chairperson, each to serve a 1-year term. And what's basically the point of the board is, since they will all be members of the Coral Gables Golf and Country Club, they can offer a perspective of a member of the club and able to cater to the needs of all the other members and be able to make the Board of Advisory as functional towards the needs of other members, because they will all have that in common, and they will be able to improve things that they as a member see that is lacking.
That's great.
I'm impressed.
Oh, thanks. And the board is to take place after January 1st, 2023, as the Coral Gables Golf and Country Club is gradually opening, because the club was once being leased to a private lease, but now it's being taken over back by the city, and they're going to do their best to make it as functional.
Very thorough presentation of Commissioner Menendez's legislation.
Thank you. I have very little to say. I want to congratulate Naomi that we pushed this item late in the day so that you could present it because you worked so hard, and clearly you worked very hard for it. And the legislation is important. We have the Merrick House, it's a board. The country club is, as we all agree, it belongs to the people, belongs to our residents, and this gives our residents yet another voice, another way to help guide the country club and give us advice and help us guide things forward. So I think it's a win-win, and you really did a great job.
Thanks.
That's incredible.
Yes.
So, with no further comment from the commission, do we have any public comment? Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Gabby, congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
You're on a winning streak.
I hope you had a wonderful time and you had a wonderful experience here in the city, and we hope you come back.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to the next item. Give me 1 second. Let's move on to I-5. Wait, no, excuse me. Let's move on to J1.
J1 is a resolution of City Commission authorizing the city attorney to file a quiet title action for Lot 13, Block 44, the revised plat of City of Coral Gables Douglas section, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 25, page 69, relating to Phillips Park. So, Ms. Levy Garcia, there you are.
So a little bit of background. So because we have this big renovation of Phillips Park in the near future, we had to determine ownership of a specific segment that has been used exclusively by Coral Gables Prep Upper Academy for several years. So we were able to determine that the city does in fact own that specific portion of the park, but there was an underlying lot that did not have clear title. So the purpose here is to file the quiet title action so that we don't have any issues with that specific lot moving forward.
Perfect. Good. Are there any comments, any public comments?
No, sir.
Are there any comments from the commission?
Great job on discovering that.
Yes.
Yes, excellent.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to I-5, Commissioner Menendez's item.
A resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate purchase and sale agreements for the sale of transfer development rights currently available from Coral Gables Museum property located at 285 Aragon Avenue, and directing all the proceeds to be placed in the city's historic building fund. This is, I will note this item is related to item G3.
And Mayor, Commissioners, the idea here is to have funding for our historical buildings. Excuse me. So we have set up a historical building fund in which the TDRs, we plan on the TDRs from the museum, potentially also coming up would be Miracle Theater and also Fink Studio to go into the TDR fund, strictly to fund city historical buildings. And I believe our historical director can explain what the board said, which I think they were unanimous in their approval of this.
Yes, good afternoon. This item went to the Historic Preservation Board on August the 17th, requesting approval of the maintenance plan, which was prepared and submitted for the Old Police and Fire Station, and for authorisation of the transfer of the unused development rights. The Historic Preservation Board approved the request unanimously, 7-0. They thought it was an innovative way to make sure that the money raised from TDRs is spent on historic buildings. And they did have one recommendation for the City Commission, which was to create a trust fund from the sale proceeds of transferable development rights from city-owned historic properties for the purpose of maintenance and preservation plans for city-owned historic properties per an approved maintenance plan from the Historic Preservation Board. So they support the idea. They support the idea of a preservation fund, and they also support the idea that the money in that fund can be used for the repair and maintenance of.
And our finance department has already established a historical preservation fund where these proceeds will go.
Right, it's actually something I thought already existed, so it's glad it's been formalized now. So great work.
And I just want to add that the manager and I, a couple weeks ago, met with some board members from the Coral Gables Museum, Jose Valdez-Fali, Chip Withers, and the executive director, Alves Fuentes, and they too support the legislation creating this fund and the
Okay.
sale of TDRs.
I think it's wonderful. Great job, Commissioner. Great job. They can't say that we don't support historic structures.
Exactly.
Right.
You know,
I
we're
mean,
working on.
all of a sudden, potentially, what is it, between 5-6 million?
Between 5 and 5.5 million.
And by the way, just, I know it has nothing to do with this, but since we're bringing up historic, I took Mr. Prescott out to breakfast, to coffee this week, and we were talking about the gondola building. And I know that he's working with staff in regards to a litany of different projects that he's undertaking at the Biltmore to spruce the place up. I was very happy to hear that. I was very clear. We had a very good conversation. And we also talked about the location of the gondola building. That's an asset that I think could be, we don't really understand, that building could be used for something good.
Yeah.
Could be
yeah.
used for something from the garden club to, who knows? Pick a charity, pick a
We've had
charity.
various meetings on that issue already, deciding where it can more effectively go. As soon as we get a little more concurrence on that, we'll bring it to the commission. We have, of course, the original spot. The problem is that there will be very little
gonna
use
use
on
it?
it. The other big issue is that wherever we put it on the golf course, it becomes an impediment to golf. So we have found one area where we feel it could be close to the Kerdike Center and used as part of the
That's what I was gonna
of
say.
the park. So Fred can, our public Parks Director can very effectively use
And
that
maintain it
building.
and make sure it's in good shape.
Maintain it, can be seen, it can be used. So we will be, I'm working with the historical director on that, and we'll be taking that to the historical board.
And not only that, you know what it could potentially be used as also? I'm not saying storage, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it could potentially be used as an annex building for the paddle courts, for something that has to do with tennis, the garden club. There's a litany of different
I think
organizations.
our Parks Director can have a lot of uses for that building if we connect it maybe to that Kerdike Center Annex. So we've had a number of meetings on it, and they've been spirited because we have a number of issues. But I think the question is, do we put it back where it is, or do we put it back where it can be appreciated?
I think we're very clear, and I think we've gotten the acceptance from the community that you put that building where it is right now, no one's going to use it, because no one's going to walk.
It's very dangerous, man.
No one's going to walk to that area. So
Or
let's
if you
put
do,
it.
you need a helmet.
Yeah.
A helmet.
I mean, let's put it somewhere where if somebody wants to enjoy it, let's actually get some use out of it. So it just doesn't sit there.
Let's bring life to it.
There is a need for a launch site, maybe that will work. We'll have to, do some brainstorming on that and get some stakeholders.
We
in the
just
room.
thought, Commissioner, to put it in somewhere where the people can appreciate the building.
Right.
If you don't use it, you don't appreciate it, you generally, I think one of the reasons why it wasn't taken care of because it had no use at that position.
Who was the sponsor of that money from the state of Florida? Was it Brian Avila or was it Demi Cabrera? Who was the sponsor from the state? Yeah. So,
Right.
I mentioned that because I want to say again, put it on the record, even though he's probably very busy today, Senator Avila, really delivered on that. So I want to give credit where credit is due.
And now we will have a historical fund that we can use to fund these kind of historical projects.
I mean,
Commissioner?
the needs are clearly great. I mean, we have this, we have the water tower,
The water
Oh, yeah, the
tower.
water tower needs to be addressed.
really needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
But with regards to the other facilities, like that we mentioned, where the museum is located, that building, the Miracle Theater, those are places that have use, and people go in and appreciate those historical assets of ours. So if we can find a way to make the gondola building activated so that people can use it, the more they use it, the more they appreciate it. So I think we're going down
It's
the
the whole
right.
point of having.
But I would also like to bring up one important point, and since 2005, we've spent $45.2 million on historical work. So the city has been very active on the historical side.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right.
Would you like to move it?
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, before you vote on
Wait,
it,
wait.
we do have a member of the
Vice
public
Oh, the
asking to
TDR
speak.
one?
Perfect. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, wait, I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Who is the,
I lost track where
It's
I'm on.
Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz?
Oh, Ms. Cruz, I thought you left.
I picked up my granddaughter, put gas in my car, and came back.
Goodness.
We
You gotta
were
get
that
you an
long, huh?
electric car.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you need.
Haven't had lunch, but nobody treated me.
I have soup in my office if you want.
I have a banana.
All right. G3 and I-5, right? That's what we're discussing? Or are we discussing I-5 only?
I-5.
Me too.
Okay, he's moving his head. Okay. Since the people that make decisions are not always here, and we make decisions one day, and then there's an election, and other people come in, and they do not know the history, and then they try to do things different. I am concerned about selling the TDRs and putting it into a fund that, no offense to you, and no offense to you, that could be considered to draw from to fix a park. I mean, no offense with parks, you know, my granddaughters like to go to parks, but I think there's a difference between historic building and parks. And we do have money put aside for parks, and every so often we get more money for parks one way or the other. But I think that when we talk historic, we should limit that to historic buildings, not leave a little open space that somebody can say, oh, you know, the Betsy Adams Park is now 3 years old, now it's historic, let's spend some money.
That's impossible.
But you know what I'm doing? I'm giving examples. Historic buildings are historic buildings. The water tower, the museum, those are historic buildings.
Let me
Parks,
clarify.
we do it other ways.
Let me clarify. We're not changing the historical ordinance at all, so it must remain for historic buildings.
Okay, but, okay.
We're not changing the historical, there's no change to the
The
historic
current
ordinance.
legislation,
The current legislation stays,
Okay,
the monies stay with historic.
stay with historic.
Nowhere
There's
else.
no
Okay.
change.
Yes, and Ms. Cruz, you should know that the Historic Preservation Board approved this, and the reason is because the museum has already been restored by the city. So the typical requirement that the building that's being sold the TDRs from be restored, that's already happened, and we're actually putting in a new roof now.
the pictures that they sent the other day, that has been fixed already at the museum?
The museum, I
The
don't know, 10
museum sent
years
some
ago.
pictures that were really bad,
Well, they had an issue with a leak in the roof.
okay?
Right.
What else? What
The
else?
roof is being replaced
The
now.
floors,
So let me just say that.
I'm not talking
Mayor-
about the interior. I'm talking about the exterior structure of the building to keep its historic integrity. That's already been done.
Let me
Okay.
say that in 2011, the construction cost for the museum was $6.5 million, of which $2.2 million came from donations, $460,000 came from county-issued GOB bonds, and $365,000 came from general capital improvement funding. $3.5 million was a loan, a debt for for the city. The debt service so far has been $1.4 million. So the total construction cost of that project was $7.9 million, and the city's contribution was $5.2 million.
okay, but there's still some stuff that they needs to be done,
Well, I
right?
think there needs to be some maintenance. We just put $500,000 in the roof last year.
Yes. Okay, so that's G3. No, that's I-5.
Right,
I'm
can we take a
confused.
vote on, can we finish? that
What
five?
confused me was that G3 talks about historic buildings, Firehouse 4, and Phillips Park. You see what I'm saying?
When we get to
We'll get
G3,
No,
That
because
is
Jimmy
separate.
told me
That's
we
a
were
se-
discussing
yeah.
both at the same time, that's why
in all reality, when we get to G3, the conversation will most likely stay with the firehouse and the Phillips Park because the issue of historic is being
It's
addressed with
already the
I-5.
house what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the way it was written.
G3 is budgetary issues, the other one is historical
Yeah,
funding.
but the historical
So-
fund,
So, okay, I understand.
Good.
But you understand the confusion, right?
Yes.
I still offer the soup
I
if you
still
want it.
read.
All right, so I need a motion?
Motion.
I think we already did it.
Yes.
Oh, I did it? Okay.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I-2?
I-2 is a resolution to City Commission authorizing the acceptance of grant funds in the amount of $355,722 allocated to the CF4 Gables Police Department as part of the Office of National Drug Control Policy High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas known as HIDTA Program Initiative, authorizing execution of the grant contract and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2021-22 annual budget to recognize that amount of the grant as revenue and appropriate such funds toward the cost of the program.
This is a program
Pretty
that,
self-explanatory.
yes, it's a program that we run and we're compensated for.
Is there any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, but the chief of police is on Zoom, and if you have any questions.
I don't have any questions. Commission?
No questions.
Questions?
Thank you, Chief, for being here. Have a wonderful day. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Mayor, can we defer I-1?
Sure.
Next meeting?
I was gonna do it right now. We'll defer, that's fine, let's defer.
The problem is that
Yeah.
the director had to go to
No
an
worries.
IT conference.
No worries.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's perfectly fine. I-1 will defer.
I-1.
Yes. Moving on to commission items. G1.
G1.
Update from staff on the sidewalks on University Drive, Alhambra Circle, Blue Road, Venetian Terra, and Pisano Avenue. I would first off like to say I had a great meeting with Hermes and Melissa. We went to Alhambra this week. Well, this week? Was it this week or the previous?
No, it was the previous week, I think.
It was the previous week, and we went nice and early, and we met with 5 residents, because we're gonna extend from the bridge, the sidewalk, and we got some buy-in, some contiguous buy-in, and others that are thinking about it. So I think we'll circle back and have a good conversation with them, but at least we have 2 people who are buying in that are gonna push a sidewalk where it's much needed. And that's a big move. That's under design right now on Alhambra. Another area that we discussed with the manager and the ACM was the area of Bird Road in front of the Presbyterian Church to Granada, right off the bridge. There's no sidewalks there. It's very dangerous. You know, when you cross Bird Road and you're on Granada, on the corner there where the empty lot is, we've got to put sidewalks there. I think it's a great opportunity, knowing that the church will play ball with us because they own all those lots. And it runs all the way from Granada, going down Bird Road to Toledo. That'll allow us to connect that bridge where right now there's no sidewalk on that bridge. So we can connect the bridge on Bird Road, continue crossing Granada, and continue down Bird Road all the way to Toledo. And there you will be able to connect to an existing sidewalk. And we own a park there.
Yeah, so the manager's office brought that to our attention, so that's the next one we'll be looking at.
No problem.
Absolutely.
So very quickly, tell me how we're doing in regards to Alhambra Circle, Blue Road, University Drive, Pisano, and Venetia Terrace, please.
I'll let Melissa.
So, just to give you an update, University Drive, our consultant got our final comments.
Okay.
They're revising it right now. They expect to have the final plans completed by September 2nd, so we're expecting to start construction this year.
I love it.
So,
Congratulations.
some good news there.
That's because of you. That's it.
Our team has worked really hard to get this moving.
It's you. Forget Hermes, it's you.
Take credit.
I can't take credit. I really do
It's
have
you.
a very, very, very good
It's
team.
you. It's you. You did a great job.
For Alhambra Circle, like you said, we had the meeting out in the field with the different residents. Now it would be, next steps would potentially be balloting to see if we're going to move forward with.
Yes. When do you think we'll do the ballots?
So one of the things that needs to be ironed out is ordinance number 2016.
It's 2016-95.
Right. So the way the ordinance is written right now requires a 50% contribution.
So let's talk about that. This is what I want you to have a conversation with the manager and my colleagues. If you want to deliver sidewalks in this community and you're serious about getting people off the street, especially the elderly people, for example, my father-in-law who just passed away 2 weeks ago, who could barely walk and he was using a walker and doesn't have sidewalks on Alhambra because he's missing 3 blocks of sidewalks. So basically he was homebound because he couldn't get in front of his house and that he had to use his walker to go around the sidewalk. That to me is a travesty. That's not who we are in this community, okay? People deserve to have sidewalks in their home, elderly, parents, people who are disabled. We can do better. So if you're telling me right now that a resident is paying 50%, that's one of the hindrances when they say, I'm not gonna do it because I'm not gonna pay for it. So we need to find the money in the budget, somehow, some way, to do certain things. I know that we want sidewalks everywhere, I know. But there's certain areas that we can connect that will be game changers, like what we're talking about. The ones that we're talking about, these are why these are so important, because we got Baptist Hospital, Doctors Hospital to do that, all that connection of sidewalks. to fix that street, to do parallel parking. That's gonna be huge. That's your win. You guys did it, the manager. Your team did it. If we do university, I mean, that is a huge win for us. Alhambra is a huge win. These are the type of situations that I need you to have a conversation with the manager, bring it to us, and I will find the money. If I gotta go to the state, I will get the money.
So you would like us to revise the
Yes.
ordinance?
I want you to have a conversation with the manager, please, and sit down with our team and have a conversation where of grave importance, where somebody cannot leave their house. If you're an elderly person, you cannot walk on Alhambra, and you're a disabled person, you have to walk on the street. If people right now are in the middle of a recession with all this inflation and we're having these issues, I don't care what anybody tells you, there's a recession. 2 negative months of negative growth, it is what it is. Excuse me, quarters, it is what it is. We need to find ways to deliver on the funding for the sidewalks. Let me deal with the manager on that issue. First off, give me all the tools. Let's finish Blue Road. They already started working on that. Let's get moving on these things, and I'll get you the funding.
And the other guidance that we're gonna need is what level of concurrency are we gonna be asked for? Because I think that very same,
It's 2/3 concurrency.
requires 2/3 concurrency. So for non-collector streets.
So listen, okay. We gotta be honest with ourselves. Again, you're gonna allow one person to hold you hostage from doing a project? I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Have a conversation and come back at the next commission meeting. Mr. Clerk, I need it at the next commission meeting, please. Have a conversation with the manager. And, this is gonna take time. This is not the conversation we have today. Conversation, we can do a sunshine meeting, whoever wants to attend. Let's have a real conversation about this.
So I'm going to add to the reasoning. The ADA requires us to provide accessible routes to areas of public accommodation, whether it be a bus stop. And if we start to, following that code as well, I think it helps resolve the concurrency problem. There have been cities that have been sued for lack of sidewalks, bad sidewalks. City of Key West is an example. City of Miami Lakes is another example. We need to keep moving forward on this. As long as we keep moving forward on it and not allowing impediments, such as a person that doesn't want a sidewalk in front of their place to cause a lack of accessibility for individuals who are disabled, then I think we'll be just fine.
The prior look at this, and the prior resolution was for collector streets, there would be no concurrency and no assessments for collector streets. So we already have that.
That's fine.
The question becomes non-collectors that deal with concurrency and deal with the 50% assessment. And that's what we need to discuss.
We'll discuss that, and we will discuss that amongst ourselves. First off, let's get all the CDs. Let's get all the things with the county. Let me help you. Let me deal with Durham. Let me deal with Wausau. Let me deal with the county mayor. Whatever you need, just like you're getting everything done, and we hope to have the plans done by September. Just like I went to meet with you early morning in last week for Alhambra, just to talk to the residents and to explain to them, hey, we have a way around that tree. We have a different scenario. We don't want to, but we'll build a curb and we'll push the sidewalk all the way to the street. You saw how immediately people were more receptive? Because I think that when we send a letter in the mail that says, hey, we're putting sidewalks on your street, it's like the person's like, wait, I don't want this in my street. I don't want this on cutting in the middle of my swale. When we sat there, we had a great conversation with these owners. Even they were like a little bit intimidated about it. We said, look, hey, we have a plan. But this just shows up with a beautiful plan. It shows how it's going to zigzag, how it's going to be on the street. The person who was opposed to it was like, I could get behind this potentially because it's a curb on the side of the street. It doesn't impact the trees. It doesn't cut right through the middle of their property. So those are things that when you talk to them, you build their trust, and then we deliver on that. I think people say immediately no when they receive this type of situation in the mail. They're like, hey, I don't trust the government. They're not gonna do what I want. Let me oppose this. And
it requires a lot of some discussion, Mayor, because we have so many areas that don't have sidewalk. That if we were to do that throughout the entire city, as you know, the time would be tremendous. So how do we deal with Certainly, we can deal with that with the most critical areas, and then work our way from there.
But I have a question
I
for
think
you.
that's what you're, I think that's what you're looking
Yes,
at.
but I have a question for you is find critical areas, number one. And number two, let's talk about the Blue Road open space. You have a beautiful park. We spent $1 million to acquire that land. We got a very good deal back then. And we programmed it for probably half of what it would have cost now. Staff did an incredible job. That park is full of kids and a lot of older people, like my mother-in-law, who take my daughters there, right? She's fine, she can walk well. But there's no sidewalks to get to that park, and you're not walking in an area that's like a neighborhood. You're walking down Alhambra. I mean, people are driving through Alhambra. It's a cut-through street. They want to get out of 57th Avenue. They're rushing through Alhambra. So if you can't get on a sidewalk, someday we're going to have a catastrophe. We're going to have a catastrophe there, and you want to. I'm not saying that Alhambra is the one that I want to focus on. I haven't asked you to do Blue Road or do any of those sidewalks there at all. I'm not asking it because the next thing they'll say is that I'm doing it because my mother-in-law lives there. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just giving you an example. I'm giving you an example, but legitimate. You have a park where there's people that are going to. You're asking people to enjoy this beautiful park, but you're not building a sidewalk for them to get there. Yeah. That to me is it's backwards thoughts. Then get rid of it. Then sell the land.
There's a very legitimate park there. That park is a beautiful park, and I've seen ladies with strollers on the street.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're going to have parks that can be walked to, you have to have a route to get to them that's safe.
So we will work with the manager's office and the city attorney's office to.
I think, Mayor, we could start with the most critical areas such as those where we have parks and issues like that, and then work our way and resolve those issues there. I think that would be a good start, and then we can discuss in those particular areas concurrency and assessment.
Commissioner Menendez?
I just want to add, Hermes and the manager, as you recall, a resident reached out to me in the Riviera area, Blue Road, that their sidewalk sort of just stopped short. There was a gap, and they're concerned safety issues. There are a lot of kids on the street, in that area. As we move forward, I want to find a way that we can address their concerns. It's right off of Blue Road, and they have a sidewalk coming, all of a sudden it just stops.
You know that's another area like that? There's a beautiful piece of open space, an entire block right in front of UM. Right before you get to San Amaro, they don't have a sidewalk. They have a sidewalk on a portion of the property. You just literally no one's gonna say no there. But this is gonna be a conversation to be had on the third budget hearing. We're gonna have to find the money if we want to attack these sidewalks to get them done. We're gonna have to find the money somewhere.
And extending the sidewalk, I think it makes a little sense once we do Blue Road because we keep extending it, it keeps going nowhere. There is another connection, it's way down south. So doing Blue Road and then following up with that connection, I think that's the order where it makes sense.
Yep.
And I just echo, and I understand the concern, and I understand the process, and you're right. It's tough to be a parent or a grandparent that every day the kids on the street are at risk.
Absolutely.
And especially when you see a sidewalk, all of a sudden it ends, and it's like no man's land.
And then you have a park 4 blocks down, and you're asking people to go to that park. You're like, that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So I tell my mother-in-law, you have to literally walk on people's swales or go up their driveways and come back down and go up their driveway because who knows what happens? Who knows? Somebody drops their cell phone, not paying attention. We're all careless sometimes. You swerve, and you run somebody over. God forbid somebody has a heart attack in their car and they run somebody over. I mean, that is my nightmare to think that would happen.
So I'm going to just add a little footnote to the sidewalk discussion about something I talked to city manager about on the NSAs is blocking the sidewalks with vehicles needs to be one of those items added to the list. Not only does it block accessibility, but it also doesn't help those areas of sidewalk that are not built with the thickness, the 6-inch cement necessary for driveway areas. They break up the sidewalks. So please make sure that's added.
And I'll jump on that bandwagon. I just recall near Church of Little Flower, St. Teresa, they brought, and I've noticed it on other streets, we have some kind of utility poles or something that are like right in the middle of the sidewalk. So anyone with a wheelchair is blocked. And I've seen that on several occasions. I think it's the corner of Sevilla and Indian Mound Trail. But there are other places that perhaps a utility company, I don't know who, And all of a sudden you realize if you have a wheelchair, you have nowhere to go.
Right.
And because it's right, you know, pretty much covering the whole sidewalk, so.
Yeah, and some of those areas are so tight, you know, they do the bare minimum. I know 32 inches for a certain distance is okay, but we can do better. If utility companies want to come in and swallow our sidewalks, then they can widen them in areas or put a pad into the swale. Let's have that type of discussion where they keep our sidewalks open and welcoming.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk next month again, and happy about the updates. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you.
Tell the whole team, thank you, everybody, please. Thank you.
You can see it's an area of lots of passion.
Yes, moving on to G2, Commissioner Ford's item.
Thought you'd never get here, right?
I think we have an update.
We have like a one-slide presentation because actually it's a very simple item, but it's actually going to be a great addition to the permitting department. Last time that we were here, Commissioner Forrest, you had requested to see if the city could come up, well, the building department could get a program going so that we could expedite permits for elderly residents in the city. Since then, we added the veterans and ADA at the request of the commission. And we think we have a program in place. It could start on October 1st when we go fully electronic. Right now, we can't start until we go fully electronic. And it would apply to persons 72 ages and older, veterans and disabled persons. And we would basically review and process your permit within 5 days of receiving the permit application. And it would be for anything for driveways, roof replacements, painting permits, kitchen and bathroom renovations, portable storage units, AC changeouts, and window replacements.
Excellent.
Yeah, we'll be putting it out on our social media through Martha Panton's office and on the city website, and in EnerGov, it'll actually be a selection that they can make to say that they want to apply for this type of permit.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much.
And I'd like to say that we've already started moving next door.
All right, fantastic.
Great
We're
program.
almost ready.
Awesome.
So we'll have a one-stop shop
62.
for development services.
Perfect.
Elderly.
I love it.
You had to be careful. Don't call me elderly.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Commissioner? Anything else on your item?
No.
Okay. Moving on to G3, Commissioner Menendez.
Yes. As we clearly understand, there's so many important things that we handle and we're trying to get funded. But the one thing, two things that are, you know, we've been dealing with the last few months, I think going back before the summer, is obviously the importance of getting Firehouse 4 done, and also the value, the importance of getting the master plan for Phillips Park up and going, because Phillips Park, because of the size, location, it could really provide so much for so many families, actually for the entire community. So we've been bouncing about ideas back and forth. So I've asked the administration to present to us ideas of how both Firehouse 4 and Phillips Park can be funded going forward. So I turn it over to the administration to see what.
Commissioner, thank you. Firehouse 4 right now is being permitted. The permitting is almost over. We're looking at mayor straight bid coming first quarter of next year. Hopefully when some of the escalation comes down, as it is coming down. And we can currently fund Firehouse 4 based on additional funding that has been available since the July estimate of the tax real estate tax estimates. We can fund then using 2 years of those additional funding of that additional funding. We could start the Phillips Park project in 25 without going out for any kind of bond or any kind of loan. So we would fund in 23 Firehouse 4, again with the additional revenues that we received after the initial real estate tax.
When will we start construction on the firehouse?
I'd like to start construction, bid it out the first quarter of next year.
Perfect.
I'm waiting for that escalation to come down, and we're permitting. We're permitting the project's done, it's in permitting right now. By the way, so is the mobility hub in permitting right now. And so we would go direct bid, so, for Firehouse 4, first quarter of '23, and then have 2 additional years of taking that additional funding, place it for Phillips Park, and then starting Phillips Park in '25. We have enough funding to start the design of Phillips Park now, having the resident outreach and so forth, finishing design by the end of '23, going through one more funding cycle and starting in '25.
So let me ask you a quick question. So having built a lot of parks, including the Miami Circle, very complex park that I built in Brickell, that park took me almost 2 years to build, even though it doesn't look like it's a lot, but it took a lot of work with a seawall and a lot of things you have to do with historic, very complicated park. I think the design, the outreach, and the permitting should take probably 14 to 16 months here.
That is correct, Mayor.
On Phillips Park. So let's get it started now. Fund it next year, correct?
Yes, we have already started outreach.
Okay, so
Because we have enough funding to start now. So we already started. The idea is to get it finished by the end of next year.
so let me ask you, we're gonna,
And one more year of funding, and then one more year of funding, and then
how long do you think the construction on that project would take?
I would say probably 14 months.
Okay,
12
so
to- 12
if
to
we
15
can
months.
if we can catch this in the next 14 months and finish up the outreach and the design, why can't we commence construction on the project in '24, not in '25? I know we're gonna be short on money.
It's very tight, Mayor.
We're gonna be short on money, but as we continue through the process, there's delays in projects, there's a lot of things. We can maybe get started in '24. I know it's important to the commissioner, and I wanna get it done for him. So there's a reason why I'm gonna mention that now. And get it started, break ground, start working on something. Maybe it's a 2-phase project, maybe it's a delay of 3 or 4 months between phase 1 and phase 2. There's maybe it's 3 or 4 months delay. There's always a delay in construction, let's be honest with ourselves. Right now we're having issues getting HVAC equipment. It's taking almost 8 months, 9 months to get HVAC equipment. No one ever thought that. So projects are being delayed no matter what. We have that delay, and we could literally start a year in advance and maybe only fund 40% of the project in that year in advance, and then the lag, the next year would be the 60%. I just want you to think about that.
We can
look at finance. See what finance could do.
And we can look at that phasing option, phase A, phase B.
Yes.
24, 25, we can also take a look at that. So if the commission agrees to that, then we would again fund, go out for bid, Firehouse 4, first quarter of next year. And then look, the design has started now. Our Parks Department has already started outreach. So we should have the design finished by the end of '24. And then during that time, we'll look at funding sources and look to see, Mayor, as you mentioned, to have maybe a phase A, phase B, a phase B and immediately phase B.
I mean, we can start ordering long lead items for phase B months in advance. The construction's already started because it's gonna take time to get certain things, depending on the complexity of the construction. Let me tell you why I'm asking for that, okay? The commissioner has been very flexible. This is a legacy project for him, for the commission, but it's a legacy project for him. I wanna deliver. I want him to have this win. I think it's important. And I think it's important for all of us. But I wanna make it clear on the record here, because Phillips was an important project, but he took a step back, knowing very well that while parks are very important, life safety is uncompromised. We had a previous encounter here with the head of the unions from the county who called into question our commitment to public safety. We're gonna spend, I hope it's 6 million, but it's probably gonna be 7, if not 8, on a world-class fire station.
I hope so. I hope
7.
I hope 6 or 7.
I hope 7. It was 4 at one point.
4, yes.
It was 4, and then we would have done Phillips also at the same time and laughed about it because it would have been that simple, okay? But that's out of our control. We had the union head here saying that we do not prioritize public safety. We have stopped every project, the mobility hub, we have stopped Phillips Park, we have stopped other projects that I think were incredibly important to the city to make sure that we deliver on the fire station. We do not compromise on public safety, and that's critically important to put on the record. We do not compromise. You're talking about an area in our city that has good response times, but deserves better. And it's been a priority, and it's being delivered. And the vice mayor's not here. Obviously, he had an emergency to take care of, but that's part of his legacy. He's been working on that, and Frank Quesada has been working on that for years, and that's coming to fruition. Along with Jim Kaysen and Raul, and people who served in this community and saw that it was a critical, important part of our public safety. So I just want to put that on the record because we got into a heated argument about annexation and all kinds of stuff, and some things were said. Don't call into question the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, this commission, our employees, our staff, our directors, our residents, whether we're committed to public safety. We're bending over backwards to make sure we can deliver world-class facilities for our firefighters and our police officers. That's why we have a class 1. That's why we have neighborhood safety aids. Nobody's doing neighborhood safety aids. No one's spending that kind of money as another redundancy layer on top of this community to make sure that this is the best. And by the way, if we weren't a safe community, you wouldn't see the numbers in regards to public safety like you're seeing them now, how low they are, and people wouldn't want to live in this community. Everybody wants to live in this community. Every single person. So I want to commend Commissioner Menendez for, saying, listen, he could have pushed and said, I want this now, done now. We're starting the design, and we're going to fund it. So I want to figure out with staff, please make it a priority to figure out over the next few weeks with Keith and with the finance director, please, how can we sit down and analyze a phase A and phase B to try to make up that year? Because that's important. That's important for all of us, and it's important for the commissioner. Please.
And Mayor, if the commission agrees, as I see that it does, then we will proceed through we will move forward looking into that, and we'll present it as we present the budget.
By the way, just none of you were here. You weren't here. Nobody was here. I walked with the firefighters the first day I got on the job here, and I went to Old Cutler, and they showed me the mold that was all over Old Cutler. We always forget. We always forget. We have very short memories. The US 1, these guys living in there, the wood, the paint peeling. I mean, the place was a mess. You drop $20 million, the place looks like the Taj Mahal now. We forgot how it looked. So, I mean, listen, we've come a long way. And these guys deserve the best. They put their lives at risk, and they make sure we can sleep at night.
Well, City Manager, I just want to applaud because the number of projects that your office handles and the efficiency with which you're doing it is remarkable. So, thank you. And I'm very happy to see these projects move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Menendez.
I just want to add, and Mayor, thank you for the words of support and for understanding. At the end of the day, what we do here is try to make our community better, and you make it better by making it safer.
Yep.
And you make it better by providing our residents the opportunities to enjoy the wonders of living in our city. So I think it's a win-win on both ends. I ask that once, with your suggestions, obviously, incorporated into the plan, that when it comes back, that we can adopt the plan via resolution so that they have the full support of the commission to move forward. That'll be their green light. That's what I ask.
You want to put it to the next commission meeting? So the plan.
Let us present it through the budget process.
Perfect.
So we can get everything in.
Okay.
And we can look at it closely.
We have time. We have time because we're actually working right now.
Because we're looking at that accelerated year, Mayor. Let's see how we can do that.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, obviously, I'm looking forward to a good tax year, hopefully next year. I'm not so optimistic about the following year, to be honest with you. So we have to be very careful. That's why head count and, reoccurring expenditures, like Keith always says, and like Diana always say, we have to be very careful with that. One-time items, okay, we budget for those, but let's not get ourselves into a situation where in 2 years, when this thing flips on us, potentially, it's gonna happen. I mean, you're seeing where we're headed. So let's be careful on that. So we'll bring it back then. Item G5.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, Ms. Cruz wanted to speak on this item.
Ms. Cruz, you wanted to speak on G4?
No, G3.
G3, I apologize, excuse me. Perfect, thank you. Item G5?
G5, that's an item that resolves potentially two problems. I just wanted to put it on as a discussion item first so that we can flush it out. We've all seen emails regarding too many signs in a residential area, no parking, whatever it is. So, and on the flip side of the coin, there's needs for handicap parking signs, whether it be from a resident that lives in an area where there's only street parking, or a business that has a legacy building and doesn't have accessible van parking, you know, and historically, businesses have in other cities put in letters to their cities and got signage put out for that van accessible parking to be added. So what I want to discuss and discuss with staff is establishing a system by which the no parking signs are done by a request and a process through the city. And the same thing is done with when there's a need for a handicap parking spot, which can be tied to, you know, either a business having a need or a resident has a handicap parking placard that needs it, whether they in a street parking situation in North Gables apartment district, and moving forward on that. Because I had one resident that came through and we went through a few bumps in the road to try to get this done. I don't know if it's been installed yet. Tell me it has, please.
Commissioner, and I think you mean the apartment district, not residential.
Not residential. We're talking street parking only areas where, you know, it's generally it's free parking to begin with, but even if it was metered parking at some point in the future, there's a need there to get somebody as close as possible. You can't walk that far. You have a walker, and you can't walk 3 blocks to get to your home. You had a surgery. You might even have a temporary situation. We need to establish a process for this to happen.
Since probably from the city side, I'm the one that's been dealing with this the longest. Let me just frame it a little bit. There is Title 74 of our code, which gives the manager the ability to, establish, manage, regulate parking zones within the city. When you're talking about commercial, mixed use, or large multifamily properties, that's usually a meter zone. And over the years, we frequently have gotten requests in those situations to have ADA space placed in the right-of-way. And that between parking and Public Works and Raquel's office is considered, there's a lot of things that are considered. For example, if it's in front of a business and a business has off-street parking, the first conversation will be, well, you're required to have a ADA space within your off-street parking. If I will say that, if there are reasons for it to be in the right-of-way, and Hermes and I talked about it, we haven't done one since he's been here, but I know of at least 6 times we've established an ADA space in the right-of-way. The last one was at the corner of Almeria and Galeano. And that was because there was a building there that has no off-street parking, and they had a disabled person that worked there, so we established an ADA space. Now, in general, I will just make sure we all understand, within the city of Coral Gables, our history has always been to go above and beyond. If you look at what's required for ADA, the state law is 1 out of every 100 spaces within the right-of-way.
I'm going to help you along. If I'm requesting a service and I need a handicap placard, and I had a resident on Sedonia that's requested this, and it's been months, there's no process. There's no process right now. We need a process. So they don't have to go to see a city commissioner and take the time to come here and so forth. There needs to be a process for an individual with a disability to request a parking space.
Typically, in the residential zones, we do not install, typically, especially if there is off-street parking.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you again there, because I don't want to take 3 hours on this. We have historic buildings in the North Gables. There's off-street parking. First come, first serve. Well, that's great for the able-bodied. It doesn't work for the disabled.
What we do for residential zones is there is a process to establish residential zones. So if there is a situation where there's traffic that's intruding in a residential neighborhood, it can be restricted to just residents, which typically has solved any issue within a residential zone. But the difficulty becomes, the Fair Housing Act requires building owners to provide the parking, ADA parking for their residents.
That doesn't exist on a historic building, so let's cut to the chase again. I made a specific request for a handicap sign to be put on a particular area on a street within a reasonable distance from a building. I can start naming buildings to you in the North Gables that have zero parking in them because they're historic buildings, because historically people parked on streets. But they weren't thinking about handicapped accessibility in 1926 and 1927 when these buildings were put in. We need a process.
Well, it's going to have to be carefully drafted because in our residential areas, most of the areas would require substantial projects to create an accessible space. Most of the locations, there would not be access to the sidewalk. In most of North Gables, we don't even stripe the streets because if we started striping the streets, we would significantly limit the number of cars that could park there. There are a lot of locations where I cannot put a legal space, so if I stripe the street, there's a number of places where we can see cars where I would have to prohibit cars.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So is your answer no, that you don't want to establish a process for an individual with a disability to obtain a parking space?
If we're going to look at it, we need to be very careful about how it's established. And when we, because if we're going to start spending the money to create a parking space and to create access, that's not something that we've ever done in residential zones.
So Commissioner, if I may ask, and I'm not that well versed on the topic or the actual location, I'm gonna drive by it this weekend. Is there an opportunity potentially on the site of the property? I know that it's a threeplex or a fourplex. Is there an opportunity for the owner to provide something where, is it a flexibility issue? Is it they don't want to provide it on site? Do they rather have it on site because it'll take up too much space? I just want to understand kind of a little bit about that.
Here's the catch-22. On that particular site, yes, the owner could probably do it. Owner doesn't want to do it. You're dealing with a tight rental market right now. So do we want to create a situation where an owner could decide to raise rents on individuals and require them to move on and jack the entire building up on rental rates, or do we want to accommodate? But that avoids the broader question and problem that we have here. We have many historic buildings in our northeast corridor that have zero parking on site available, none. And we have provided no mechanism for an individual with a disability that wants to have a parking space within a reasonable walking distance of their property that they're renting to be able to get there, whether they own it or otherwise. So they're going to have to park 3 blocks away or 4 blocks away, and they're not capable of really walking that far or rolling that far. So that's why I'm just saying you need to provide a process. And if you don't provide a process, then the alternative happens, where someone finds that this is a denial of accessibility, that you haven't provided a route within a reasonable distance because you didn't establish a process. I look on this website, there's nothing. There's no process for either the parking sign process or establishing handicapped parking spaces. However, I can tell you from my experience in dealing with other suits that have been brought against other business properties and otherwise, there is a process where you can write the city, other cities, and get an accessible parking space assigned. And we need to get up to speed on that.
So, Commissioner, do you think there's an opportunity to maybe continue the discussion and bring it back? And maybe you could meet with staff and try to find a solution that, meets the needs of the disabled community and potentially takes into consideration some of the shortcomings that we're having in regards to parking?
I would hope so. I would hope so, because this request has been pending for some time. And we need to deal with the broader question of not just this one site, but all the sites.
So let's schedule some time.
Commissioner, I also see something else. I think we need to look at how many do we want to, how many can we provide? So I think there's a lot of things to look at here. Maybe we can have a
It's
little bit
easy.
of time to sit down with you and take a look.
It's real easy. If building one has one individual in it that's handicapped, and they need to request a sign to be placed close to their place, we can establish a system where there's a timeline. So we move these signs around where the buildings are needing this parking. So you have a handicap placard that allows for it. And there's other areas in our city, more like the Central Business District, where we need to take a tough look at how many handicap accessible parking spaces we need in some of our more legacy buildings that cannot have it built into the building itself, and include them within so many feet, 1,000 feet or so of.
For instance, we have in the north part, we have many areas where we have 4-unit buildings, one after another, in 50-foot lots. If you have multiple requirements for handicap parking, you would wipe out almost all that on-street parking completely. In addition to that, the handicap spots available to anybody with a placard, not to that person.
No, we're talking,
Right.
the problem is distance. So if you have 4 50-foot properties and you put in one space, you look at it, at the percentage of times that you need that space for. You don't need one for each building. So you need one per block.
I think the conversation is evolving.
I think there's a lot of it, because we could have multiple people ask for it, and then do we put one in, and do we put two in, if multiple buildings ask for it? So I think we need to sit down and maybe discuss it a little bit.
It's based upon need. It's like if you're at a hospital, you're going to need more handicap spaces than if you're, at the sports clinic, or a sports facility.
We are very cognizant of the need issue, and like I began with, the city of Coral Gables historically has been above and beyond. For example, on Miracle Mile by state code, there would be one ADA space. If Miracle Mile was
That's
a
not the
garage,
issue.
if Miracle Mile was a garage, there would be 3. We provide 11 ADA spaces on Miracle
But
Mile.
Miracle Mile is not the issue.
But that's the
Fighting
approach we have. But still, if there's a request and there's off-street parking, we generally make sure the property owner is abiding by their requirements. And I don't know why that would be different in a residential zone as opposed to the commercial zone.
So let's continue the conversation, and we'll bring it back to the commission meeting, but I think we can find an answer.
Let's look at it internally, I think, and see if we can come up with some solution.
And I look to having it, I look to having it
Because,
in the next
because I think one per block, if we look at, I think have to look at, if you have a block and there's 4-story buildings and you have 3 requests, do we provide 3 on that block?
I'm not saying by request. It's based upon need. It's a need-based thing. Need is determined by a number of things. Do you have a building on the block that has accessible parking, off-street parking? There's less need, okay? As opposed to a situation where you have 0 off-street parking, and you look at it, and you need to provide something within 1,000 feet. So that's 1 block, 1 per block. We have 0 per block in many blocks. So I'm going to be in on Friday afternoon. Can you reach out to Lena and make a time to meet with me so we can get this first one resolved? And then we'll draft up something.
Sure, we're available.
That's fine, Commissioner. And then we can look at this on a more general area. on a more general scope, because, so we can have some balance there. I wish we could provide every spot handicap, but
No,
As you
I'm
know,
all
we
for
can't.
balance, I'm all for balance, that's why I talked about need. It's need-based.
okay.
Moving on to G6, Commissioner Anderson's item.
Strangler Fig is actually Dina's
Hey, Dina, how are
time
you?
to show us and talk to us about all the hard work she has been doing on these
Good
Strangler
afternoon.
Figs.
Good afternoon. Dina Bell from Green Space Management, Public Works. Little history, just for people watching that might not know. Coral Way's amazing live oaks are, signature Coral Gables. It's Dade County jurisdiction. It's Dade County right-of-way. We've been identifying problems of strangler figs growing in the trees. So last year, our legal team worked with Dade County's legal team, and we got an agreement so that we can go in and start removing the strangler figs. So happily, all through the month of July, signature trees, along with our most qualified city arborist, Jorge Rivera, have been going tree to tree, doing surgical activity, making sure the strangler figs are cut, herbicides applied, aerial roots removed in sections. We kill off the root of the fig, wait for it to shrivel and die, if you will, in place before we go in and remove the whole thing, because we don't want to damage that oak tree. Our biggest concern is going slowly and methodically enough so that we're not pulling off the cambium or the bark of the oak trees when we're removing the strangler figs. So it's been successful. When you're driving through there, you're going to see some large trunks that are cut up the trees in sections. It looks like we haven't finished the job maybe, but we're waiting for it to die, and it might take through, we think, December before we can remove some of the bigger ones and finish the job. But it's a long process, and it's surgical.
Sounds like a Vincent Price movie.
Right?
Just waiting for it to die.
Waiting for it to die.
For it to die, okay.
We're all
so-
waiting to die.
Oh, I'm not waiting. I'm living.
So, can you share with us what herbicide that you're using?
Yeah, it's a powerful herbicide, and we're using it in just areas where we can confine it. It's Garlon is the name brand. We don't use this lightly. We don't use this in other areas around the city. But when we're talking about this really strong parasite, the strangler fig's a parasite that will attach and kill the host plant. And it's really difficult to get rid of. You'll see we're working on monuments too. At the same time, we're going methodically removing them from monuments. So they're really growing fast this summer. I don't know what it is about this summer, but
Is it
they're
an
really taking off.
annual occurrence? Like, just
Oh,
to
it's
educate?
full-time all the time. The issue with the specific oaks on Coral Way is that they're county-owned trees. And the city does not go in and prune county-owned trees. So we worked with our legal department to get an agreement where we were allowed to go into the trees and do the work ourselves.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to remove, some of those are only like this big, and the roots that they put down into the tree were just unbelievable, like iron.
Right, and so, a lot of people might not realize county right-of-way trees are the jurisdiction of the county. Old Cutler Road's included, Coral Way, Hardy Road, Red
Menada.
Road, and Menada.
Blue Road.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Commissioner,
Sunset.
we've
I meant
tried
to say
to work
Sunset.
with the county, but
Not Hardy,
their
Sunset.
offer was for us to pay for it and absorb the liability, so it didn't work out too well.
Well,
We've tried that multiple times already.
We resolved it this time.
Right.
So thank you for your hard work. Well, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
By the way, I have a tree question. I don't know if I'm allowed to. My thing is parks, but I guess, is that okay? Rhonda, can I ask a tree question?
Absolutely. It's
Thank
all
you.
within the
Thank you.
umbrella of
I
trees.
just don't want to step on toes.
Not
I've
talking
heard,
parking.
I got a call from a resident and I drove by their house, and then I've heard comments that the black olives are out of control. Something's going on this summer, this year, but on Anderson, I think, is Almeria. I know they're famous for dropping their, whatever, the berries down, but it's almost like an explosion. And houses are being damaged. There are trees, I would imagine, because they're in the swale, but I heard that they're got some kind of illness lately, and they're dropping more of those than normal. But residents are calling me left and right, and
They're
I don't know.
talking about the staining?
Black
If
olive
you saw
stain.
this is like, it's almost like a bombardment, like
Is it,
military operations. You can't even see the sidewalk. You can't even see the house. I mean, it's like,
yeah, there's a mite that they get, and, you know, that's part of the issue. And we have a few that are old that need to come out.
and if maybe we can circle back, I can tell you a little bit more about this one property. It's right there on Almeria and Anderson. I drove by, and I'm like, yeah, I understand what they're saying. They can't even walk into by the time they walk into the house, like their shoes are just,
Yeah, yeah, there's also one on Sevilla and near the Venetian Pool. Two of them, actually, they're in pretty bad shape.
Right, so what you're referring to, we have a black olive study that we fund. We treat up to 2,000 of the black olives every year. It's a mite and a caterpillar that come into the trees in late winter and spring. They actually chew on the leaves and
really.
and bark of the tree that creates the staining. It's the excrement of the insects that creates the staining. It's not the tree. So we use Davy Tree Company, and every spring and February, early spring, February, when the insects are in the tree, is when we go and inject the trunks with an herbicide that is killing the mites and the caterpillars. It's working. We're doing a study and keeping track of the trees as we do them every year. Residents are able to request the service on the trees in their swale. They have to call us or email us to the Public Works Green Space email address, or contact me directly, and we'll make sure they're on the list. Treatments are in February.
Okay. And we can't get the Strangler figs to go after them? No, they don't cross, it doesn't cross over, I guess. No.
They don't
that would be-
discriminate, believe me.
No. No, but thank you. I appreciate it, and we'll circle back on that issue
And
so we can
I'll
help the
mention
residents.
25% or 26% of the Canabia Coral Gables are black olives. So they're a good tree. They're resilient. They're sturdy. They're really strong in storms. It's just the staining is so unpredictable because it's nature.
You come across so friendly, yet you're ruthless. Like you go for the kill when you have to. It's impressive.
Well, it's working.
It
We're
is.
going to continue.
Well, I shared a photo recently on social media, like Coral Gables in the early 20s had no canopy. Basically, there was no canopy. And through the efforts of the city and folks like you over the years and people like Commissioner Anderson, we have the most beautiful canopy. Now it's a matter of, I guess, protecting it so we don't lose it. So, kudos to all the work that you all do.
Thank you.
It really makes a difference. So thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Moving on to G7.
G7, there's a typo in there. It's Sunday, October 2nd. This is put on so you can mark your calendars. This is going to be the fun day. This is not the break your back day, where the Girl Scouts will be out there in the afternoon. They have a very busy schedule, and people have church schedules, to be helping the young Girl Scouts learn how to plant these little trees at Camp Mahachi. I'll bring you more information at the next commission meeting or so beforehand. We will have another cleanup day. I think it's going to be on the 17th of September. So if you want to get some workout in, you can come on down and join me, and we can take out some invasive trees together. Bring your axe. So.
I love it. I've already been there a few times. It's a great time. Took the girls out. They had a great time out there. We brought some heavy machinery last time. We really moved some dirt. All right, G8, discussion regarding an August recess for the City Commission starting in 2023.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I checked with staff and to see what other local governments, the county, the cities that take a month off in August, and I was informed that, I knew the city of Miami did, having worked at the city of Miami for some years, but also the county. And then I recall a few times this summer, we've had meetings, out of necessity sometimes, but we've had meetings and the residents are concerned because they're on vacation, they're out of town, yet we're having a meeting. And then I also heard that sometimes staff has to, cut their vacations with their families short. And then once September starts, we got the budget and things really get heated and things really get, moving fast. And I just think, for discussion purposes, and I think it'd be a great idea if we consider, not now, or obviously you're finishing August, but starting 2023, we mirror the city of Miami, especially the county, since a lot of our work overlaps with the county. So if they're out, we could be out at the same time, and gives staff, it gives residents, gives everyone the opportunity to just be able to schedule their time off in a peaceful way, not having to look over their shoulder that perhaps we threw in a meeting. And I think everyone deserves some, as Chicago said, everybody deserves a little time away. And I think that's a good way, a fair way to address. Yeah, everything's a movie and a song reference with me, but that was a good song. I just think for the residents and staff, I think it's something to consider, especially if the county and city of Miami are already doing it. I'm more than open to hear any comments or thoughts or ideas.
I'm always willing to listen. This is just a discussion today. My concern is that we have so much stuff to do. When we miss a meeting, or we have one meeting in a month, the next 2 or 3 meetings are brutal. Like today, we're not getting out of here till at least 7:30. 7:30, and we're in August. So imagine we would have taken this meeting and dumped it into September. It would be crazy. Look, we have probably 5 or 6 more items to discuss, and then we got to discuss all of the condominium association items today. So we have a lot of things to discuss. I'm always willing to have a conversation. I'm just afraid that if we take off August, September is going to be brutal, and October will be brutal too.
I've had some residents ask, why don't we have 2 meetings during the summer?
I know they've asked me the same
Give you
thing. I
the
said,
polar
give us a
opposite
break.
here.
Well, you're
Give us a
talking
break.
to different residents than I am, but it's understandable.
No, listen, I'm willing to talk about it. Let's do it.
They're afraid to talk to you, so.
Good.
I'm hesitant to weigh in on it since I won't be here next August. But my plan was to get a temperature of what the majority of the commission wanted to do, and kind of go along suit with that, since it's not a major issue.
For me, this meeting at this late part of August is not an issue because I'm going to have little grandkids and we're going to probably be taking off during the middle of the summer, not the end when they're already back in school, because mine are in school already.
Okay.
I know for a lot of families, just getting the kids into school and those that have kids that are in college, and just that period of August is hectic. And if you're looking over your shoulder thinking, I got 2 days, not 5 days or 7 days, and I said, the county has a lot of volume. You can only imagine. So if you don't mind, I'd like to bring this back.
Of course.
And have staff, if they could perhaps give us a comparison with when the county and the city of Miami, when they have their meetings, how they make it work. Because if we can make it work like they do, then I would like it to be considered for a vote. If we can have the administration, law department help sort of, do a comparison.
So Commissioner, just so you know, both City of Miami and the county do take August off. I think they just have more in September. I don't think there's any magical formula. There is going to be an ordinance change that would be required to effectuate this, because right now the city code says that you have to have 1 meeting a month. So you would have to say, except the month of August or something. Very easy change, but just so you know.
Anything else?
And the county, just generally speaking, they go to a certain time in the evening. I don't remember what the cutoff is. And then they have the next day reserved to continue the commission meeting. So that way they're never meeting until like 3 in the morning.
Right.
So they'll have their 2 meetings per month, and then they'll reserve the following day for any items that need to be continued.
And many times it does.
I'm sorry?
And many times it needs to be continued.
Okay.
Depends on the agenda, yeah.
I'll do some more research, but I'll bring it back later in the year.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I know you had mentioned this, but maybe you wanted to discuss it today with your colleagues. Do you want to start doing commission meetings at 8:30 for proclamations documents?
What do you think?
I think on a month-by-month basis.
On a-
If you
on
do
a-
a blanket,
Okay.
we may not have any proclamation, and yet we're here in addition. We'll have it.
I'm flexible. It's good.
I used to, I mean, we did it at 8:30 forever with.
I'm flexible to get it out of the way, so we're not here as late.
Listen, well, let me think about it. Let me give and take a little bit here.
All right.
No, I have an idea.
Also do what you've been doing is seeing how much there is in the.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. And then I just
which is
float
the way
it.
to go, yeah.
I mean, if I make the call like I made today, you guys know obviously there's a big load.
Right.
You know?
I'm comfortable the way you've been handling it.
Okay, well, we'll come back. Perfect. G9, I'm deferring it because I don't have my pictures ready. I apologize to the next meeting. G10, I am deferring it also. Sidewalks that are important, but again, critical things that we need to work on, that we're working on. Okay, wait a minute. Am I missing anything?
Not on the main agenda, Mayor, no.
Okay. I have one item, D2.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
All right, D2. D2 is a resolution that I'm looking to see if Chelsea will be joining us, so she could present. Or staff. While we figure out that, I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the mayor stuff that I'm missing. Are you gonna be presenting, Gina? Who? Oh, okay, but for the architecture? Okay, let's put them on. Can we have the photos, please? Okay. So this is one of the items that I want to bring up to your attention because we spent a lot of time talking about things that need to be done, but let's also acknowledge when they're accomplished, okay? This is a parking lot that was in front of Basure. As you can tell, the sidewalk is not navigable. It is destroyed. It was destroyed like that for years. They just put asphalt. You can see the current situation. Those trees, invasive, not local trees. They were cracking the sidewalk. They're not oaks or anything. They were just large trees that had just grown wild. No oaks, nothing of significant species. Let me show you the parking lot the way it looks now after a new person bought it and actually did something spectacular. I would like to see more shade, but there isn't more shade because there's potentially coming a development on that piece of property. So this is temporary. But that actually may not even be a development because the discussions that are being had here is that that may actually even be a park, just so you know, with a lot of beautiful trees. If the development happens, that whole area will be a park, and that's what's being discussed now in the future. This is what we need to see in the city. Not the fact there's no trees, but the fact that situations like this that exist throughout the downtown need to be corrected. I'm having a meeting with Ms. Cabrera and the city manager next week. I've asked for it to discuss code enforcement on this property. I'm using it as an example. This property has already changed hands. Would you like to know, and I may be wrong, but would you like to know, I have been working on this property because I go to Basure probably 3 or 4 times a week to meet with clients and to meet with residents and to meet with staff. Would you like to know the amount of code enforcement violations that property had for about 1.5 years? While I was calling on code enforcement, about $280. There's no incentive to address this issue. Our code needs to be tightened up. Our staff is incredible. They're doing a great job. They're citing people for sidewalks, but we need, and I hate to say this, but we need to be heavy-handed, more heavy-handed, excuse me. We need to send a message to commercial properties. I'm not talking about residential, commercial properties. If you're making money renting your building out, clean your sidewalks, clean your front door, clean your awnings, fix the sidewalk, re-asphalt your property, make it look acceptable. This is a temporary fix, but look how much nicer. Look at that beautiful brand new sidewalk.
It's a long time coming.
A long time coming.
And a lot of complaints, and people assumed it was the city that failed to do it. But it was really the property owner that was responsible.
But the problem here is that $280 is the fine.
No.
So what I'm asking for, and I would love to have your support, please, I'm meeting with the manager and the city attorney and our development services director, Surami Cabrera, to revise the way that we give fines. I'm all about giving somebody a warning, a week, 2 weeks to comply, 3 weeks to comply. We gave 6 months for people to clean their sidewalks, and they still say, I never got any documentation. Somebody who has a sidewalk that is not navigable by a disabled person or an elderly person should have a month to remediate the issue, and they should be hit with a fine of $500 a day. And you know what happens? You know what's gonna happen when that person, what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, don't worry about it, because we know what happens. When we sell the property, the city takes my $100,000 in fines, and they just mitigate it to $3,500 to $5,000. That's what happens in a lot of municipalities, but not in certain cities. The moment that you sell one person as an example, and you only cut it by 50%, you make them pay $50,000. They're gonna close. They're at the closing table. They gotta close. Someone's gonna pay for it, either the buyer or the seller. Someone's gotta pay for it. If it's a resident who is an Army veteran, who is elderly and has a dirty roof, code enforcement issue for 5 years, and they have $300,000 in accrued code enforcement violations, I'm all for giving them a break. $2,000, $1,500, fine, whatever it is, whatever. I leave that up to the discretion of the manager. But in the downtown, the way that sidewalk was in front of a restaurant like Bashur, garbage. I have pictures where one day my daughters and I came out of Bashur and we picked up all the garbage. I have them on my phone. We picked up all the garbage in that. It was an entire 55-gallon black garbage bag. I have the pictures here on my phone.
I believe you.
And it's embarrassing that we have to do that. We have to do that in this community. And thank God a person like Rishi Kapoor ended up buying that lot and ended up understanding the importance of being a good corporate citizen. Here are my kids. Here are my kids on that lot with the bag that we cleaned. This is the lot, the way it was. It was completely destroyed by the roots of the trees, and it was left like that for years. It's just a lack of consideration and respect for this community. So my point is that, Madam City Attorney, Madam Development Services Director, Mr. Manager, I need to meet next week to review how we're addressing code enforcement. I want to use this property as an example. I want to see how many times it was cited. I know that I called code enforcement half dozen times on this property. I want to know what they paid in code enforcement violations.
They paid $205. I believe there were a number of citations, and they were all complied with.
But $205 for leaving that property like that is, I apologize, disrespectful to the city. You cannot expect compliance if we do not have a heavy enough hammer.
We asked yesterday, they told us that there was only a fine paid of $205 with the administrative fee. Everything else was complied with, so the fines never started running.
Ms. Cabrera,
That's the email that I got.
that's
I'm
what.
going to check because I know exactly what property it is.
You and I worked on this for a long time.
No, and even when we had the opening for the public safety building, that I was sitting there and I saw it, and that's when we had started with the fines. We took it to code enforcement board. I'm going to check what happened.
So now,
Maybe there's additional information that they didn't give me,
but that's the problem. So now what ends up happening is everybody knows that this individual got away for 5-10 years, leaving that way, and he only paid $205. That's it. So what he did was, he waited for the property to go up in value, years and years and years and years and years, rented it to the dentist, rented it to the architect in the front, and did the whole thing, waited till it accrued, flipped the property. Look at that sidewalk. Flip the property to a new buyer, paid $205 in fines, snubbed his nose at the city, made tons of money, and now the new owner, thank God, Rishi Kapoor and his team bought this property. This is temporary because they bought the building next door. They're going to build a multifamily. They're planning to build, my understanding is, a multifamily product there. And as part of the deals, they want to make that service parking lot a park in the city.
Right, right.
So I hope I want it to resonate with everybody. I know staff is working so hard, but you know what I want? I want a closing like this to happen. And I don't know how many millions of dollars they sold this property for. Millions. I imagine they sold millions and millions and millions. And they call the manager and they said, manager, this individual owes $250,000 in code enforcement because he's left his property like this for 10 years, blighted, hurting the neighborhood, property values, hurting people who fall, like my mom or my father-in-law, may he rest in peace. And we don't get $205 because staff can get $150,000, and the manager can use that money to hire new staff, to give staff raises, to do projects, to build sidewalks. But $205 is a tough one to swallow because I know that I made personally 50 phone calls about this, and I told the manager, we're in ribbon cutting ceremonies, we're doing great events there, and we're looking over and it's the adjacent property. I said, how can they get away with that much garbage? All those bumpers broken, all those sidewalks broken for this many years.
I agree with you. You had Burger King wages for what you did for the 205, but I have one ask for you. While you're talking about the fines, I shared a picture of some trees that had been
I saw that.
cut brutally. Let's look at the fines for that type of violation and see if we need to beef it up.
I don't have a problem with it, but we have to hold people accountable.
So the public works, trees that are cut or hack-racked like those were in the right-of-way,
Right.
that are city trees, there is a more severe penalty. And
You know what
I
it
think,
is? It's enough to have a bite
it's like,
to,
I'm sorry?
what is the penalty? Because it has to be severe enough to stop this.
Yeah, and Miriam, I don't know if you recall, but I think there's even like a jail time that you could serve.
All of our code enforcement violations are also misdemeanors that are performed by a person. But we never cite them like that is the reality.
What's the dollar hit on this? Because it's usually somebody in the building that wants to have some view of something. That requests that to be done by the landscaping company, because this didn't look like some licensed arborist would have done that, ever.
Right, so I had code enforcement, I asked them to send me the amount for the fines for when it is, because in the past we have cited the same way private property trees as right-of-way trees. So we had another case where this had happened, and that's when I learned that there's a different way of citing when it's a tree owned by the city.
Right.
And I've asked them yesterday when I read your email to go ahead and send me that. I want to make sure that we do cite under the proper section and the increased fine, because there is an avenue for that.
There's also a $15,000 fine for specimen trees.
I'll be meeting with staff next week.
Okay.
Because I want to be able to use a hammer.
Yeah, we need it.
This is tough to swallow when you see something like that.
Right.
You know, by the way, I hate to out somebody. You know how I found out about this property? Not because I go to Brochure 3 times, 4 times a week, which I kind of noticed it when I called code enforcement. There's a neighbor who lives 3 blocks away who called me every day. Told me, how is this acceptable? They're renting spaces, they're making money off the building, and they just leave the building like this. How is that acceptable? It's just impossible to not have an answer and literally go 5, 6, 7 years. And so this is the way it is. This is the new Coral Gables? No, it's not. Not the new Coral Gables. Trust me, it's far from the new Coral Gables. I appreciate everybody's hard work. We finally got it done on that front. And I want to congratulate Rishi Kapoor for his commitment to doing something exceptional in the city. Mayor's comments, D2. I have a piece of legislation here that I'd like to present to you. it's a resolution of the City Commission supporting the City of Coral Gables' first annual Mayor's Ball to benefit the Coral Gables Community Foundation and the League Against Cancer. This was an idea that was brought to me, similar to what Miami-Dade County does. They benefit the United Way. I like to benefit two causes who are local. One, the Coral Gables Community Foundation, and one, the League Against Cancer, which treats anyone in this community who does not have insurance and needs treatment. I've been a board member of that organization for many years. I've been a board member for both organizations. This will not cost the city anything, and we're putting together a beautiful event, which hopefully will shine a great light on the city. It will happen at the Lowe's, and it will be cost-free to the city. It will only bring good publicity to the city, and hopefully bring a significant amount of money to these charities. And I would love to have your support on this front.
You got it.
Any comments? I need a motion if possible.
Move it.
I'll second. Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? Yes. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. You got all the items done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to talk about something?
Yeah, just real quick.
Go ahead, please.
Is my poster ready?
Let's do it.
Communications. Is it ready? Okay, let's see. Well, there it is. So this past weekend, we had
Look at those legends.
actually, we had more people at the cinema for one of my seniors free movie series. It was Woody Allen's Love and Death, 1975. It was absolutely hilarious. And I always try to switch it up. And September 3rd at 1 p.m. is, in my opinion, one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. Rotten Tomatoes 94 rating. Jason Robards, Best Supporting Actor, Best Screenwriting. What drew me to this movie, All the President's Men with Robert Redford, Dustin Hoffman, is the writing. The dialogue is riveting. So it's free. Anybody, residents 40 and older, free popcorn, free beverages. When I say beverages, beer's included, by the way, I think. Am I allowed to say that? But nonetheless, it's a great movie, a great time. If you're free, the tickets are available at the Adult Activity Center. There's you can call in to get your tickets, but I recommend, if you've never seen the movie, trust me, you'll appreciate being there, and you'll have a good time. Thank you.
I'm gonna go. Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
Just a reminder, we have the air potato collection event going on. We'll have the final collection, at least for this first phase, and the $10 gift cards to Books and Books being handed out on September the 16th. We have this little patch here that Martha put together, the air potato patrol. So
I love it.
we're going to develop this project even more. I've talked to also the commissioner about that. I had some folks with their 3- and 4-year-olds coming up with bags of air potatoes. It was adorable to get their $10 gift certificates to Books and Books. It keeps the money local and it gets them reading. I hope to see a bunch of people out there with big bags of air potatoes that we can put away to their final resting place and never see them again.
Yes.
So they're in my office, by the way. So, in case you're wondering where I store them.
Commissioner Force?
Nope, I have nothing.
Okay, I have a few items. I'm not sure if Solange is still here, but she notified me that tomorrow is a downtown cleanup. My understanding is a downtown cleanup. If anybody's interested, please reach out to the manager's office or reach out to my office. I'm gonna try my best to be there. We've donated money again for the cleanup efforts. It's gonna be a good time.
5 or 5:30?
I think so. I'm not sure. She reminded me and I had completely forgotten, but I'll get the info. I also want to thank, there you are. Come on up.
She pops in.
Come on up. I wouldn't forget. Come on up. What's going on?
Yes, so the next downtown community cleanup is tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We'll be meeting at the Chambers like usual at 201 Alhambra Circle. One second.
You get your exercise in, right?
Pretty good.
Registrations are still open, and if not, we'll have registrations on site at coralgables.com/keepcoralgablesbeautiful. We will have prizes donated by the mayor and Clutchburger. Thank you very much. And we will have light bites and refreshments courtesy of Baptist Health South Florida after the event over at Gallo Taco.
Do me a favor, please. Send me a PDF so I can put it early in the morning on social media, and let's send it out on the city on the city's website, please, to get people out there tomorrow, saying there's money, awards, all kinds of prizes.
I'll
to get
forward you
people
the
out there.
flyer now.
And we'll clean up the downtown once again. Thank
This will
you.
be the fourth one we do this year, so this
I
is our
love it.
quarterly event.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Thank you, Solange, I appreciate it. I want to also commend the city manager. I can talk about all the great things he's doing, his leadership, his unwavering commitment to the city, along with his staff. We worked on the issue of getting the NSAs, neighborhood safety aides, yes, the NSAs, to work in conjunction with code enforcement to help us on blatant issues. I'm not talking about going micro-targeting. I'm talking about if there's a boat in the front of a house, you know there's not allowed to be a boat there. I mean, it's obvious. If there's a dirty roof and there's a tree growing from the roof, if there's grass that's waist high, call it in. Help us out. So I just want to thank the manager and his team for putting together this administrative order from the manager in regards to the neighborhood safety aides and code enforcement, a cooperation agreement. The order was placed on August 11th, and it's effective August 16th. And I think that's another layer in helping out Ms. Cabrera and her team, who are doing a wonderful job. Wonderful, I can't say it enough. They have really good members on that code enforcement. We're adding new people to the weekend. We have new members. Antoine is doing a really good job. So I just want to say thank you, because this is really helping spruce up, along with the ACM and all his efforts, to really spruce up the city and raise the bar as high as we can. Before we adjourn, Madam City Attorney, you thought I would forget. I did not. Let's go through.
So we actually will adjourn, and then we'll open up 4 different meetings and adjourn 4 different meetings.
All right. Anything else? For good of the order, meeting adjourned. All right.
So Mayor, if you want to call to order the meeting of 427 Biltmore Way Condo Association. There's one item for the consideration of the commission, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, sitting in its capacity as the 427 Biltmore Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Rhonda.
Mayor, you may adjourn that meeting.
Yes.
We can now call to order the meeting of Andalusia Garage Condominium Association. There's
Yes.
one item for consideration. A resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, sitting in its capacity as the Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Next meeting is Giralda Garage Condominium Association.
Yes.
One item for consideration, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, sitting in its capacity as the Giralda Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
One more.
Yes, ma'am.
250 Aragon Condominium Association, one resolution for consideration, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, stating its capacity of 250 Aragon Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
I think I made 5 minutes.
That is incredible. Listen, thank you to everybody for a wonderful, wonderful day. I think we accomplished a lot of things. A lot of things were accomplished today. And I look forward to our next meeting.
Great meeting.
Thank you. God bless, and have a wonderful week. And sending our best wishes to the Vice Mayor.